So I just joined here today at 2 and joined 1 to get into this group. And I'm already full again. So I gotta find what I can get rid of. Or that I know I can get rid of. We don't leak the buy, right? Buy. What that guy is. I hate that difference. Alright, what are we gonna do? That looks good. Alright.
818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818.
So we got a lot of pin.
4721. To talk to Richard from East
Let's go through the pin messages. I do a space every day, 9 p.m. every day. 9 p.m. every day, essentially. Yeah. I got an app coming out, Vision. It's going to be even better next week. We only list once every 2 weeks. We do a complete audit, and we have to do a space with developers and KYC and everything. There's a deal in it called, yeah, it's just like something I'm working on for fun. It's not that serious, but we're going to do ads, and then the ads are going to generate some marketing buzz that we can do for things with. We have a pretty small team. If you look at our folders, a lot of people are ripping that PFP that I created for them, or like maybe they're ripping our NFT that they got. I have like 9 collections for FTP. 9 separate collections. Some of them aren't fully completed them, and you know how hard it is. Like, not hard, but you know how annoying it is. Like, upload the NFT and then fill out everything and then upload it and do the captcha. And it's just like, oh my fucking god. Like, it's just right. It's a dick. Yeah, so I need to like catch up on some work. We have merch collections, so I come out with merch collections every month, and 100% goes to charity. So I make zero money off the merch. Just for good karma, just good. I think crypto is more than just making money. Like it needs to be like giving back. You know what I mean? Shit, like yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, it is. Right, it is. It's happening right now. But I mean, am I selling that many? No, I'm selling 2. But it's a start. I just have to get to consistency too. Exactly. Yeah, it's all about consistency, man. Like that's what I'm saying. You look at my chart. That's all you can say is that he stayed consistent. That's my no one can say overnight success. There's no overnight success that sure developed like that. Like it's a fractal. You see it goes up and down. It's just like a Bitcoin chart. Right? Like almost like super like lower like contracted like you know what I mean? I don't know. No, like boom, it's like you see how falling, and now I think we're gonna consolidate to the right, and we're gonna have another big jump that's gonna be 3 times as big as this one. And it's like just like that. Yeah, I mean, like you gotta hold here. It basically is repeating itself. It is. And you gotta get real here. You got like 2. You got 3. The first one is so small, you have to zoom in, right? Like that first big one, and then that second big one made that first big one look like a fucking small fry. Yeah, and this new one made that other one, you can't even see it anymore, but it made this second one look like a small fry. And then the fourth one is gonna make this second one look like a big one. Yes. Maybe see. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you know the big secret that I don't tell a lot of people, you know, the big bullish news about my life. Because I'm not selling. If I don't sell and I make a name for myself at this point, I could probably one day sell merch. But I have to be famous. I have a house. I have a car. I have a plate. I have things. I have a bunch of things. PlayStation, computers. Like, how much more things do I fucking need? Like, I gotta have a fucking reputation. Things that you gather. You know, I'd rather be known, right? Like, or not famous. I'm just saying, I'd rather be like somebody that mattered in history that did something big for society. right? They're like, oh, just another fucking consumer. Like, this is what they fucking need for this world. You know what I'm saying? Like, it die with honor. Die with heat. Yes. And that takes time. That thing is, right? You know, die with honor. And you die. And then the honor comes after everybody. Forget their name. Just pass them along. And then after you're from it, remember to like, yeah, bizarre. Yeah. But I don't know, man. That's Jesus was. That's cool. It's like, but everybody can other point. You know, recommending you a point. No, definitely not. It's like, man, he needs to survive. I don't. I can't believe I fucking survived this year. 50, yeah. 50. You can use it again. Use tokens ever, and you'll see $15. Yeah, you can use tokens. Yeah. So I did none of that. Yeah, so it is all progress, right? Yeah, so I will always have an 80, okay, because of my initial movement. I can never have 100% tokens because of my initial movement. Because you can't fix it. There's 62. You know, I got some questions for you, actually. Yeah, you're 62 index. But so, here's the problem. What they told me was that every 4,000, every like certain amount of thousand, like 2,000 or something, it goes up. That's that works. Yeah, so you see the 62. Yeah, I learned a lot about that. Listen to this fucking guys. You're like, dude, I had multiple thousands trying to go to liquidity. I had a dev that said it was good. I had another guy that was a dev, and a guy that needed like all crew was like a self-made freaking away magazine, dude, super like hooked up, and everything just went to shit. You know? Yeah, it's hard, man. I started having everybody so fucking greedy. Oh my god, motherfucker. I think I survived because it was just me. Like, there was no, like, in me, it's like, I'm so fucking afraid of ruining my reputation that, like, I'll be straight with you. You don't want to get a point in real life, right? Like, go in the chat, I'll tell you. So there's no point for you to lie to your face, right? I'll tell you right now, I've never sold any of my money. I've never taken profits. Ever. It's amazing. It's amazing. Exactly. No, exactly. Even if I did that serious, I'm just telling you right now. That's the crazy part. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I was that dedicated to this project, and I still am, because I know this would be my way of, like, you know, maybe I still hire you as a consultant. Like, I didn't bring this consultant point. Like, I'll hire you, pay you to help me, or maybe I still merch, right? Or maybe, like, maybe to speak at, like, a conference, right? So there's more they can open. Yeah, consult, exactly. And then other people will make money and maybe they'll cut me off. Like, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe one day if really got a billion market cap, will be like, hey guys, look, I've been building for 2 years, so cool. I just like pull out $1 million or like, just like, you can get a little fucking cut. And I'll be super transparent. I'll be like, 1% of tokens a year that you own, or something like that. Yeah, it's fine. So that's the thing. So what I did was when I made the coin, guess who was buying, right? My mom, my dad, my grandma, my neighbor. Yeah, well, yeah, because they felt bad for me. They were like, oh, no one's buying your coin, we're losing it. I taught them how. I was like, here, I'm done buying my fucking coin. And well, they felt bad. I'm the only child, only grandchild. They already think I'm autistic as fuck. They're like, oh, he's fucking weirdos buying coin. So they think, you know what it should cost for a phone? Guess how much it costs for a backpack? $3, $4. Does that sound like something your parents are? $3, $4 for family coin. Yeah, first week. I still don't think I can get them to do it. Yeah, so I got them to buy $34. Yeah. They opened up a whole account, I won't lie. Okay, so we had to put on top of loans. Okay, right. And he's super transparent. Right, let me explain. So he's very transparent. They were going to look, guys, I feel bad. I'm going to collect coins from everybody, even some of my friends that I think they bought a lot of it, most of them have like gambling addictions. I went to my friend Ryan and I said, hey man, the coins don't want shit. I'm really depressed. I've got $100 here for you. Can I buy 60 million coins? He got 120 million. And he's like, all right, man, the coins bullshit anyway. It's stupid. Here's what I take 100. And I transferred the 60 million on his wallet to myself. And then I put that into a heat sale log. And so what I did was I did that everywhere. I took from my mom, my dad, my grandma, took all their fucking coins, stole all their shit. And then I put it into a heat sale log to get it out of circulation, out of my hands. And now I have these different log times that are unlocking the coins, and I'm burning it. So the last one was the first, and I burned 250 million coins, $50,000. The next one is 15,000. Yeah, but remember, the LP isn't, there's nothing telling me. Exactly. But I'm saying if you calculate it 250 million times the correct price, you'll get 50 grand. But the LP isn't there. Obviously, so you can't say it's worth 50,000, but on paper it's 50,000. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, you get the piece of this guy. Yeah, you get the piece that you look. So yeah, so that's separate. So there's a token lock and there's the LP lock. So that LP lock is for 1 year. And it's unlocking July 2024. But here's the trick. I'm then going to relock it for like 30 years on July 11th. So then I can, show more like, okay, see how I'm 60, see how dedicated I am. I'm going to lock it for 30 years instead of 1 year. So what I do is I lock it on Mudra like an idiot. And that's why it doesn't show a lot on deck schools because they don't work with Mudra. And I tried emailing Mudra and I was emailing all the time. I was like, please just work with deck schools. And they would ignore me, bro. They wouldn't email me back. People are fucking trash. Yeah, and I go back. I'm going to do this so bad. I'll be right back. I know.
Best-O-Matic, I'm glad to have you here, my man. Dude, I didn't tell you I got arrested. Absolutely. I didn't tell you. I agree. I didn't tell you. About 2 weeks ago, I got arrested live on camera. Yeah, exactly. So, apparently, allegedly, like 4 years ago, I sent a text message that someone did not like, and it took the DA a year and a half to bring charges, and it took another year and a half. So anyway, I had the police at my door. I had to spend 5 nights in jail, and yeah. Thank God though it wasn't that bad. And so just so you know, I'm okay. Thank God. But that wasn't fun. It was January 25th. I appreciate that. No big deal. I just want to let you know about it. No, it absolutely does. It makes it even better. It makes it even better. You're absolutely right. Hey, did you how are things with your cannabis coffee company? Yeah, weren't you gonna have like a Starbucks that was cannabis? No, it was. Yeah, it was. It was some. You had like a dispensary in San Francisco. Okay. Okay. You had a dispensary in San Francisco, and that all got fucked up. I remember, and it was in all kinds of red tape and stuff. I get that. But then you also had an idea for a Starbucks that was cannabis. Yeah. So you did have something like that. It's a very good idea. When this blows up, we're gonna make that the next Starbucks. Certainly. Absolutely. Hey, so another question that I have for you. Do you have access to Twitter right now on your computer? Type in ViralRabbi into Twitter search. Right, but do it on a computer and not your phone. Or do it on your iPad. Just do it on a different device than you had earlier. Now, I want you to know that I haven't been running this robot for the last, like, I don't know, 8 hours or something because I've been programming a different robot. But just read the people's reactions of what they have to say about me. It's absolutely, positively the funniest fucking shit you've ever read. On the computer or on your iPad? Go to your computers. Go to try it on your computer. Time flies when you're having fun. Tempus fugit, baby. Tempus fugit. Hey, Anatoly, do you know who Mark Messier is? No, he was the Rangers forward, I believe. I know, but you should know that because he's, aside from the astronomer, he's like a very famous hockey player. I just don't want somebody to be like, dude, you don't know who Mark Messier is? Just know that he's a hockey player too. Fast-o-matic. You're telling me when you type it into a browser, it only shows you my name 10 times? Yeah. No, sorry, into a browser. It's everywhere in a browser. I'm not saying it's not everywhere on a phone too. I don't know what's up with the. I mean, at least 10 accounts showed up on yours. I mean, it's like if you typed it in, you'd still be like, "Oh, what is this?" I'm just mad that it's not like the right 10 accounts. But that's fine.
comes up for me for things at YouTube, then Instagram, then YouTube, then I get best Rabbi ever on X.
No. I'm sorry. Go into X and type, yeah, into the search in within X.
Go to Twitter to do that.
Exactly. And you'll see, you'll be like, oh my God, I've never seen someone with so many accounts so openly flouting the rules and regulations of Twitter. I mean, people literally are tagging Elon Musk saying, is that what is I was on a podcast? I'm wearing a cum shirt on that.
I could see ViralRabbi on like fucking
America's Most Wanted. Thanks, baby. I shaved it a couple weeks ago. None, man. I wish. I don't think so. I was nervous.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a USB lighter. It lights things with electricity, which is very important for Orthodox Jews because it means you can exactly. You have to understand it's a game changer. Oh, I've never read them. What do they say? Read them. Dude, you can see I'm wearing a cum shirt in that interview. There's like a cum stain by my stomach. It's really white. You can see it. It's more of a it's more of a rant. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Uh, 2020, end of 2021, beginning of 2022. Bastomatic, are you there, baby? Hey, I want to show you this. This is a game changer. This is my. Can you see me? Okay, you see me, the one where I'm waving? Okay, so can you see there's a little pink hand right here, and it's following, and it just watch it. Watch it for like 30 seconds. You got it. You nailed it. Oh, so you have to go into Twitter and read you got to type in ViralRabbi and see what people are saying when they get followed by this thing. Now go read what they say. Thank you. It's a robot I built. That's weird. Okay. Do you have another account to use? Try an alternative account. Because here's the thing. Well, I was just going to say, I bet they are. Because when I am following all these people, you'll see a lot of people get followed hundreds of times. And for them to get followed hundreds of times and for you to get followed 0 times, and you're actually following some of these accounts, something's up with your account. This is a good little test too to see if Twitter is changing what you're able to see based on what account you're using.
You know what? I've got a new being try this first. It's gonna be a little easier because I'm on a like switch. I have sub accounts and then I have totally different accounts. You know what I mean? Like I've got a couple that have been around since like 2010 or 2013 or they've been around a long time. Let me switch to one of these here and then try it.
Best-O-Matic, have you heard from Queen recently?
Fairly recently, and you know what? I need to reach out and talk to her. It's been like a month or two.
Did she change her name? I think she did. She what?
She may have.
Yeah, because it used to be like Queen ETH something, or I know she kept changing her. That would be new. It was different. It used to be like Queen ETH or something, but see, she changed her profile picture, and now I don't remember. You know, like I always recognized her when.
Find her, but she told me that with her mom and housing situation.
Yeah, what happened there? Did she have to move? So she sold her house.
Twice.
She moved.
Sold the house.
So she was in. She was in.
And then some friends told her to move in with so she's taking care of like somebody else's mom, I think. That's what she was gonna.
So she's working as a caretaker.
She's taking care of her mom, and then this other elderly lady needs like a little help too. So when she's doing one, she can basically do, like fixing meals.
Yeah. So she's working as a caretaker.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Is she's okay though?
She was looking at buying properties on the state foreclosure auctions. She had some money from the sale of the house.
Right.
So she was buying. I think she may have bought land.
Oh, good for her.
Hopefully it turned out really good. You know, I mean, like buy a lot of land and now what?
Right.
Yeah, she was looking at moving. So last time I spoke with her, when I remember, she was looking at buying a lot of land and then moving a house that maybe was on another plot of land. She was either bought because I think she had the paper for it, so she could make a deal with the homeowner, something like that. A little fuzzy on exactly all the details, but she was looking to do something like that.
Cool. What was your alternative plan with Twitter? Oh, you were gonna look on a sub account or one of the main accounts?
Yeah, I looked on a sub account and I got basically the same thing. So we tried. So I don't know. I see this with the people. It comes up every now and then. And I have, granted, I have not been using Twitter as much as I used to. So I'm a little rusty, possibly. But then they just keep starting me out the same thing for you, which is like 10. And yeah, I got the same thing. All right, let me try it. Let's see if I go to different browsers. They're here actually. Because you know what? Twitter's pretty slick, man. I have all different IP. So I'm gonna try using a VPN here with a different account. Because what they did is they just texted me a code on my phone. So they've got me figured out on that one. All those accounts are under a phone, the same phone number. So now we're gonna try it again. With the VPN, right, for browser, I
What's your VPN service? Do you like it? Can't beat that.
You only get a certain amount of data. I have a number of accounts with it, so I just switch if I need to. It renews every 30 days. You get 10 gigs.
Can't beat that.
Yeah, it works for me. Doing what I do. I use two different ones, an IP and WinScribe.
That's cool.
Do you do a VPN or no?
You know, yeah. I bought a service 3 years ago, and so because I don't have the money for it now, and it runs out in August, but it's been really good. No, it's fine. I mean, it's exactly as long as I've needed it. I'll either be dead or a billionaire by August, so who knows? But basically, it was, I don't know, like something like $79.99 for 3 years or something. But it saved my ass a bunch of times. It's almost like an insurance policy nowadays that you need to have access to a VPN, either if it's a free one, great, or if it's a paid one, great.
The NSA has figured out if you're in the US and you're using a VPN, they've made it so a number of things
Don't work well.
can detect it.
Right. And Google is really difficult to use, all kinds of things.
Yeah, but like MetaMask, I have to turn it off to do certain things. It looked like last time I used it, actually, I was able to just like reboot the browser, and then it was okay. So it might be, like WinScribe or VPNs might have gotten ahead of it a little bit. What is my other Twitter accounts here? Yeah, it's funny because like back in 2013, I remember I made several Twitter accounts, and there's been saying hi to DJ. Alright, Twitter, here's one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just having trying to log into this pages. Enter my password. It's like not taking this. Do something. Try it again. Try that one. See if you could take it to the nail. Tell me they can't find my account with the code, please. Because it's not good.
It was cute. Ducky? Ducky, I believe, has quacked her last quack of the evening. I believe Ducky has quacked her last quack of the evening. Quacked. Quacked. Quacked her last quack. Take care. Hey, I'm gonna turn on a podcast. I'm gonna turn on Joe Rogan. Actually, it's Ralphie May and Joey Diaz. And if you're like, which one? Yeah, sure. I'll listen to that. That's fine. I don't give a shit. We're gonna listen to whatever you fucking want. Quantum physics? You're not talking Neil deGrasse Tyson, are you? That's astrophysics.
I really like Eric Weinstein too.
All right. Well, he speaks highly of you.
No, Brian Green. Wait.
He's good. 1, 2. Listen, looks like we're listening to Joey Diaz.
Okay, yeah, it's Con Carroll. Okay, it's Con Carroll. It's Con Carroll.
All right.
Joe Rogan,
Joe Rogan,
Con Carroll.
the podcast.
Yeah.
Which episode? He has him on 3 times. Let's do the earliest one. All right, baby. Here we go. This is episode 1003. Sean Carroll. Sean Carroll is a cosmologist and physics professor specializing in dark energy and general relativity. You can't hear it at all?
I want to ask you this because I was reading this today. NASA's planning on drilling into Yellowstone, okay, to save the world. You didn't know about that? What are they doing?
Can you hear it?
Yeah, there's 2,000
Okay, just a moment.
like if you have a giant cyst and you sort of make a slice of it and squeeze everything out of there. Have you ever seen a doctor do that? I've seen doctors do that. Yeah, NASA wants to spend $3 billion.
How about now?
To save the United States.
It's unintelligible? Interesting. Okay. Oh, I remember. Hold on. I remember how I did it. Just for a moment.
I wonder about the problem, but these are things that figured everything else, but like we don't know all the forces that are pushing around volcanoes and earthquakes and stuff like that. Go back to that picture. Hold this picture. Yeah, that picture freaked me out. That looks realistic. Yeah, 800,000 years, that thing blows sky.
Is this better?
That's got some weird echo thing.
Yeah, what is that echo?
Yeah, here, stop.
It'll be fine in a second. Dude, you guys have to shut off your microphones. Shut up.
I'm gonna share my screen. Wow. Twitter's making me authenticate super hard.
I'm the reason for that. Yeah, we can't hear it though. Oh, yo, dog, I know why it sucks. It's my fault. I fixed it. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, pimps, can you hear it? Dudes, can you hear it? Dudes, can you hear it? No. Yeah, we can't hear it. No. No, that's I'm playing that. Yeah. But isn't there like there's a lot of areas that cover like behind the sun? No, we can't hear yours. Sort of distorts the view. Not really. They got to orbit, right? They can't stay behind the sun. They can. There's what's called the ground point. There's a place exactly here. No. You have to hang out if you are to be hidden from us for a long time, and you can hang out there, but you would never leave. So there probably are some asteroids running up to you. So there's some sort of orbiting. So orbiting once a year, 180 degrees away. It's possible that once you come up into the sort of bottom of the no way. Now the danger is something from far outside. Can you hear the podcast? And it wouldn't come from like hit where the South Pole is. Very roughly speaking, where the thing is the whole sky. Not just you can see below the South Pole if you're in Chile, for example, right? That's where they have that. What is the giant one they put in Chile recently? It's not totally operational. Yeah, there's a whole generation of telescopes. I forget which one it is. That's there. Yeah, one of them. The giant telescope. I don't know what part. Yeah, I think they're still working on it now. And it's in Chile because it's high altitude. The environment is very high planet driving. Yeah. So Hawaii. All right, friends. Have a wonderful evening. It's been fun. Take care. Sweet dreams, lovelies. Bye, babies. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Every new year, a lot of people look around and think they might want to change jobs. And that means if you're hiring, now is the time to find the best people. But it's challenging to find qualified candidates. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the right people for your roles fast. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter is super smart too. As you rate candidates, it uses that data to send you more people you might want to consider. Dude, shut the fuck up. It even lets you invite them to apply. This month, find the talent you need to fill all your roles with ZipRecruiter. See for yourself why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get quality candidates. Oh, you slut. I swear to God. I swear to God, I am shutting off the the ringer for this because you abuse it. Bye.
Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock, where tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you are to find this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help
Shut the
shut
the fuck up.
Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year.
Dude, you are funny. You fuck. You fucking slut.
I've been to the Keck Observatory a couple times. I've been 3 times, and every time I go, like the first time I nailed it, and every time I've been since then, I haven't gotten, like, one time we went and planned
Rabbi.
there's too much
Peace, baby.
It was too bright. This guy was too bright. And the next time, unfortunately, we got it when it was rainy, kind of cloudy. We didn't get a good vision, but the first time changed my life. I mean, I really felt like I was on a spaceship looking through a window at what they were observing. I don't know. We were actually just in the visitor center. Okay, just looking at the visitor center, the sky is so magnificent at night. There's no light pollution. They use diffused lighting on the island. And the image that you got from just looking up, just with the naked eye, is just spectacular. It's an amazing view of the Milky Way. Telescope visit, right? Yeah. But it gives you a perspective that I think we're missing with our cities, and I think we've done something amazing by creating these cities where, wow, you just walk down the street and get some food delivered. You can go get a car, you can go buy a TV. There's all this stuff in these congested areas, but in putting all this artificial light, we've removed our connection with the view of the cosmos. It's absolutely true. I'm the biggest booster of cities. I love cities. I love living in them. I think they're good for the planet, etc. But yeah, it does exactly like you said. Sort of make our environment so artificial that we forget. I remember a great story. A friend of mine told me she worked for an organization called Project Exploration, which is based in Chicago. They're devoted to bringing the wonders of science to kids and minorities and so forth. And they do these trips from Chicago on the train out to like Montana to dig up dinosaur bones, right? So they're out there, they get to go on a ranch, they get to dig up real fossils, bring them back. And she said the thing that got them the most, that was most affecting to them, was they saw stars for the first time in their life. Growing up in Chicago, they'd never seen a star in the sky. I think you see like these faint little flickering things. You don't see like a full view of like the Milky Way, where you actually look up and you see that white sort of stripe across the sky, and you realize, oh my god, that's stars. Those are all stars. The Milky Way is the best. I get dizzy looking at it, right? Knowing that we're at the edge of the spinning disk, whirling around, and if you don't get vertigo, you're not doing it right. As a person who studies space, do you ever take time to like go out in the desert and just stare at the space with nothing out there, no light pollution? Not that much. Honestly, the thing that I study are equations and formalism theory. And I use space. My friends who are observers go out there and collect the data and figure out what ideas we have are right and what are wrong. And I love it when I get a chance, but I don't go out of my way. You were saying that people were asking about general relativity. Was that the quantum mechanics? Yeah, people on Twitter said, all right, I'm going to figure out quantum mechanics for the first time here. So they look up to you for this. Yeah. Well, the problem is not impossible. I don't think I'm just joking. But what I'm very touchy. But it's one of those things where everyone is hoping that someone is going to be able to boil it down, right? And simple. And Neil deGrasse Tyson does a very good job of doing that with Cosmos. He's been able to boil down quite a few things on this show. where a lot of people went, thanks, man. Finally, I kind of get it, sorta.
Yeah. He's fantastic. He has an amazing ability, especially off the cuff. Well, it seems like off the cuff. I had this vision that he goes home every night and plans out answers to every possible question because they're so slick delivered.
He does a little, because I've heard him give the exact same semi off the cuff, but they're great. So it's not like it's like a stand-up comedian delivering a line. It's you, yeah. So what is it about it that they don't understand?
Quantum mechanics, I think, that's the subject of the next book that I'm writing, the book I'm working on right now. So I'm just starting thinking about it. But it's not just the people on the street, it's my professional colleagues with PhDs in physics who don't understand quantum mechanics. And rather than being embarrassed by that, rather than thinking, wow, this is a terrible thing that we should devote all of our resources to understanding, they flip it. It's like Aesop's fox and the grapes, the parable where the fox is trying to get the grapes and he realizes he can't reach them, so he says, I never wanted them anyway, they're probably sour, right? Well, that's what physicists are like with quantum mechanics. Like now, if you try to understand it at a deep level, they disrespect it. They're like, why are you wasting your time doing that? You could be calculating some numbers.
Ego and knowledge. It's a weird combination. I've always assumed when I was younger that when you get to the highest levels of science or any sort of intellectual pursuit, that the people that are really involved, there wouldn't be any ego issues. It would all as an outsider, I was like, well, there's ego in every other part of the world, but the super smart dudes that are figuring me out, they got all that stuff locked down.
I love them. These are my people, right? But it's well, I'll explain quantum mechanics eventually.
Okay,
but please, but you are right. I mean, this ego thing. The one thing about academia, being a professor, right, whether it's science or anything else, is that you are constantly being evaluated by every other person. There's a hierarchy. There's a rank. How good you are at everything, right? And it's not down necessarily. It's not a ranking that appears in sports pages, but everyone is judging you all the time. My students and so forth, they say, well, I don't like to ask questions in a seminar because I'm worried that someone's going to be judging me. I can say, yes, they're going to be judging me.
God, that's so crazy.
And even the very, 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 very tippy top, it's like, am I number 2 or number 3, right? And it's very sad. Not everyone's like that, but a lot, most people get to be like that, and probably it helps forward the advance of science. Right?
The competitive nature.
It's competitive, egotistical. They want to do better than everybody else, prove that they're better, and I'm sure Einstein just like that.
Isn't it weird? It seems like human beings need that comparative sort of competition thing going on in order to afford whatever they're doing. They need peers. They need some sort of
It helps there, yeah. I mean, and we live in a world with scarce resources, right? Some of us are going to live longer than others. Some of us are going to get tenure, and some of us are not. Some of us are going to be Nobel Prize winners, and some are not. So, no matter what, there's going to be competition.
Yeah, in your field, there is a big issue, I guess, with people disregarding other people's discoveries or wanting to, rather, like saying, like wanting to poo-poo things.
Yeah, I think this is a very complicated issue that I don't really have clear because certainly scientists can be very, very supportive of each other under the right circumstances. But there can be just all sorts of cognitive biases that they have, prejudices, Bayesian priors for what's likely to be true, what's not likely to be true. And it's not just perfect reason, it's perfect rationality, right? Their prejudices go and tickle their preconceived notions, they'll think you're great. And if you say something that doesn't quite fit into what they're thinking about,
do you teach this when you're teaching classes and you're addressing potential future cosmologists and quantum mechanics? Would you say quantum mechanics? No, mechanics.
Yeah, there's no good word for a person who does quantum physics.
Yeah. Do you tell them about the potential pitfalls, maybe plant the seed in their head, hey, you can avoid this, you can still be competitive, but avoid all these traps that are essentially like these intellectual rabbit holes you can go down that are really not beneficial to anybody.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm formally teaching a class, I'm standing up there from the lecture hall. 98% just teaching material, straightforward. I try to dribble in little words of wisdom here and there, and especially if I think that there is a way that we always teach the subject that is wrong and wrong-headed, and we should be right and try to highlight the differences. But if I'm advising students, like my graduate, my undergraduate, then I lay on very hard my own perspective on how it is to be a scientist and what's the good way to do it, what's the bad way to do it, what are the pitfalls, and also just how to not make mistakes and trip up your own. That sort of thing.
Now, what is it about quantum mechanics that you think people don't understand?
Well, everyone agrees. Yeah, everyone agrees on what we don't understand. Okay. There's the thing that makes quantum mechanics, which is our single best theory of the universe. The thing that makes it difficult to understand is that it's the only theory you've ever invented where there's a difference between what the world is and what we see when we look at the world. In every other theory, if we look closely enough, we would see the world as it is. Quantum mechanics has this fundamental rule that says you can't see the world. If you have an electron or a particle, it can be spinning clockwise or counterclockwise. You think that's what can happen because every time you look at it, you say spinning clockwise or spinning counterclockwise. You get one answer or the other. But the rules of quantum mechanics say when you're not looking at it, it's in a superposition of both. And you can calculate the probability that you're going to get one answer or the other. And this drives people crazy because they think that what they see is what is real. Therefore, they have a very, very difficult time figuring out how to make a sense of quantum mechanics that explains.
Yeah, you just explained it. I'm circling around inside my brain. I'm looking for like a cubby to place this. Yeah. And like, well, where does this go? Right. What is superposition? What? Yeah. What's he saying? He's saying that it's in two different places at the same time, or that it's still and in motion at the same time?
Good. Right. So that's right. So exactly what you're doing right now. You're saying that there are things that it can be still in motion, this place, that place. And somehow it's in both at once or something. Yeah. Well, quantum mechanics says it's not an either. Like if you ask where's the position of the electron, there's no such thing as the position of the electron. If you look at the electron, you will see it in a position. But that is not the fundamental essence of the electron. There's something called the quantum state, or the wave function. There's a mathematical way that we have of representing the reality of it. But the answers it gives us to questions are just not, here it is, there, how fast it's moving, etc. That's not what calculator uses.
Does this, is this sort of, I mean, it's very bizarre, right? And it's very complex. And does this sort of lend itself to get hijacked by folks?
Oh, totally.
Which is why, like, what the bleep? Like, what the bleep do we know? That was when I first started really paying attention to this stuff. And then I was reading criticisms of what the bleep. And that's when I got an understanding, like, oh, okay, well, this is kind of horseshit. And this lady's kind of a channeler? Yeah. Like, what? And they're in a kind of a cult sort of a deal?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What? Like, when she was saying her name was Ramtha, I was like, that's her real name?
10,000-year-old warriors.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. How come they didn't put that in the movie? Like, there's a lady in the movie, if you see what, like, and so many people are like, oh my god, that changed my life. That movie changed my life. Because all of a sudden, they thought that, like, magic was real. And it is, kind of, right? I mean, sometimes it's not magic, but not magic. The world is not magic. But when you look at an atom and realize that most of it is space, like most of the things that we're looking at are mostly space, and that subatomic particles really do kind of blink in and out of existence, and you look at all the various quantum weirdness that is real and observable by people like you that actually study the stuff, it looks crazy.
Yeah, in fact, so I hate to be that guy, okay, but both the claim that atoms are mostly space and the claim that particles popping out of existence both entirely bullshit.
Oh, please, educate me. Tell me more. Why do people say that all the time then?
Because they're privileging what you see when you hear.
Privilege? White privilege? Or
exactly like that. You know, they have a view of what should be.
Okay.
And so if you have an electron in an atom,
right,
we have a mathematical way of describing it. And it's a cloud. It's not located anywhere. It's not empty space, and here's the electron, and most of the rest of it's empty. It's not like a little miniature version of the solar system, right? The solar system is mostly empty space in between. And if you draw a picture of the atom, or look at one of your high school science book, an atom looks just like the solar system, right? It really is the center of these things moving around. That's not what it is. It's a answer to the question, were I to look for the electron, where would I most likely see it? And so the leap that is very, very hard to make is what the electron truly is that cloud. It's not what you see. You never see the cloud when you look at it. You see the electron in position. But what it is that cloud. People just can't. So that's what they talk about particles popping in and out of existence.
Yeah.
What there is this wave function, this probability cloud that tells you how likely is it you'll see a particle. And if the answer is, well, it's very unlikely, it's a 0.001% chance if I look here again and over again, and when you do see it, you're tempted to say, aha, a particle has popped into existence. The reality is there was the cloud that was there all along, it was sitting there, it was not fluctuating, it was not changing, but it's not what you see. And everyone from Einstein on down has had a real tough time wrapping their head around.
Yeah, I still don't get it. So when people say that an atom is mostly empty space, it's not true. It's mostly the wave function. So there's this sort of very difficult to describe property to it.
Yeah,
And then we're trying. So are we looking at things like sort of in a very material sense, like this mug is ceramic, this table is wood, and we think about the composition of it, we cut into the ceramic, we know what it looks like. So we're trying to apply those principles to like maybe an atom.
Yeah, exactly. And they just don't apply because it's the other way around. Like we think that our world that we see every day is basically how things work, and we're going to sort of translate other extremes of existence into that language, whether it's far away or way back in time or very, very small or whatever. But there's no reason to think that our everyday life experience has equipped us with the vocabulary to talk about these things in any sensible way. And in fact, it has. So we have a very completely viable way of talking about the atom. We have very, very rigorous mathematical ways of describing what's happening. And then quantum mechanics says what you see when you look at the atom is different. And we just sit there and insist that what we see is the good way to talk about it, no matter how anti-quantum mechanical that really is.
That's got to be incredibly frustrating to you because I've heard like legitimate mainstream scientists on television talking about the atom and describing it that way.
Oh yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. Well, and this is to be super fair. People disagree. Okay, so I think that people disagree about what the fundamental nature of quantum mechanics is, and I have no problem with that. I mean, I have a point of view. I can think of many worlds' interpretation of quantum mechanics to explain that. I think it's perfectly sensible and coherent and fits together. But if you have another point of view on quantum mechanics that is also perfectly sensible and coherent and fits together, that's fine. If you disagree, you can ask about what experiments to do. The sad thing is that most physicists, especially ones that go on TV and talk about this stuff, just don't think about it that way. And therefore, they're sloppy when they talk about it. Therefore, people come away going, you get it. And it's very gettable. It's totally understandable. Again, we disagree about what the understanding will ultimately be. But physicists contribute just as much, not on purpose, but they open up the space for what the people to insert their woo in there because they're not doing a very good job of reality.
So it seems like it's something that's intensely complex that almost needs to be described with mathematics, which would require you to have a deep understanding of that mathematics to really completely grasp it. Is that a fair assessment?
Until my book comes out, yeah, that's what it is.
What is the book?
So the title of the book is Something Deeply Hidden. This is a phrase from Einstein, and the idea is that there is something real to get a handle on, it's different than what we see. And I don't think that we need the mathematical details to get it right. What we need is to have the willingness to let go of our intuition, to accept the idea that the way the world works at a fundamental level is very different than the typical ideas about space and time and stuff that we are.
Where were you when that movie was out? Were you a professor yet?
I think so. I lost a prospective girlfriend over that movie. Yeah. Like we met and we went on a date. She's like, "I got the best movie for you to see." I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna like it. She's like, well, you gotta be able to at least watch it. I watched it.
Did you try to explain to her? That's
a little bit, but there was not a close call. It was not like, oh, if I explain this, she'll get it.
Right.
Just important. Right?
I have a friend. It's a really sad sort of story. I have a friend who was really into The Secret, and she was actually a friend of a friend, more than a friend. And I ran into her at the Comedy Store. We were talking, and she was explaining to me how she has sort of used the power of The Secret to map out her life, and it was all going to take place. And I didn't see her again for like a year or so later, maybe more. And the next time I saw her, she was like, I don't understand. You know, I really thought this was going to work. And my life is still a mess. And my dad is a loser. And every guy I date is a piece of shit. It was just like this. Yeah. And she just couldn't get it right. And she was convinced that this law of attraction, which in my eyes is very similar in a lot of ways. Like the idea behind it is, look, you're taking a bunch of people that are extremely successful and you're asking them, how did you do it? They're like, well, I visualize it. Holy shit, that's got to be the answer. Right? No, that's one part of a giant thing that makes someone successful. Yeah, luck is an even bigger part. A lot going on there. Yeah, like, did you imagine that you were born with two legs? Because some people aren't, right? So when you deal with something like The Secret or something like, you know, the rabbit hole, you know, what the bleep, there's this desire that people have to find like some secret message. Like there's a magical quality to the world, and all you have to do is think about it and look about it in a certain way, and your life will take on this incredible quality. Right?
Yeah, and I think that and so my last book, The Big Picture, I actually devoted it, even though it's mostly about physics and philosophy and cosmology and biology. I devoted a little bit to the fundamental principles of reasoning, and especially Bayesian reasoning. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bayesian reasoning.
I have. What would you describe it?
Sure. I mean, it's basically the essence of it is the following idea. Someone tells you a good idea, or you come up with a good idea yourself. The usual thing that people will do is either say, that sounds right, it's true, or that sounds wrong, it's false. And what Bayesian reasoning says is, no, to every possibility, you say, okay, maybe it's false. I will assign a probability to it being true or false. Call that the prior probability. And then I will go collect data. I will say, well, what would the world be like if this were true? And I'll go look, right? Does this woman over here like me? Is she romantically attracted to me? Well, maybe that would affect what she says if I say hi to her, and therefore we do the experiment, right? This is everything that's going through your everyday life, being a professional scientist. So, look, fine, read The Secret, be told that there's this law of attraction, and if you understand how physics work, you know that it's nonsense, but if you were tempted to believe it, say to yourself, all right, let me test it, let me figure out whether it's true or false by saying, if it were true, the following things would happen, if it were false, the following things would happen. And that little, like, I think that everyone thinks they work that way, but almost no one really does.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So we have these preconceived notions. We really like to claim. Yeah, we really like to imagine that we're right about things. We hate to be wrong. And if you, once you're on a path, like I believe in this, it's super hard for people to shake that loose.
And people generally think that the probability something is true is either 0 or 100%. They don't like the idea that something is 70%. And therefore they sort of improve that or disprove that or whatever. It's just hard going through life thinking about probability distributions for every possible version of reality, but that is the best way to do it.
Probability distributions. Is that what you do when you walk down the street?
Oh yeah, totally. Long list of numbers in my head. I mean, the good news is there is a certain threshold, right? If something is 99% true or 99% with 99% likely to be true, get on with your life. Just accept that as true. Don't keep trying to come up with evidence for it against it unless it's forced itself on. Like when people say that the universe is not really expanding, like I feel like evidence, right? Like we've had evidence in the 1920s the universe is expanding.
Who says it's not?
Everyone who emails me, everything like this, I get emails and letters and made their own theories. The light just got tired coming from these other galaxies.
Got tired?
Like it's tired. There's literally something called the tired. Like yes, exactly. And I'm not, there's some version of the scientific method that says every idea should be treated seriously. Write down what the evidence against this is. But come on, I've done that. I know the universe is expanding. I'm not going to waste it. That's okay. That's why we can get through our everyday life perfectly well without being very good.
Yeah, you had many flat earthers email you?
I haven't had flat earthers email me. I did once tweet. I had one tweet mentioning the phrase flat earth, and I did get an invitation to on a podcast, a flat earth podcast.
They have a flat earth podcast?
I'm sure there's thousands, but yeah, they're out there.
Were they going to try to school you?
You know, it was to their credit, it was quite polite, and we know you don't believe this, but let's come on and have a conversation. We'll talk about the questioning things, getting at the truth, and
Not about getting an education in actual astronomy or astrophysics.
So that's the crucial thing that you notice whenever you talk to many physics and astronomy crackpots out there is that they're never asking questions. And they're always like, here, I will tell you the truth if you want to know it. They're never like, help me learn. Right? If people email me and say, help me learn, then I'm usually very happy. The first one.
Well, it's super easy to start questioning things, but it's very difficult to get a degree in astrophysics or to get a degree in astronomy. There's really great books about it. Like, I'm getting through Lawrence Krauss's last book, and there's chapters that I had to like go, okay, let's go through this one more time. Like when he came here, I had to ask him, like one of the first things we did, it was probably a mistake because it's so complex. I tried to get him to explain gauge symmetry.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was just like, he did it like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, okay. I'm not, there's certain parts about it that are really hard.
Yeah.
Whereas,
I mean, you can try that again if you want, but there are hard things.
Yeah.
Okay, you would be surprised if there weren't, right? Like,
Of course.
If you spend 500 years learning about the universe and everything makes perfect sense the first time.
No, yeah, it's super complex, and I guess that makes sense. It makes sense that it would be. Now, when someone boils it down to something that's really like, you know, what bleep do we know? How is that very frustrating to you? Like, what is that must make you communicating with people that have seen that and have these ideas that are false assumptions based on it? Sort of like I said to you that atoms are mostly hollow. What, is that frustrating? I mean, what is that like?
It's frustrating at different levels. You know, I think my first impulse is to be charmed and happy that people care. What people think.
That's very positive of you.
Yeah, like I first want to give people credit and see if there's something inside them that we can work with and try to work toward, right? But then, and I think most people maybe are like that. There's some hardcore people who made up their minds about crazy. I mean, you see where it would come from, right? Because quantum mechanics says what the world is different than what we see when we look at it. So it's a small leap from that direct statement to we bring the world into existence by looking at it, right? Then you're Deepak Chopra. Deepak, he's found me on Twitter, so whenever I tweet something about quantum mechanics, he retweets it with something, but it's all in your mind, it's all consciousness bringing the world into existence.
He loves word salad. Yeah, that guy is the biggest, like, dealer of the world's word salad.
Yeah,
the world has
and
ever
the genius
known.
is putting the word salad into a recipe that people think is nutritious for them, right? They really like to eat, even though there's no actual.
Well, you get a lot of that from like certain yoga classes. Like there's certain yoga classes that I go to where like the yoga teacher will start talking some woo shit and like you'll be in the middle of the pose like, what the fuck is this guy going on about, man?
I do it too. As long as the nose is helping me, I'm going to put up with that.
Yeah, I'll smile my way through it. You know,
I'm not going to debate that right in the middle.
but it's weird that stuff is all kind of, it's all sort of kind of in that sort of genre of people that are trying to improve their life or be spiritual or they love that Deepak Chopra shit. Like I had this conversation with a friend of mine who's like, he gave me a Deepak Chopra book and I started going through it and I was like, I go, you know this guy's crazy, right? Like, he probably wants to do well. He's probably not a terrible person. He probably wants to do well, but he's also ignoring the actual scientists that study all this stuff. And he's sort of pitching this thing that what it is like this Deepak Chopraism, this sort of like spiritual pseudo quasi spiritual view of the world that he's pitching to like these middle-aged housewives and they're like looking for some sort of meaning to life but they don't like going to church.
Yeah, Daniel Dennett, the philosopher, came up with a great word where he calls that deepening. When you string some words together in a way that sounds extremely profound, but you look closely at it, it doesn't actually mean anything at all.
You know, there's a website that'll do that for you.
Oh, the Deepak Chopra book,
Yes.
Yes, that's right. It's not that hard. I would like to laugh that there's another website that comes up with random physics paper titles. You can usually tell.
But the physics stuff is almost, I guess there's similar issues with the reason why Deeprock can do that is because most people don't understand what he's talking about. So people say a lot of stuff about things that people don't understand. Like there's been a bunch of videos that we played on this podcast about fake martial arts practitioners. There's a whole business in these people that have these fake martial arts techniques, and they use all these huge words that are very, very rare about the central nervous system and about the structure of the body, and they'll use all this stuff to try to get you to think like, oh well, this guy obviously has an enormous vocabulary and a deep understanding of anatomy. He must therefore be this chi master that he's pretending to be. It's kind of very similar. So I kind of recognize that pattern in the woo-woo people. Like, oh, I kind of see what you're doing. You're throwing a bunch of very complicated words that aren't in most people's vernacular, and you're saying them in a way that makes me feel like you have some sort of a connection to the chi, to the chakras, to the inner whatever that everybody's trying to reach to be happy.
Yeah, and another problem is just that whenever there is a field, whether it's physics or medicine or whatever, where we know something, but it's hard, complicated, counterintuitive, when we explain it, we translate, right? In physics, we have mathematical equations that are quite unambiguous as to what they say, but then we use words. We say, well, there's a cloud, there's a probability, etc. And every translation is inaccurate in some sense. So if you're basing your beliefs off of translation, then you can punch them a little bit more to get almost wherever you want to go.
I was good with the cloud up until now. Why is the cloud? Like, why when you're describing where the electron inhabits, why is it a cloud?
Well, if you're thinking about the electron, the wave function is sort of how we use it is you ask the question, if I were to look for the location of the electron,
Right.
there's a machine that tells me the answer, and there's a probability of seeing it here with a certain number, a probability of seeing it there, probability. And so at every point in space, there's a number, the probability you will see the electron, right? So if you visualize all those probabilities all at once, it looks like a cloud that's filling up all of space. And then the leap is to say, there's no such thing as where the electron is. There's only the cloud. It's not like the cloud is expressing your ignorance of where the electron really is. The cloud is what there really is. And I sound exactly like Deepak Chopra. There's no way.
No, you don't. Bohr versus electron cloud.
Oh yeah, here we go.
DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports, just dropped a brand new fantasy app, Pick 6. Pick 6 is the newest way for you to get in on the fantasy football action with DraftKings. Just pick between 2 and 6 NFL players and choose if they're going to have more or less of a stat. For example, will a player have more or less than 100 rushing yards, or will a player have more than one touchdown? Track your lineup and compete against others for a shot at huge cash prizes. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and sign up with promo code ROGAN. That's promo code ROGAN. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Valid only in states where DraftKings Pick 6 operates. Pick 6 not available in all states, including but not limited to Connecticut and New York. For up-to-date list of states, please visit dkng.go/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. One common misconception about any type of relationship is that it has to be easy to be right. The truth is the best relationships happen when both people put in the time, love, and commitment to make them right. That might look like scheduling regular calls to keep up with a long-distance friend, improving communication with a partner, adapting to a colleague's working style, or reconciling the difference in values with a parent. Therapy can be the place to work through the challenges that you face in all of your relationships, whether it's friends, work, your significant other, or anyone. Working on your relationship isn't easy, and sometimes needing support to navigate the most difficult and challenging parts, and that's where therapy can help. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime for no charge. There's so many different kinds of relationships in your life. Give them all some love. BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
It is. That's right. Yeah. So on the left, this is the picture we like to draw. And electrons orbiting around. This is the orbital. On the right is closer to reality, but you see, even there, they couldn't quite resist the temptation to make it pointless little dots. And it really should be some smooth distribution. This is the whole thing on the right, the wave function, or the quantum state of the electron. It is that cloud, and it answers the question: what's the likelihood that we see it in different places? The hard part to eventually get to is the cloud is what is real.
Is it almost like what we're looking at here with all these dots here? It says, Jane, go back to where it was at, where it says the probability and the density of electron, and you see all those dots. Is the issue like making a visual representation of it, almost like if I asked someone to draw a visual representation of a thought?
Yeah, it's something like that, exactly, because we're used to stuff, coffee cup, bottles of water, like they have locations in space, like the shape, the size,
But we
like
believe it's
that.
dots.
Yeah, exactly, but it's hard to draw them.
Right, where's that going? Where the hell's that? I mean, that's the most important thing that we've ever had when it comes to the creation of civilization, inventions, innovation, creativity. All those things are just thoughts. Try to draw a thought.
Right, but when
Can you show me a picture of a thought?
very
Yeah.
intuitive, where we get that.
Yeah,
what you mean,
right.
It's hard to draw a song, right? Okay, know what it
At
is.
least you get to draw the musical notes.
You can, but yeah, but right, yeah. And so, if you talk about an electron, that's supposed to be a thing.
Right.
It's supposed to be somewhere that I can find it, and someone comes along and says, no, the answer is totally different than that. And you will never in your life be able to see with perfectly clear eyeglasses what they really like.
What do you think about the very uber bizarre theory that the universe is incredibly fractal in the sense that what we're looking at when we're looking at the universe is essentially some sort of subatomic particles from a much larger atom, and then it goes bigger and bigger, and there's a human out there.
I don't think it's
Also a part of another galaxy that's also part of another universe. It's also part of another atom. It's also
I get it, but no. I think that the closest thing that's a little bit more reasonable to that. Well, let's go the other way around.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you why is it no?
Well, so let's go the other way around. Let's ask if maybe what we think of as atoms could be aligned with some structure we just don't know about. So if you're an honest, conscientious scientist, you always say we don't know for sure, right? But everything that we think we know about quantum mechanics says that things like electrons are completely featureless. And if you try to do the little wrinkles and make them different, like the Earth and Venus and Mars are very different. Every electron is exactly the same. And if you try to give it any distinguishing features, it would cost an enormous amount of energy that's just not there. So there's fundamental principles of physics that there are no people living on atoms. And so what we're like with our solar system, an atom in some sense, we're nothing like real atoms. We could not be packed together to make a solid object, a bigger world or anything like that. So our existence is sufficiently different from the subatomic realm that I see no way that we could be the same thing as the subatomic realm to some bigger realm. I do think we could be living in a simulation. We could be all living in a computer simulation. I don't think it's likely, but plausible.
It really shows that one day we most likely will have something, as long as technology continues to exponentially advance, we'll one day have something that's indiscernible from the reality. They'll be able to interface, more than likely. Yeah, be able to interface with your senses, with the way the mind perceives reality, and create something that passes that uncanny valley and literally feels like real life, like Matrix.
I think it might be very far, or it might be pretty close. I think it's hard to tell. We don't know right now. It's not like this is coming in the next 10 years. but it could be 1,000. But yeah, absolutely. And then it could, the thought experiment that helped people accept this is, a single neuron in your brain has something like 100 billion neurons. But every single one is not that complicated. Taking in some input, some output. It might be work to figure out exactly what it does, but it's not necessary, right? So you can imagine replacing one neuron in your brain with a solid state micro device that does exactly the same thing as that neuron. And you would be the same person, right? So, okay, so if you believe that, then do that with two neurons, then do it with 3 neurons, and you're gradually building up who you are, which is replacing your brain with something that's machine made. And if you believe that can happen, then no reason to think that machines can't make this.
Do you follow your Ray Kurzweil stuff?
A little bit. I don't think that he's an especially deep thinker.
How dare you? How dare you? He's right now pounding on his desk.
It could be.
This motherfucker. You don't think he's an especially deep thinker? He's a brilliant guy who invented a bunch of really fascinating things.
Yeah, he likes to extrapolate without limit.
Well, it must have irritated you for you to jump right out with, I don't think he's a particularly deep thinker.
No, but I do think he serves a role. I think, there are people who make us think more deeply, right? Like, I remember seeing a panel discussion with Murray Gell-Mann, who's a famous physicist, and Isaac Asimov, as well. And there was someone else who was on the panel, I forget it was, another physicist. And the amazing thing was, the science fiction author was by far the most conservative thinker up there in terms of what he thought would really be happening in 2,000 years, right? The physicist had this way out ideas, and Asimov's like, I don't think it's going to be all that differently, right? And it's just hard to predict the future accurately, and there's a role served both by trying to be as realistic as possible and careful and basic and saying what are the probabilities and so forth. There's another role served by just being the provocative, saying, well, maybe this crazy thing is going to happen. Maybe we'll cure death in the next 100 years and life will change for everybody. Right?
That seems fairly likely, right? You're going to figure out some way to reverse aging.
Yeah, it's plausible. There's no biological reason.
Kurzweil's got some weird motivations too. He literally wants to sort of rebuild his father.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wants to be able to piece together some sort of an artificial intelligence version of his father and go back and see him.
Yep.
That's deep.
That's the word for it.
Yeah. That's he thinks that there's going to come a time inside his lifetime, hopefully, that you'll be able to download consciousness. That consciousness is going to be something you'll transfer, sort of like code.
Yeah, I think that there's a difference between what is potentially possible given arbitrary amounts of time and resources, and what is realistic in the relatively near term. By the near term, we mean 50 or 100 years, right? And I think that people like Ray Kurzweil are far exaggerating what's going to be possible, because they underestimate how little we know about how the brain works, how important it is for the brain to be in our bodies, right? One of the breakthroughs in artificial intelligence in the last couple of decades is realize that if you try to build an artificially intelligent computer, it becomes much more realistic if you give it a body, if you give it a face that can interact with people. I mean, we underestimate the extent to which having a body is an important part of how we think and feel. And this is just like such baby steps in understanding this stuff. To imagine that in a matter of decades, we'll have it all figured out and have downloads of consciousness.
Do you think that we have to absolutely understand the exact way that the human brain works in order to replicate its possibilities?
No, I mean, I think that we probably won't. That probably won't be the way that we make artificial consciousness or artificial intelligence. Like, we won't just be reconstructing human beings. Like, when we made cars, we didn't reconstruct horses, right? We did it in a very, very different way. Cars are much better than horses in various ways. Not as good in other ways, like going up hills, but also in the early days of cars, one big complaint was But if I'm drunk and passed out, it won't take me home. I'll pass out.
Is that a complaint?
Yeah, that was a complaint.
That's hilarious because the horse will just take you home and knows how to get there.
Exactly.
Oh,
Finally, we'll get the artificial, and nobody gets mad. Self-driving cars.
If you're driving a horse drunk, no shit.
No, you're passed out. That's right.
Yeah, that'd be like a big adjustment for people.
Yeah, exactly.
Or driving drunk.
And so the idea that the way that we'll make artificial intelligence mimic a human being is just great. That's fine.
What do you think it's going to be like?
Well, I don't know. There are the problems that can be solved by things that we design, or just a different set of problems. The thing that evolution actually made us do, right? Like evolution built a very, very general purpose machine that is inefficient and irrational in all sorts of ways. Like anyone's pocket calculator in the 1970s could multiply numbers way better than your brain, right? Your brain has enormously more computational capacity than a pocket calculator. Why can't we multiply numbers? That ability was not important back when we evolved these things, right? So the set of things that is easy to design is just very, very different than what the brain does. So no, I suppose I actually think that the more important thing would be blurring the distinction between human beings and machines. You know, the crossovers. There's another one of Elon Musk's projects. It's called the neural link. The idea of, basically a neural link, something that is just interfacing with your brain very, very, very fast, so that you have access to the entire internet or whatever peripherals you want in real time. So like Wikipedia is part of your background. That system is board and walk around. You can multiply numbers.
That seems like very likely.
Yeah, that
Augmented reality. Yeah. And some sort of weird symbiotic connection to the net and to electronics, whether it's a wearable thing or maybe even an embedded thing.
Yeah, that's I think will be embedded.
So,
Yeah, it's more efficient.
we use you'd be one of the first adopters or wait a little while.
I'm never a first generation adopter even of iPhone, much less, things embedded in my body. But look, I just adopted two kids. Dang it, microchip.
Oh
You
yeah.
adopt a cat, there's a microchip inside you.
Yeah.
And so to think that we're very far away from doing that,
I was just looking at a laptop bag. It's a laptop bag that also is you have a passport bag, and a laptop bag, and then a carry-on, and then a check stove, for airplane luggage. And all of it is Bluetooth, and all of it is location coordinated with GPS, so that if somehow or another your bag gets lost, you literally can go on a computer and it'll show you where your bag is.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
yeah,
Like, when are we gonna do that with people?
and I feel, I'm a big believer in privacy rights and so forth.
Her dilemma, do I let my employer microchip me? What does that say again?
There's a company in Wisconsin that had microchip data on the first implanted microchips in people.
First of all, that dude with his ears and those fucking earplugs in the lower ear lobe thing, you ain't doing nothing, buddy. Sticking that in me. Look what you've done to your ears, fella. Wisconsin company becomes first U.S. employee. What?
And these are very simple, just location tracking things, right?
Why would you allow the company to do that? I wouldn't allow my company to tattoo me. Why would I allow my company to microchip?
For tracking, and you can also they can buy stuff in the cafeteria.
Yeah, and what else you can do? Use your wallet.
You say that, but do you turn off all cookies when you have your laptop on in your browser?
Yes, I do. No.
You don't. Yeah, these guys they can buy their snacks, their microchips, walk up to the machine and get a snack.
But here's where their separation every month. This laptop, I can go like that, and then I can walk out the door, and my laptop stays here. All the cookies and all my browser history stays here. It doesn't. It's not.
That's just what they want you to do.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about with quantum mechanics that came out of that movie, What the Bleep, that was very confusing to a lot of people, was the whole observer effect. Now that is something that I've tried to explain to people, that the issue is, please, if you could explain it. Like, this is, the thing is that people believe that in quantum physics, it's been proven that if you look at things, that you looking at things changes those things. But the way it's been described to me, it's like, no, it's actually because you are measuring those things, and that changes it. The act of measuring it. Yeah. And there's some sort of a physical interaction when you're measuring something. That's what's changing it.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's right. This is a legacy of the bad old days of quantum mechanics when people were a little bit fuzzy about these things.
Those battle days?
Better at it. The bad old days.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said like battle rap.
Well, battle days.
Maybe.
Like the Einstein and Bohr going at it.
The bad old days. So when people had a more limited understanding of what quantum mechanics really is,
And spoke about it in like the sloppy way. So there is the truth that if you want to describe what you see when you look at an electron, what you see is different than what it is. Like you do change it by looking at it. And therefore, back in the bad old days, a lot of people wondered whether there was something special about consciousness or human perception or something that was helping us explain the laws of quantum mechanics. So as you are pointing toward, no, the answer is no. There's nothing special about quantum mechanics and consciousness in any way. A rock could do the same thing, or a video camera, or a speck of dust. The quantum mechanics rules and says that things change when systems interact with each other. The way that you describe a system is different when it's all by itself than when it interacts in some interesting way with some other system. That system could be in person, but it could be anything else.
so in that famous experiment that's in that cartoon that gets passed around by people every 2 or 3 years, when they're like, wow, the world's made of magic, and they pass this around, it's usually a young teacher. They that shows that there's the particles and the waves. Do you remember the see if you can find it? Yeah. See the kind of it's Dr. Quantum. Will we get in trouble playing that? Maybe we're shitting on it. They get mad at us. Might get pulled. They get pulled from the edge. Well, people, they own these videos. So it's a real issue is wildlife videos. Those suckers, they're so quick to pull the trigger, and they have a claim with their videos. So if you use it, so if you use it and mock whatever is happening, or if you tell them, hey, go watch this video, it's on YouTube. Here's the name of it. Right? You would think that'd be like good advertising. Okay, so give me some volume so I can hear what
I see this is from what the weight is.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The double slit experiment. Right. See?
Clearly demonstrates if you drop those two numbers,
The top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave.
so we have a
They
way of
cancel
doing
each
that
other
with
out.
this technology. It
So
will do
now
that.
there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two top feet are the highest intensity, the bright lines. Where they cancel, there is nothing. So when we know things that is matter, two slits create this. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many things.
Different ways. It would be instantaneous. If you went to the speed of light without this wave technology.
Okay, now you're gonna freak out.
First of all,
This is where you start getting mad. Oh, quantum.
Maybe quantum, I know.
You have to change the rules of space. The spatial bias drive does
Like
exactly
a
that.
tiny marble. Let's fire a screen.
He's already shaking his head, folks.
Not a tiny
Space apart. Permittivity and permeability.
Right. Okay, I can do the. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, great.
Density
So,
of space.
Yeah, so you have two slits that you let marbles go through. You get two slits in the receiving screen on the other side.
Right.
Whereas if you let a wave go through two slits, you get this interference pattern.
Right.
And so what happens when you let an electron go through? The answer is you get an interference pattern. It's more like a wave than a particle. But the real weird thing that they're going to get to eventually is if you let an electron go through two slits, but you put little detectors on the slit. Do you say which slit did the electron go through? Then it always says it goes through one or the other. It never goes through both. And the interference pattern on the other side disappears. You only see the two lines that you would have needed to marble. So the point is when you're not looking, the electron is acting like a wave. And when you look at it, the electron acts like a particle.
Right.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website, but they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square Reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you were to find this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has US-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. Right. Why?
Why? Because when you put that detector on the slit, you interacted with the electron and you localized it, right? There was no such thing as the position of the electron. There's no such thing as the answer to the question to go from one slit or the other. There was only a cloud. There was only a wave going through. But you affected it, or whatever the detector was, affected it when it looked through the slit to see did it go through this one or this one. And that effect changed it from being going through both sides to being only going through one.
And how does it affect you?
Well, there's what's called quantum entanglement. The detector becomes entangled with the electron. And this is where you get into my favorite version of quantum mechanics, which is the many world interpretation. The right way to think about the electron is that cloud, that wave going through. That's the natural. The weird thing is that when you look at the different slits, you go so how do you explain that? So in other words, our natural intuitive way to think about electrons is as particles, little marbles. Quantum mechanics says no. It's naturally a wave. The weird thing is when it acts like a particle. And if you're many world what the answer you give is the following. You look to see the electron go from one slit or the other. You or whatever the case becomes entangled with the electron. And what that means is that the wave function of the whole universe, the wave function of both the electron but also your camera and you and the stars and galaxies split in two. And there's now one branch of the wave function which acts like its own separate world, which says the electron went through the left slit, your camera saw it go through the left slit, and made a little line on the other side. And there's another branch which says the electron went through the right slit, and your camera saw it go through the right slit, and made a line. So they're both still there, but the world split in two, and now you're only in one of them. You don't see the whole thing.
You managed to make it more confusing. Congratulations. You screwed my head up even more. I understand it less now. It's even more baffling.
But the thing you understand is actually true. That's
Well, it's a little
intuitive understanding doesn't count.
Oh, okay. So by not understanding, I understand more.
There you go.
You have a weird job. So very very, very weird job. Well, I get it now though, in talking to you, why you have the Deepak Chopras of the world, and why you have like the what the beliefs, because it's so intensely confusing. Yeah. And especially with the limitations of language, just counterintuitive against every little bit of our everyday experience. It's a set of concepts that we're not equipped with, that we're not born with, that we have to struggle to get into our head for many, many years. So you, as an educator, when you're talking to people about this, obviously you've probably done this thousands of times, right? Tried to have these kind of weird conversations with people like myself that sort of lack the tools to really truly understand what you're saying. What is that like? It's got to be frustrating in a sense, or no?
I love it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's great. Because
a great attitude.
I was there. That used to be me. Like, it's not like my brain was born ready to understand quantum mechanics. I worked at it, struggled with it, got it wrong. Who knows? Maybe 10 years from now, I'll think, oh, I was so stupid 10 years, right? But I think that it can be understood. I think that people who want to try to understand it, number one, are already 90% of the way to being awesome. Number two, the remaining 10% is very, very achievable. It is understandable.
Wasn't it Feynman that said if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics?
He said something like that. He said, it's safe to say that nobody understands quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Which is fine, except that you should therefore be outraged. You should not be proud of it.
Like Daniel Bonner, he was kind of a funny guy.
Oh yeah, he's funny. And I think that it's certainly true that we don't understand quantum mechanics if by understand you mean both understand and everyone else agrees that you understand.
Right.
Maybe someone understands it, but certainly there's no consensus on the right way.
in different directions to get from
Consensus on the right way to understand it. It's a very disturbing concept to people like me. We want you to say, well, water is wet and oxygen is this, and that's, this is what wood is.
I think 1,000 years from now, historians of science will look back in the 20th century and shake their heads in despair. They'll say, look, quantum mechanics fell into your lap. You didn't spend any time thinking. You didn't try very hard to understand.
and then maybe someone
Really? Like the general public or scientists?
No, professional
and then
scientists.
you got
Wow. So
so forth for that.
when it comes to the people that you were talking about, like scientists who sort of dismiss quantum mechanics, what are they dismissing? How are they doing it?
Well, to be very, very clear, they're not dismissing quantum mechanics. They use quantum mechanics every day. They love quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is a recipe for calculating what's going to happen in your experiment that is of unprecedented precision. It's really the best way we have of knowing what's going to happen in the lab. It was never invented, and there's no reason to think that it's wrong. But then when you press them on, okay, what was really happening? What is the description of reality that corresponds to the calculation you just did? They get annoyed and frustrated rather than give you an answer.
How so? Like, they get annoyed and frustrated with you. Like when you have these conversations with these people.
Yeah, with anyone, yeah, they will. You will
Because
hear
they don't understand.
physicists. Well, they don't understand, which is fine, but they act as if not understanding it is okay. To me, that is not fine. People say, my job is not to understand the world, it's just to make predictions. It's not really the job of science. That's all.
Your job is not to understand, it's to make predictions. Well, how can you make predictions if you don't understand what you make
Well,
predictions?
that is exactly the situation with quantum mechanics right now. Like, we have a recipe, we have an algorithm, a set of rules, do this, do this, get an answer.
Right.
And the answer is right. The answer is verified in experiments over and over again. You say, well, okay, why is it right? What is happening? What is the thing that is moving around? And they go, I don't know. Don't ask me about that.
That's hilarious. Now, what do you do most of the time when you're not teaching? Right. So, like, if you're working on this stuff, like, I would imagine there's not someone telling you what to do, right? So, when you're working on this kind of stuff, like, how do you structure it?
Yeah, it's up to you. You know, there's a sort of a selection effect that the ability to structure it on your own is necessary to get to a certain stage in your career. But, yeah, I have students, graduate students who I work with, as well as other colleagues I collaborate with. But roughly speaking, going into the office or going to a cafe, sitting down with a piece of paper, that's life.
When you're inside of the book wave,
You go to an office or a cafe, and you sit down with like one of these yellow legal pads, and you write all that chicken scratch that nobody understands but you guys.
Yep. I've recently changed. Now I have an iPad Pro with an Apple Pencil, and I do all
Oh,
that.
you do all that.
Only very, very recently. upgrade.
But maybe you get yourself one of them Samsung Note 8s that has the pen on it. Have you seen that?
Oh, I don't even
It's pretty badass. You can, while the screen is dark like this, you don't have to turn the screen on, you pull out the stylus, and you can draw notes on screen.
Okay.
Up to like 180 pages of notes.
Yeah.
Like on the actual screen itself. You don't even have to open it up.
All right, that's pretty cool. But now I'm invested. Now I got the so.
I know, that's how it works, right? But the difference is you can carry that around in your pocket. Yeah. So when,
But the idea is that there's a set of questions in our brain. As professional physicists, there's an infinite number of questions, but at any one time you're focusing on a couple, and you have a couple of ideas. So you say to yourself, well, maybe if things are like this, then this would follow. And let's try to calculate what that would lead to. And does that lead us someplace good, or is that just crash and burn? That's what you do over and over again until you get a paper.
And where do you start from? Like, what is let's say you get to the cafe. Like, what's your starting point?
Well, so for example, let's get quantum mechanics. Right? So we want to understand the many worlds interpretation of quantum.
Okay.
So say that the world really is some quantum wave function, but you and I observe things like space and tables and stuff like that, right? So what does that mean? What does it mean to say that there's a table working in the wave function of the universe, or there's stars and galaxies? So that means that there's some way of writing the wave function of the universe that is sort of, here's a table, here's the rest of the universe. So I might write down on a piece of paper, well, here is a toy model, like a simple representation of the wave function of the universe that one piece and another piece interacting with each other. How would I know that that was table-like? Or how would I know that tables not really what we care about, but why is space three-dimensional, right? This is the kind of question we would worry about. So what would a wave function look like that represented three-dimensional space? Is that natural? Can I poke at it and make a prediction for what the early universe was like on the basis of that?
So now, like, when you do calculations, like, say if you were doing a calculation, do you study black holes at all?
A little bit, yeah. Writing paper right now.
Are you? Yeah. And what are you writing about? Like, what specifically?
Well, there's this famous problem with black holes that they evaporate. Right? They give off radiation. Stephen Hawking back in the 1970s said that black holes weren't completely black. Right? There's quantum mechanics that they will gradually evaporate away. So that's fine. I think we understand that. What does that mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, I mean, they're not completely like what it is. What a black hole is essentially like the event horizon is this tiny, infinitely dense area, and it's sucking in the galaxy around it. And like supermassive black holes, is it still believed that they're in the center of every galaxy? They represent 1/2 of 1% of the mass of the galaxy itself. So the larger the galaxy, the larger the supermassive black hole.
Basically, yeah, that's right. So what is it? So what is the black hole?
What is it?
Yeah. A black hole is a region of space. It's a region of space where the gravitational field is so strong that you can never leave that region of space to go to the galaxy. But so Stephen Hawking, so that there's different sort of levels of sophistication thinking about what black holes are. So one level is to forget about quantum mechanics entirely. Use general relativity from Einstein's theory of gravity invented in the 1960s. And he says, what is gravity? It's space-time curving on gravity. That's what gravity is. He has equations that tell you how much space-time curves. So we can describe black holes in those terms. And one of the things you find is that black holes only ever increase in size. Right? They can suck things in, but they never shrink. They just suck things in. Right? But then in the 1970s, Stephen Hawking says, well, what if we take into account quantum mechanics? There are, there's these clouds of probability around the black hole. He says, if I look at a black hole, does it look completely black? And the answer is, to his great surprise, and still to ours, no, it doesn't look completely black. Even black holes, when you look at them, they really seem to gradually emit photons, emit radiation very, very slowly.
How are you doing that?
This is a thought experiment. We've never seen this in the real world. The actual black holes we know about emit radiation so slowly that there's no practical way. It's entirely theoretical.
So, but if it is entirely theoretical, how do you measure that they're not entirely black?
We haven't been able to do that. We predict that they're not entirely black. We don't verify that prediction. Well, there's a lot of physics making predictions that we can't get past. So someday we're hoping.
But why even assume that? I mean, I don't understand what the motivation for assuming that they're not entirely black is.
It's not an assumption. It is if you believe what we think is already true about general relativity, curvature of space, and quantum mechanics. Then Hawking says it follows from those assumptions black holes are not individual. They are.
Okay. Now, what about the theory, and I've heard this fairly recently, that there is potentially another universe inside of a black hole? As you go into a black hole, you may in fact be going into another universe that's filled with hundreds of millions of galaxies that have hundreds of millions of black holes in the center, and perhaps hundreds of millions of universes inside of that.
Right. It's possible, which again, I said earlier, is what you should always say in these circumstances.
Right.
There's no reason to think it's likely, but it's certainly conceivable that that happened. By the way, the journey would not be pain-free when you're inside the black hole. You would die, okay? You'd be very, very, the technical term is spaghettified. Right. Because the gravitational pull is much stronger in your head than in your feet because you're diving head first. You pull very big.
With cannonballs.
Doesn't help.
Did you go crazy when you saw that movie Interstellar?
I didn't go crazy. It was a weird thing. I actually know a lot about the back because Kim Moore invented the idea was in college. So, if you know, remember the movie or the book Contact? Carl Sagan. Sure. Yeah, love them. So Carl Sagan was a brilliant guy, but he was not a physicist. He was a planetary scientist. So in his novel, he had this idea. He wanted his heroine, Ellie, to get across the galaxy very, very quickly, faster than the speed of light. And so in the first draft, he said she falls into a black hole and she gets spit out somewhere else. And he knew that's not exactly right. It didn't sound right. So he called up his friend, Kip Moore, who's a very famous physicist at Caltech. By the way, will be winning the Nobel Prize in a couple of October. Is it rigged? No, it was just such an obvious choice. He also helped invent LIGO. LIGO, yes.
What's that?
Do you remember hearing that the gravitational waves were detected Yes. The LIGO is the observatory that did that.
Oh, okay. So that's the observatory. So he was one of the moving pieces.
Oh, forces behind that.
So gravitational waves were some theoretical thing that's now been proven to be real.
That's right.
Big announcement about the new gravitational waves from LIGO might be coming. Yeah, that's August 24th. Like an hour ago. Oh, yeah. So there's another announcement. What is it? Can you tell us?
I can't tell you because it's on the internet. You can't see it. I don't want to tell you because I should let LIGO tell you, but this is a rumor. But I would just say stay tuned. What we saw last year, the announcement was black holes were spiraling into each other, giving off gravitational waves. And that's what we saw. That was the source of the gravitational waves. This new story is about neutron stars spiraling into something I don't know details of the rumor, but it's a different source for the gravitational wave.
Here it is. Beyond black holes, could LIGO have detected merging neutron stars for the first time? Now, merging meaning at like this infinitely slow pace that you're sort of measuring.
No, but it's very fast.
Very fast.
Yeah. Take seconds.
Once they're together.
Yeah, once they're very, very close and emitting gravitational waves.
Wow.
And the exciting thing is, okay, once black holes converge, neutron stars, the difference is the black holes, despite everything I just said about them not being completely black, are pretty darn black. So you see gravitational waves, but you don't see them in your regular telescope. With neutron stars, there's a chance you're just seeing them as well.
Now, neutron stars, when they're doing this, we're talking about like how far away are we observing this?
Oh, I don't know. Usually millions of light years.
So anything you're observing happened millions of years ago.
Yeah.
That's one of the bigger mind fucks. It's hard to get your head around. When you're looking up in the sky, you're seeing something that's a million light years away. Yeah, you're looking through a telescope, you're seeing something that might not even be there anymore.
Oh yeah, well in this case we know it's not because it was one of the biggest explosions in the universe. That's what you're seeing aftermath of. So those neutron stars are no longer around. They might have made a black hole. There might be some black hole.
Wow. Have we observed the birth of a black hole before?
I don't think we observed the birth. We observed one big black hole being made out of two smaller ones. That's what LIGO saw.
They actually observed it taking place.
Depends on the definition of observe. We know that it happened. Yeah.
Oh,
The gravitational wave.
okay. So you have a signature that is undeniably the evidence of this.
Now this one, I don't know the details here with the neutron stars, but there they might be able to say there's now a black hole that we I'd be surprised. That's not very precise. Yeah, very unrealistic. But that's the kind of thing we hope to be able to say.
I've seen that on drugs. This thing
Yeah,
you're showing. Take DMT, you can see that.
Uh-huh.
So what is this? This is the animated depiction of these two black holes spiraling into each other.
Yes, Rana is another one of my Caltech colleagues.
That dude needs to get outside. Looks like he's just been buried in books.
Then we wouldn't get good physics.
I know.
Going outside. Don't let him outside. Stay inside.
Out a little bit, buddy. Get outside.
These pictures don't make themselves.
I'm sure. No, I'm sure they don't. Look, he's got this fish on the wall. He's losing his mind. He's drawing fish. When you try to make these visual representations of something that is like essentially you're only interpreting, you're getting the gravitational wave, you're getting the information, the data, and then you try to make a visual representation of this thing. That's for the general public, right? Not basically, not really for you. That's it.
So if you could also though see the event happening using visible light, using the regular telescope, that would be enormously more.
So as they do like this array that they're putting together in Chile and all these different more advanced super telescope arrays, they're trying to get more and more actual visual information so that people can see this stuff or something.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot. It's much easier to detect light than it is to detect gravitational wave.
This is the sound.
This is an actual gravitational wave from the early detectors, the first ones to be done.
So this is LIGO Hanford on top and LIGO Livingston. Is this the actual sound?
There is no actual sound. They translate it into sound. This is a gravitational wave that they that one of the first sound waves is a gravitational wave.
I was watching a documentary and they were talking about hypernovas. And they were talking about the initial discovery of hypernovas, that they detected this gamma radiation, these bursts in the sky, and they originally had one working theory that there was some sort of an alien war going on.
Yes, right. Oh yeah, they always do that. Like astronomers, bless their hearts, they are happy to at least contemplate some more way out speculations, like when pulsars, which are just spinning neutrons. When they were first detected, they were called LGM, or little green men. These very, very regular pulses. So what could it be?
Right, it was not. Like one of those planets that we've observed recently had something that was orbiting it, and they were trying to figure out if it was some enormous space station that was causing this.
Well, there's something that got labeled alien megastructure.
Yes, that's it.
Which is basically like something that's bigger and colder than you would expect, but maybe it were some structure surrounding the star. That's what it would look like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet on that. I don't think that's
Well, whenever I read something like that, I'm like, oh, they just want funding. They just want to get people excited. No? For really? For an alien megastar?
Yeah, because people give you funding or your fellow scientists. Cheap thrills.
Right. So what you do is you get hits for your website. And you might not necessarily, like when you're going to some of these websites, that science websites, for the most part, have really straightforward sort of titles to their articles, but occasionally you get a little clickbaity.
Oh yeah,
Some stuff. It's good women.
Yeah, they're like a little more, a little light from there.
Just juice it up a little bit, get people excited. Yeah. So when they first initially discovered these gamma ray bursts, and they thought that there was some sort of an alien war going on in space, I mean, so far, nothing, right? So far, there's no detectable evidence whatsoever of anything out there other than us. That's right. But when the thing, if there is, when and if, right? If the thing comes one day, we get some sort of undeniable signal, whatever it is, or we see something. How does that get processed? Like, do you have to go like straight to President Trump? Who is like, say if it was one of your colleagues?
Yeah, so there is a procedure. It's not even very well publicized as far as I don't know.
Is it a legal procedure? Is
There
there
are
like a
I think it's more self-appointed. I think it's like,
wow.
people have said, all right, we are the alien detection network.
So you might be able to keep your mouth shut if you like.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think that we're not very realistic about it. I think that it could happen. But we're just like with quantum mechanics or artificial intelligence or whatever, we tend to put everything in the frame of what we're immediately used to.
Right.
So we can beam out radio signals into space. We're really good at it, right? So we tend to think that aliens will either be discovered or actually contact us by beaming radio signals.
Right.
But that's a horrendously wasteful way to interstellar communication, right? For one thing, radio waves move at the speed of light. So imagine you're 1,000 light years away. You have no idea what's going on Earth. But you say, well, there's a promising location for life to arrive. I know what I'll do. I'll beam a signal at them. Well, how long are you going to beam it? You're going to turn the telescope on for a month? And in the whole history of humankind, they better be listening at the exact right month, otherwise they're not going to hear. It's actually way more efficient to send a spacecraft, even though it's much slower. That's plenty of time. Send a spacecraft and park it in the system that you want to know about, and then wait for life to arrive. So honestly, if we're going to detect evidence for aliens, it's much more likely we're going to find a monolith or something like that, and then we're going to hear it from
Wasn't that something
2001?
Right. But wasn't that something that one of the astronauts said they saw something up there? Some of those astronauts lost their mind as they got older. And I've always wondered, like Edgar Mitchell was the big one. He's the one who says he's seen some things and says that aliens are real. And I always wonder, are those guys getting crazy as they get older, or they're going, look, I gotta get some money. I need some attention. What's the best way to do it? Tap into that alien market. That alien market's a big market.
They could be perfectly sincere, but look, you want to pick who's going to be an astronaut is someone who can fly the spacecraft, right?
Right.
They don't need to have good judgment about whether or not they're aliens.
Right.
Not good for them.
Right. They just need to have an understanding of what the task is and how they're going to perform it. Yeah, Edgar Mitchell was, I think he might have passed away recently. Did he pass away? But he's one of those guys that people always bring up. I'm not a believer necessarily in, not that I'm not a believer in alien life, but I'm not a believer in any of the people that say they've seen aliens or, I did a show for Sci-Fi, and one of the episodes we did, we spent weeks talking to people that are UFO researchers and studying the air quote evidence, and there's nothing there.
Yeah, like, look, be a good daisy. Someone sees some flashing lights in the sky, what is more like alien civilizations, or they're not really reporting what they saw. Like, eyewitness testimony is terrible. So, especially in these weird cases, this is very, very distant.
Right, and you want to keep an open mind, because if there was a unique event where an alien spacecraft did enter our atmosphere and observe us and then take off, it would be quite fascinating if you could actually get a good read on someone.
I think it'd be hugely important to the history of life on Earth, right? Like human history. If and when we finally discover intelligent life out there somewhere else, that'll be one of the most important events. The idea that it's a 20-foot long flying saucer that comes and visits you in Wyoming.
Well, also the idea of physical beings on board this thing seems counterintuitive. Like, why would they do that? Yeah, like we don't have to do that anymore. Like we send the Mars rover up there, we get amazing footage. It stays up there forever. It doesn't need food.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
So
not
that's what
dying.
they'll send the rover.
Yeah.
Not either a person or
That's what I would imagine. I would imagine it would be, obviously, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking, so getting mad right now. I get mad at voice of the alien. That's okay. I would just assume it would be some super complicated drone.
Yeah.
And that, they would try to just take data, observe, maybe get some sort of a visual understanding. And obviously, with the kind of telescopes that we have, like the Himawari 8, 20,000 miles out, take these incredible high resolution, detailed video photographs of the Earth itself. What kind of shit do the aliens have? They probably don't need to get anywhere near us, right?
Yeah, imagine the weird thing is, the Fermi paradox. They should be here already, right? Like the solar system should be buzzing with this drone, and either, almost certainly it's not, because it's unclear why they would try to hide it. And if they don't try to hide it, so there's something we don't understand about life. If there is much more rare than we might guess, or for some reason it's not very scary, it doesn't go and visit the rest of the stars.
My thought was, and this is obviously a very controversial thought, but no one wants to think that we're the first, right? That's like, well, if there's us, then there's probably more. Maybe, right? But maybe it has to happen once somewhere. It has to happen for the first time somewhere. Yeah, right? Like a single-celled organism had to become a multi-celled organism. It had to take place through mutation, and it had to take place at one point in time. Well, that time on this planet, at least, it was the first time. One point billions of years, right? Why do we? This is all. We know that we are the only thing that's ever done that, as far as we know here. So why would we assume that anything else? We might be the tip of the spear.
It's completely possible, and it's also possible that life happens all the time. It never becomes multicellular or intelligent, but never built. There's many ways it could happen, but yes, we could be in the entire observable universe built space buildings.
Well, we also have this weird way of defining intelligence by the ability to change your atmosphere, your environment, right? To build things. Like that's what we think of as intelligent. Whereas dolphins are obviously extremely intelligent, but they don't really impact their environment much at all, other than biological life, like eating. Yes. Waste of things on the planet. They don't build structures. They don't keep records.
We live on a weird planet that is roughly, comparable proportion of land to ocean, right? It'd be very easy to imagine planets that were all ocean, that the dolphins were the apex predators. Right? So
These guys are really smart. Really good at eating fish.
Yeah. They play games with the long. It's great.
Yeah, well, also the idea that life only has to exist in this Goldilocks zone has always been weird to me.
Oh yeah, I don't even know that we're already finding exceptions to that, right? Like even here in the solar system, wouldn't necessarily look to Earth first. The moons of Jupiter and Saturn are very vulnerable places to look for any life. They're outside the Goldilocks zone. It's just different conditions. I think we should be very, very open-minded about the conditions around other stars where life.
Yeah, I mean, we find weird life at the bottom of oceans, volcanic vents, insanely hot. And we find these life forms that are able to thrive in those conditions that would kill almost everything else.
Yeah, and part of that is, I think that the response to that would be, well, life started in fairly benign conditions that evolved to survive in these harsher conditions. But I just think that our ability to understand chemistry and biology is not that good, especially hypothetical speculative chemistry and biology. We're very humble about saying how life came to be on.
Right, we always assume that it has to have water, it has to be carbon-based.
And maybe that's right, but we can't do it.
Right. Did you ever go through a period in your life where you were obsessed or fascinated by aliens?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I certainly, not only aliens, but psychic powers and all this stuff. I was very, interested in all the cool stuff. And I became more and more scientific as I aged.
Right. Yeah, those are weird things that are somehow or another linked together because I don't want to be mean saying this, but they're bullshit. You know, like or psychic powers or aliens. And when you bring up the fact that it's very likely these things are bullshit, people get very upset. Like you're taking away their Santa Claus.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a video I saw literally this morning on the web of these people stood outside a little mart on the corner of the street in New York where people were buying Powerball tickets. Okay. So you'll buy Powerball tickets, it's like $10 and they come out, and they were offered, can I buy your Powerball ticket from you for $20 or twice what you paid? And 11 out of the 14 people asked it, no, I'm not going to. Right? Because they thought that this ticket was the winner. Right. And they're like, this is $700 million that I'd be giving you for $20, right? With no rational justification. But they, you know, in some sense innocent, if you just, okay, you're wishful thinking about your own little ticket, that's fine. But it leads us to be not completely rational. But
I'm with the people that won't take the 20. Roll it. Come on.
you can go in and buy 2 more tickets.
Yeah, but the 20 would just be 20. It would just be $20. You can't, right, but you might have in your possession a ticket.
Or it might be the next one.
But what if you give it to them, give them the ticket, you get the 20, you go buy some useless tickets, it turns out the ticket you gave them was $700 million. You're gonna jump off the roof.
What if the one you buy?
You're a glass half full kind of guy, aren't you?
The probabilities work out, you know, it just doesn't happen.
Right, but that the randomness of it all is what gets people like panicky, right? Like, what if?
It does, yeah.
It could be.
I mean, the best way to calibrate your odds with your Powerball is saying, just play the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're like, well, that's never going to come up, right? You're like, actually, the probability of that coming is the same as any other one that you're going to pick. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just random. Now, have you ever read anything compelling at all that leads you to think that maybe somebody might have observed something that could potentially have been something from another planet or some sort of
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that astronomers do have a set of things that they don't understand very well. The most recent example of these things called fast radio bursts, which are a little bit different than gamma ray bursts. But you know, as always, when we think about it, we'll say, oh, actually, I can come up with a perfectly plausible explanation for that. There's nothing to do with it. Going back to this sort of uploading consciousness thing, there's a very real possibility that once civilizations or intelligent species become sufficiently advanced, they upload themselves, they realize there's not really any motivation to go exploring the universe and maybe die.
Yeah, that's what my thought would be, that once civilizations get sufficiently advanced, they would go for virtual.
Yeah,
Figure out some way to create these artificial universes to travel into that are probably just as complex, if not more.
I think we have every right to imagine that. If we know so little about what it would be about.
Well, if we can create artificial intelligence too, that's what's very bizarre. It's like if we can create artificial intelligence and somehow or another corral it into existing only in this virtual world that we've created, and then inside this virtual world, you're interacting with these artificially intelligent creatures that are disembodied, right? In this world, you would give them some sort of body, and you would interact with them.
I think that, again, the thing that we underappreciate about that is what is the motivation that these artificially intelligent entities would have. Like, we human beings, like it or not, we get hungry. We want to have sex. We want to have power or whatever.
Right.
But, like, if you're just a virtual being in an environment without these energetic constraints, need to eat and sleep and so forth, why do you do anything at all? I don't know. I have no idea what the psychology is.
Did you see Ex Machina?
Did not.
How dare you? It's an amazing movie. I saw it twice. I think I saw it. It's really good. I mean, it is a very balanced take on potential artificial intelligence. It's a really well made movie. But you see the sort of, I don't want to give away too much of it, but you see the struggle in these things as this guy is interacting with these things. And you see the struggle as they're trying to interpret what they are versus what he is.
But they are embodied, right? They're like,
Yes. You gotta wonder, like, what, I mean, Elon Musk is terrified of this shit, right? I mean, he said that we might be summoning the demon. That's his exact quote.
Yeah, and I get a couple. I I do agree with you. We gotta get him on Twitter for saying that I agree with you, but because people who are actually doing artificial intelligence have this very real appreciation for how far away we are from something that you would classify as intelligent in the real sense. So therefore, from their day-to-day perspective, the worry about super intelligent AIs taking over the world is laughable. But my argument, I think, Elon's, is that yeah, but what does the percentage chance have to be that this is going to happen before you start worrying about it? If the consequence is really the ruination of the world, right? Right. There are only so many things that we do for which the worst case scenario is quite that bad. That's what makes it a special circumstance. And it might be very, very unlikely. But are you willing to say, like, okay, 1% chance that all human beings get destroyed? I don't think that's actually the worry, but we should just do our due diligence, right? We should think about what the possibilities are. We should plan for them. Probably no big deal. When I said this on Twitter, people, knowing that I was a physicist, were like, well, what did you think about people who were worried that the Large Hadron Collider was going to destroy the world? Where I said, well, what do you mean? Physicists did many, many studies checking to see whether or not it would destroy the world. We don't want to be destroyed any more than anybody else. So I think that's a very sensible thing to do for artificial intelligence also.
Yeah, I agree. But just when you see articles like, did you see the recent article with Google AI that they had to shut down? They said they were starting to communicate with each other in some sort of a language they invented.
Language is not very good.
That's, I'm sure, but to me, that's like the scene in a horror movie, right? Where like, and then you go to 10 blank screen 10 years later, we're all dressed up like Mad Max, with fucking bandanas over our face, and we're running Terminator bots.
Well, I think that's the thing. Again and again, we're coming to this theme that our imagination is not quite up to the task. Because our imagination is about super intelligent AI or something like that. Frankenstein has just in robots or something like that. But I think a much more realistic worry are things like currently existing neural networks and deep learning algorithms. So basically, there's all sorts of problems like pattern recognition, facial recognition. We are very, very bad at sitting down and writing a program that recognizes things. Human beings are not very good at that. But we have ways of building programs that can teach themselves to recognize things. And they're amazingly good. So we have programs like when you go onto Google or your iTunes or whatever, and your iPhoto is recognizing you are a baby. There is some neural net that is doing that, and there is no human being alive that understands what it's doing. All we know is that it's getting the right answer. Okay? And that can be, that kind of logic can go very, very far. So I'm not worried about like a robot like Ultron taking over. I'm worried about all of our infrastructure being run by programs that no human being understands.
Whoa. That's something I hadn't even considered. Yeah, that's a real issue.
Yeah, that's a actual issue.
Right. That's an actual real thing. I've always wondered whether or not what human beings are doing with our insane lust to innovate and to constantly create new and more spectacular things and to always look for the next version of something. We're not satisfied with the iPhone 6, we want the iPhone 7. We're not satisfied with that. When did the 8 come out? We have this intense desire for better things. We don't, unless you're a classic car advocate or devotee, really what you want is like, well, this new car, it stops faster, it handles better, it accelerates quicker. We always want things to constantly improve. And I've always been, when you look at human beings, like if you looked at us objectively, that's one of the main things that we do. We produce better technology, better objects, better engineering. It's like constantly improving, accelerating. And then there's this potential artificial intelligence thing. I've always wondered if that's really what our focus, what our purpose is on this planet, that we're like some sort of an electronic caterpillar that was going to become a butterfly, that we recognize in some sort of weird way, or nature recognizes the biological limitations of flesh and tissue, and that it can advance far better with something that we create, so that we don't even realize what we're doing by making this cocoon, and we're just like building it up, we're not even thinking about what we're doing, because I want a new laptop, woo! And by buying this, and by this materialism that we all have, where we have this people have this innate sort of desire for new and shinier objects, that is fueling this innovation, and that's pushing along this, and that one day we're going to give birth this new version of life. We can call it artificial life, but it's not artificial. It's right there. It's just created by human beings, which obviously are created by this intense and very long evolutionary process. This might be a part of the process.
Yeah, so I would tend to want to remove from that the sort of anthropomorphic or theological aspect of language, like the purpose or we're meant to be here. But I completely agree with the idea that there's a threshold that has been crossed, whether you want to say the last 500 years or the last 10,000 years. Human beings have developed the ability to do something that has never been done before. And that has this sort of recursive, self-reflective thing. We can build things that can build things. We can build things that can learn. We can build things that are like living things. And we are just at the very, very beginning of exploring the space that was because of them. And the idea that we human beings are going to be around in 10,000 years to enjoy the fruits of that, I have no idea whether that. I don't even know if that's bad. I mean, maybe he'll still be human beings. Maybe 100 years from now we'll cure death and aging, and we'll stop having kids, and the people who were alive 100 years from now will live for another million years. Maybe human beings will just become more and more melted with artificial things, and they'll have artificial bodies and so forth. Or maybe, another underappreciated thing I think is that at the very, very small scale, like nanotechnology, there is a whole bunch of problems that have already been solved at that scale, namely biology, cells, right? Like cells do many, many things really, really well, and they also repair themselves. They're much less brittle than things that we build in metal. Okay? So synthetic biology, just programming existing biological organisms or designing new ones, but we can still recognize them as biological, but they might be very, very different than anything that naturally appeared through the course of evolution. That could be the thing that takes off in 100 years from now, that all the living beings, or all the beings with higher intelligence left over. I mean, I don't know what the actual thing that's going to happen is, but what I know is that the pace of change is just accelerating.
Yeah, we really are. It's so, would you ever sit around and try to extrapolate, and try to look at where we are now as opposed to where we were at the turn of the century, into the last 20th century, and just try to think, where is this going? I mean, it seems like any day now, some new invention can be put forward that changes the way we interface with reality.
Right, and it's subtle because it's not uniform, right? It's not like, there's a weird fact. If you wanted to make a movie and set it 50 years ago, or 1950, it wouldn't be that hard to film, outside in certain areas, certain suburbs, it kind of looks more or less like the 1940s. Whereas it's actually would be harder to make something that was in the 1960s look like it did in the 1910s, right? There's sort of more obvious visible change, just as cars were different and so forth. But you don't see the sort of technological change that might have a far bigger impact in electronics and artificial intelligence and so forth that happened in the last 50 years. So just because there's no visible sign of the change doesn't mean that the change is not being eventually found.
It's always amazing too when you look back at science fiction movies from the 80s, where they were predicting 2017. They thought we were flying around in space constantly.
Yeah, like the movie Alien.
What year was that supposed to be? I think that's like the year 2100 or something like that, right? It's not that far.
Well, what we're really good at is taking things that already exist and extrapolating them into be faster.
Yeah.
Right. So if you can build an airplane, if you can build rocket ships arbitrarily, that's easy to imagine. But things that change culture, like really curing agents, that's hard to imagine.
It's also creepy because where are we gonna put all these goddamn people if they live forever? They live forever and everybody has 4 kids. We got a real problem on our hands real quick. No more? Clearly. Do you have kids?
No.
That's why you say that.
But I'm not going to live forever either. But if I did have kids, then maybe they're kids. But that's the thing. That's the size of the change in society that we require.
2122. That's when Alien takes place. That's 100 years from now. Get out of here. No way. Meanwhile, they had some shitty monitors for 2122. God, they're terrible. Yeah, but the inside of the cockpit for Mother, when that dude gets in there and finds out that, there's some giant issues. Oh, yeah. I think we're more likely looking at some sort of augmented desktop sort of scenario, like you've seen these new products like that Microsoft is working on and some other companies.
But I think before very long, it won't be a desktop. It'll just be our phone. We'll just, like I remember what I ate for lunch. I'll remember what the conversation around it was.
What am I looking at here, Jim? Which movie is this?
Yeah.
This is the first one? Oh, that's pretty good looking. No, that can't be the original Alien, is it? I think that's like Alien 2 or 3.
The strongest, yeah.
Is that the first one?
The second one you click on, yeah.
Yeah, they look pretty badass. So, Stroma. What I meant was, there's a white room that I forget the actor's name in the original Alien. The original Alien, people don't realize was in the 70s. It seems crazy. That's really great. It did very well, by the way.
Just saw her. What was the Defender?
Yeah. Because she was in that movie. She was probably in her 20s back then. But that movie in 1979, like their idea of what 21, 22 was going to be like, they had a lot of weird lights flashing in the cabin that didn't really seem to make a lot of sense, but they looked electronic. Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, so it just kind of looked like it.
It was weird because they're kind of. Yeah, that's the new one. See, because they're kind of saddled down by the problem that they're replicating a film, that was from the 1970s, and they might be sort of saddled down by the terrors
that look like you're in an airplane.
Yeah.
It would not be like that.
You don't think so?
No, just you're in your head. It's a neat button.
Yeah. So even navigation won't be.
I think we live in the only generation where we get dependent stress injury of the device.
Really?
Yeah, well, it's a very slow typing on your cell phone.
I hardly do it anymore. A lot of times I'm talking to my phone now.
Very old fashioned. You are very retro.
No, using voice recognition software.
Oh yeah.
That's retro?
Simply use the phone to make notes to make phone calls.
Oh, I do that too. I'm a crazy phone call person. But the text function, right? Voice recognition function is really amazing.
Yeah,
Do you use it at all?
I don't use it as much.
Oh, it's crazy.
Slow it up.
Yeah, look how good it looks. I'll show you right now. It's really pretty interesting. We can click on this, right? This is like the notes thing. This is how I do a lot of the stuff, like if in my car and I have an idea that comes to me, I'll either record it with the voice recording function, or sometimes it's better to do this. And when you're doing this, it essentially can pick up everything you're saying in real time and print it out.
Yep, they got it right.
That's amazing, right? Bam. I mean,
Yeah,
everything perfectly spelled. What I just said, folks, is now on my phone. What is this?
I don't know how well they work. I've only seen them out commercially, but not for real time in ear translation, French, Spanish, English, Chinese, Japanese.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
seen
that
that.
side of it, but
Yeah, I've seen that.
so again, once you have the link inside, you just interface with your brain, then essentially you will speak every language.
$129. That's amazing. So you can go. Is it called Babelfish? That's what it's called. That's not the name of it. I know, but that's not the name of it. What's the name of it?
Have now Waverly Lab, that's the pilot, I think.
This is pretty awesome. That's amazing. Just go.
Is Japanese one of them? On this particular one, I don't believe so, but I'm 90% sure I've seen videos like on Facebook showing a Japanese one. And
Chinese,
my first trip to Japan, and that'd be very
Oh,
nice.
Japan's amazing.
Yeah, I've never been there.
Where you gonna go? Tokyo? Where are you gonna go?
We are flying this conference in Fukuoka, and then we'll visit Hiroshima and Osaka.
Oh wow. I went to Japan a few years back, and it feels like you're in a super polite alien world.
Yeah, you have that limited base.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. They're very polite. The food's amazing.
Oh yeah, this is even more than one and two more like that I just done for today.
Scroll up so I can see.
So look, so Watson is an example of one of these programs which learns things that we don't know how.
Right. Okay. That's a problem.
And now it speaks Japanese and French.
Yeah, so this one is, how does it wear, Jamie? It says it the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Out of the range of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, translate 1-to-1 can still work just as well. As the first device on the market for language translation using AI that does not rely on connectivity to operate, it offers significant potential for its unique application across airlines, foreign government relations, and even not-for-profits working with lawyers. Whoa, that's crazy. So different than the pilot earpiece. How do you wear that sucker?
Yeah, probably just like a hearing aid or probably just like that. Probably big now. Probably an 8 right now. That'll get smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
This would not be sexy what you're wearing.
Yeah, unless you're into that stuff. It was saying that you download language packs. So yeah, so essentially it'd be like there's these map applications like Onyx Maps and stuff like that. You can download like sort of Google Earth type topographical map of areas, and you can look at it. Say if you're hiking, you can look at these on your phone, even if you don't have cell service. You can just pull them up and get a Google image of like, oh hey, here's the creek that we have to go down to and get water. Yeah, it's getting super slippery. $279, you can use that sucker. That's right now. That's amazing. There's a thing called Google Lens, which is pretty amazing too. I used this when I was in Italy. And you take your phone and you look at something, or your phone, and it translates it on the screen, which is amazing. Like you're looking at a sign, you hold it up, and it'll tell you what the sign. Like we were at a train station. I was like, what the fuck does that sign say? Yeah. You put your phone up there with the Google Lens, and it'll translate it.
I know I used that. The only problem was like for menus, it's like, what is this? Oh, it's Rose's chicken. I have no idea what that is. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's well, fortunately or unfortunately, when you go abroad, Americans travel so much, and so do English people. England, I'm sure. But it's such a common language. Most of the world can speak English. Oh, it's huge. In Italy, I mean, it's like you barely need to understand anything other than saying thank you and saying, hello and good evening. Whatever. You can get by.
Yeah, the first time I went abroad too far from me, it was France, and I was just too shy to talk to anybody because I was not in Paris. I was like out in the middle of nowhere, not speaking. And by now, I even had like friends things like that. But by now, I'm just like so many times I don't really care. I'll try to speak my 2 words of a local language and then try to switch to English. It doesn't work.
See, when you travel to a place like France, excuse me, people have this. French people in particular, there's always this stereotype in here that French people think that Americans are rude. Right? Like I would try to go way out of my way to make sure that no one thought I was like a rude American. Because there's always this reaction that they have, like the worst case scenario is the American goes over there and is pissed off and they don't speak English and they start.
I don't know. My first trip, I was treated very, very well in France, very, very politely. I bought something in the store and I didn't understand what the price was. So I just sort of kept giving money until they got it. And by mistake, I had given too much. And the guy ran out after me to catch me leaving to give me my money back. Right? That was uniform, except in transportation industry. Like whenever I wanted to buy a plane ticket or whatever, that was very, very well. Ironically,
Were they rude or were they just
really tired of dealing with tourists? So I would say in French, I would say, do you speak English? They would say, of course I do in French.
Right.
Like, okay, well, can we do that?
Right. Yeah, they're probably just exhausted. But that's how it is in America.
Yeah.
You deal with people at the airline counter, they always have this look in their face like, what time is it? When do I get out of here? Yeah.
That way too.
Yeah, doing something you're not passionate about. Unlike you, you're a legal notepad, writing alien languages.
I
somewhere.
it's a great privilege what I do for a living, right? Like I can't believe that I get paid to do this, and it's hard. I have to tell my incoming graduate students, you get a PhD and you're running with this Caltech, you probably want to be a physics professor because that's the only thing you can do with that degree. And your chances are maybe 25%.
That's pretty damn good.
It's good, but after you're like 26 years old and put in a lot of work,
Right.
it's still, there's 25% chance of meeting.
That's still pretty amazing. I mean, if you're trying to be a stand-up comedian, your odds are like 1%. You're lucky.
No, the very, very good thing about academia is it's very clearly up or out, and there's time limit. Like if you haven't succeeded by now, you're gone. You can't hope to be discovered tomorrow. You usually go to Wall Street and make a lot more money.
Oh, so look, I'm a
If you
smart
get a
guy.
PhD in physics from Caltech, you're not going to stop. We'll hire you.
Interesting. So what would you do on Wall Street with a PhD from Caltech?
These days, all the money is being made by algorithms that study the stock market and destroy human beings. They can sell Renaissance technology. It's like we were just talking about, but the entire stock market will just be due to the algorithm trying to sell something in a microsecond or something.
Now you are involved in a hard science, right? I mean, you're involved in this trying to understand the world and the universe itself. Do you see any of the identity politics issues that are going on campuses today? I mean, it's such a hot subject. Or it's,
See a little bit. My job at Caltech is research professor, so I don't even teach a lot of courses, to be honest. And Caltech is not a typical campus in any way. But we just had a professor who was basically fired for harassing a student. It does happen.
sexual harassment.
Yeah, that's
Trying to
right.
get laid.
It wasn't quite as more complicated than that. He fell in love with a student and fired her. Kind of a mess. And there's just no question that I'm in an area of theoretical physics where there's a very tiny fraction of women, and even tinier fraction of African Americans and so forth. But that's kind of less surprising because they just don't come up usually in economic circumstances. But theoretical physics is like the plausible future research. But I see an enormous amount of discrimination against women there and women lead, and some of the complaints against it are overblown, but many of them are very, very real. So it's a real problem for us. I think it's changing. I think it's fixing.
What kind of discrimination do you see?
It's these days. It's usually very subtle. It's usually you take it a little bit less seriously if you're a woman. I mean, there's all sorts of tests that have been done, right? Like people handed out mathematics papers with all they did was change the name of the author, James Smith versus Jennifer Smith, and they were always ranked much worse when it was Jennifer Smith who was the author. And there's a certain style of aggressive, in-your-face egotism that serves you well in academia generally, in physics in particular. Putting yourself forward, asking questions, being loud in your voice, and women are less good at that for whatever reason. They're not trained to do that, or it's innate, I have no idea, but they can sort of get bullied into silence or just say, like, this is not worth it, I'm going to go do something, I'm going to go to Wall Street.
Also, a woman who does that is not likely to be received as well as a man who does that.
Yeah,
Woman who does
exactly.
that they're deemed to be like a bitch.
Yeah, so like
Versus
my
the guy who's
aggressive
aggressive.
in Caltech, I'm on the fourth floor of a building, which is the theoretical high energy physics group. So there's maybe 30 people total, professors, postdocs, graduate students. And until this year, there were 0 women, which is just embarrassing. It's just bad, right?
Yeah.
And who would want to be the one woman who
Right.
It's not
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, but men, especially if there's two, like men either who think they can have sex with you or men that can never have sex with you. Right. Those are both annoying.
Yeah.
And like if you're lucky, you get a guy who doesn't want to have sex with you, just wants to be your friend, and then that's all right.
Yeah. And I think that honestly, if I were giving advice to young women whose primary goal is to become successful theoretical physicists, if that was your only goal, then don't raise a fuss about sexism or discrimination, because just like worrying about the interpretation of quantum mechanics counts as points against you when you're being judged as a theoretical physicist, worrying about discrimination against you counts as points against you. People think like, oh, you're not really interested in physics, you just want to make a movie.
Wow. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that what you're saying is pragmatic, but a lot of people don't want to hear that. Keep quiet. They don't want to hear keep quiet when you tell women to, when you're talking about discrimination.
Right. So maybe your only goal in life is not to personally become a successful theoretical.
Right.
Just my advice is not keep quiet. My advice is, if that's your goal, the way to achieve that goal is to keep quiet.
God, that's gross though, right?
It is, and so that, I think that it's kind of the job of God to raise a little bit of a fuss about it. And I saw it at Caltech where this guy recently got fired. How many people were going to make excuses for his really, really, really bad behavior?
Right.
It's unseemly to talk about these things. We hope it's not true. Like, this is our friend. This is someone we work with. We don't want to believe this about him. We want to protect him. So, physics, philosophy, astronomy, all these areas are now having these examples of famous big-name professors that finally being revealed for the last 20 years and regularly harassing graduate students. I think maybe finally that's coming to light enough and that hopefully will go away.
Human folly. It's interesting. It's a lot of like what we were talking about earlier with the people that don't necessarily understand quantum physics, and so they sort of dismiss what's important about it, or people that just use they rely too much on ego, or it's too much of a part of their life. The human folly that sort of gets involved in everything.
And I'm not the broader question about any politics, etc. I mean, I'm pretty lefty justice warrior about this stuff, to be honest. I think that a number of women, for example, women are just the most obvious example of my field, who have been pushed out of my field because of bias and discrimination in very, very obviously verifiable ways. Is just that's the big effect. But at the same time, I'm kind of a free speech absolutist. If some crazy person who has very retrograde views wants to say those retrograde views, I think that if someone else wants to invite them on campus to do it, I think they should be allowed to say all the craziness that they want. I don't think that's the right solution to these problems.
Yeah, I think the solution in those cases is for someone who's got a legitimate viewpoint to debate them.
Yeah,
the marketplace of free ideas.
Actually, the chancellor of Berkeley just put out a very good statement saying exactly that.
Well, that's great. Because I know that they have an issue there with Ben Shapiro coming, who's a very reasonable guy, and sometimes gets lumped into the alt-right and gets lumped into these. He's not that at all. He just happens to be conservative and young and very articulate. But for a while, they were trying to limit his participation there and putting him in the same category they would put Milo Yiannopoulos or some of these other guys there. Which we're very weird with free speech, and that we love free speech as long as it's in line with how we
Easy to defend free speech, people would agree with.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know Ben Shapiro, but Larry Summers is another example. He gave this famous speech at Harvard. He was the president of Harvard and a world famous economist. And he gave this speech saying, well, maybe the reason why we don't have as many women as male physicists is a different distribution of innate ability. Now, I think that you can make a very, very good case that his substantive claims were entirely bullshit. Like, we misread data and he was making excuses. And it's one thing if that's the guy on the street, it's another thing if it's the president of Harvard. Okay, right. But then after that, like, people were saying, well, he shouldn't be invited to give talks about economics at other universities because he said this bad thing. That's ridiculous. He's a world-class economist. Like, he was wrong and you should criticize him. But I want to hear what he has to say about economics. That's something entirely different.
Isn't it also there's an issue with someone who's a professor who's constantly used to really not being questioned and giving lectures, being able to talk in front of students, and you develop sort of a general hubris about your own opinions. Is that possible?
Well, I would hope that, I don't know, in my areas of academia, you can't get through lunchtime without having all of your opinions questioned all the time. Like, that's just what we do, right? Like, you never sit around and say something and everyone agrees.
That seems like a very healthy profession.
Yeah, that's how to get things, make progress. But of course, usually we're talking about the wave function of the universe, right? And to be very, very fair, there's, like we said before, there's still prejudices about purely physics topics. Like, you can talk about quantum mechanics or the nature of the dark matter, especially get very, very heated and emotional, and people's jobs depend on it and the whole bit. But the idea that things go unchallenged is not, that doesn't apply very well.
Well, that's beautiful. I would love to talk to you about what you just said, dark matter.
Yeah.
Because that's something that I would imagine if you went out and just randomly polled 1,000 people, all 1,000 would have no idea what dark matter is. Yep, there may be, oh yeah, it's like part of the universe, like it's really, you can't find it, but it's there.
I think it was Rick and Morty recently that had a silly episode about dark matter. What is Rick and Morty? The cartoon, Cartoon Network show. It's a hilarious silly thing that uses science fiction
Oh, okay.
to
Oh, actually, I've seen that. Okay, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
I mean, dark matter is real. It exists.
Yes.
Okay.
How do we measure it?
We measure its gravitational.
Okay.
It pushes things around.
So, what do we think it is?
We don't know. That's the thing. We know certain things about it. We know that it's dark. We know how much of it there is. It's about 5 times as much mass in dark matter than there is in ordinary. Ordinary matter is every particle we've ever seen ever. Right? So all the atoms, all the stars, all the galaxies that we see in our telescope, that's 5% mass. And then dark matter is 25%. And dark energy, which is something completely different, is the other 70% of the universe. And those are factors. That's basically 99%. Like what it is, the dark matter, the dark energy, that is much more up in the air. We have lots of candidates. I'm not sure. Well, so I went on Science Friday. Science Friday with Ira Plato, the NPR show.
Okay.
And he says, like, you cosmologists, like, shouldn't you be embarrassed? You only understand 5% of what's in the universe.
That's amazing.
And
You know that much.
Yeah, we know 5% of what's in the universe. Like 100 years ago, we didn't know anything about the universe. We didn't know the universe was expanding. We didn't know there were other galaxies. Come on, this stuff takes more than a few months to figure out.
5%, I think, is pretty healthy.
Yeah, I think we get.
What is the current theory as to like where it resides and how it's formed and what its properties are and what impact it has on the galaxies?
I think this is a really, really good question because we might be in flux right now. There, for a long time, basically from the 1980s to today, there was a leading candidate for what the dark matter was, something called the WIMP, the weakly interacting massive particle. Okay, so if you indulge me for just a second, we have the particles we know and love. There are 4 forces that push these particles around. There's gravity, there's electromagnetism, and there's the strong and weak nuclear force. 2 nuclear forces. The nuclear forces are distinguished by being short range, like you don't notice in your everyday life. You've got to be down there in the atomic. So it turns out that if you imagine a new particle that obviously interacts through gravity because everything interacts through gravity, but doesn't interact through the strong nuclear force like a proton does, or through electromagnetism through each charge, but it interacts through the weak nuclear force. Okay, so you imagine a particle interacts with weak nuclear force, relatively heavy, and you calculate how much of those should be left over from the Big Bang. You get the right amount to be in the dark matter. So this is called the WIMP miracle. The idea that if you just hypothesize out of the blue a new particle that is invisible and stable and interacts with a known force of nature that we call the nuclear force, that could easily be the dark matter. So that seemed so natural and simple, and there were many more complicated theories that predicted that such particles would exist. I would say that many people 10 years ago or so would have said there's a 90% chance that WIMP, weakly interacting massive particles, are the dark matter. Here's the problem. If the WIMP and the dark matter is WIMPs, we can build detectors and look for them. And we have done that. We built these giant detectors deep underground. You're shielded from all the cosmic rays that are just noise and contaminating your and you wait for a little weakly interacting massive particle to pass through your detector and bump into an atom.
Underground.
So you're shielded.
Underground.
Usually these are in mines. They're old gold mines, a mile underground.
How counterintuitive. So you're going a mile underground to search for something that's in space.
I made up the mile. You might want to.
Okay, well,
Even deep, dark matter,
100 feet
underground. It's in a deep mine.
that seems so counterintuitive.
Yeah,
You'd think you'd have to throw something into the sky.
We live in a noisy environment.
Right.
The trouble is not detecting them. The trouble is seeing them peek out over.
Oh.
It's like going into a quiet room to listen.
What was the initial discovery that led to the conclusion that dark matter is the preeminent mass of the universe? Like, what percentage of the mass is it?
Well, sorry, let me just finish this up real quick because the point is that we have built these detectors and we haven't seen them.
Oh, okay.
So for the first time, people are beginning to shape their belief that maybe WIMPs are the most likely candidate. There are other candidates out there kind of partial to be the dark matter. Maybe it's still WIMPs, we just haven't found them yet. That's still possible. But I would say if 5 years from now we haven't found the WIMPs, then people are going to start saying it's something.
Okay.
So the first evidence, well, it comes in dribs and drabs. My Caltech predecessor, Francis Swicky, famous astrophysicist, back in the 1930s, pointed out that galaxies were orbiting each other too fast in what are called clusters of galaxies. You look out there in the sky, you see like these bunches of galaxies that are orbiting each other. You calculate how heavy the galaxies should be, what you see. You can calculate using Newtonian laws of physics how fast they should be orbiting. They're actually orbiting much faster. He said the only way for that to happen is if they're much more massive than you thought. There's much more mass in there. There's some missing mass. But at the time, we didn't know it could just be stars that we didn't see, or gas, or dust, or whatever. It wasn't really until the 1970s that ViralRabbi, famous astrophysicist, looked at how individual galaxies are rotating. And she found that it's a similar kind of thing. The edges of the galaxy are moving way faster than they should be, given the amount of matter that is inside. She concluded there's actually a lot of dark matter causing a gravitational pull that we didn't see, but it's causing the edges of the galaxies to spin a lot faster.
Wow. So that is the reason why. Is there a possibility that some new discovery could happen, could come forth where you would re-examine this idea that there's some missing mass?
There's always a possibility. So there's certainly this idea that is on the market that because all of our evidence for dark matter is indirect, because it's gravitational influence, not by directly touching it or seeing it, maybe we just don't understand gravity. Maybe gravity is a little bit different. Now, I would argue, and I think I'm right, not everyone agrees with me, sadly, but that idea has basically been killed off by our observations of the microwave background radiation. We are 14 billion years after the Big Bang. The Big Bang was very, very hot and dense, and it was glowing to meet the band everywhere, but it was also opaque. Light didn't get very far. And about 400,000 years after the Big Bang, it cooled down enough and became transparent. And then these photons of light just stretch, travel through the universe unimpeded, and we can see them, leftover radiation. You can see these faint patterns, these oscillations in the microwave background, which look exactly like they would look if dark matter were gone. And they don't look what they would look like if gravity were gone. So there's a much longer version of that story, but the basic thing is, if I can just pull authority and say, trust me on this, I was totally on board with the idea that there was something wrong about gravity. That'd be a very cool thing if it were true. That'd be a big mind-bending discovery. But we tested that, and the microwave background, there were predictions. If you look this way, if you modify gravity, that way, if there were dark matter. The answer is spot on to the dark matter prediction. Very different than the modified gravity. So dark matter exists.
So dark matter exists, and what percentage of the universe is currently believed to be dark matter?
25%.
25%.
Yeah.
And I read once that they had discovered an entire galaxy that was made out of dark matter.
Yeah, pretty close. Maybe not entirely, because then you wouldn't see it.
Right.
It's hard to discover it.
That was what I was going to ask. How do you see this stuff? Like, how does, like, if you can't detect it, you know it exists, right? You know because of its effects, but you can't like point to it like you point to the sun, right?
So you need some tracer. You need something that tells you that dark matter is influencing the motion of stuff in this vicinity of space. So the galaxy, just like the stars at the edges of the galaxy, and most of the mass in our galaxy is dark matter. Like we see like these pictures of galaxies that you see that look very beautiful. The actual size of the galaxy is much bigger than that, but it's all dark matter. The galaxy you see is a tiny little puddle, 1/5 of the total mass, that sort of settled down to the center of this big puffy cloud of dark matter. And when people say, well, there's a galaxy that is only dark matter, what they really mean is it's almost only dark matter. It's a puffy cloud of dark matter where most of the stars have been pushed out by something. But some of the stars or the gas you can still see orbiting around, and that tells you there's some concentration of dark matter.
Do we know what dark matter is? Or is there
There's lots of theories. WIMPs were the biggest theory, but there's alternative. There's one alternative. It could be small black holes that were made in a very early universe. That seems unlikely. There's another kind of subatomic particle called the axion, which is nice because people invented it for totally different reasons, and they also worked out that could give you exactly the right abundance to be the dark matter. And there's a whole dozens of different theories out there for what it could be. So we're looking, we're trying to figure out which one's right.
What a weird thing to have something that's invisible, that's a giant percentage of the entire universe and a large percentage of galaxies, right?
Yeah.
What percentage of galaxies is dark matter?
Most.
Most.
Yeah.
90s? In the 90s?
Yeah, well, let's say 75%, 80%, something like that. Depends on the galaxy. But on the other hand, what right do we think? Did we have to think that most of the universe is readily visible?
Now, does dark matter exist on Earth, or is it only in deep space?
It depends on what the right theory of dark matter is. But in most theories, there are dark matter particles passing through your body right now.
So with this WIMPs detection theory, where they've developed these detectors deep into the ground, would be able to detect something that's actually prevalent here on Earth.
Yeah. And it's not that they're stuck here on Earth. The Earth is just moving through space.
Right.
There's a wind of dark matter particles that we're passing through and occasionally bumping into.
Right, we're moving in some sort of spiral
Yeah.
through the
The sun is
universe.
moving, we're orbiting around the sun. Right. Yeah.
Now, the Big Bang one is another weird one, because I was watching this thing on television that was proposing alternative theories to the Big Bang, and one of them was that the universe is next to another universe, and that somehow or another it collided with this universe, and that this is probably a process that repeats itself.
We get paid to come up with these ideas. That's what we're doing, there in Starbucks. So that's the thing. Yeah.
Well, do you buy into that? Like, which one do you buy into?
I don't think that works. I don't personally think that that's very likely. It's on the table. It's a reasonable.
Is it still in the? Was it a recent?
Yeah. What was the first suggested?
And did a bunch of people jump on board, or when say if something like that comes up, one of your colleagues has this idea, so then you go to the cafe with your legal pad. All right, how do we do this?
Exactly. That's right. And so what you would do in that case, so someone proposed an idea, and you say, well, okay, how would we test it? How would we know? Well, maybe, like we said before, maybe it predicts some pattern left over, like background radiation from the Big Bang. A different theory for what happened at the Big Bang than maybe your imprint post-Big Bang is a little bit different. That's exactly the thing.
So the imprint, the microwave imprint of the Big Bang is 14 billion year old event.
Yeah.
What is the like? Terrence McKenna had a fucking hilarious way of describing it. I'll do a terrible job of butchering it, but that people like. It's funny how he was talking about how many scientists are atheists, that they don't want to believe in God, they don't want to believe he was an atheist as well. He was an atheist as well. But he said, but they do want you to believe that everything came out of nothing for no reason that anybody knows of 14 billion years ago. There's this infinitely small area that was smaller than the head of a pin, and that's everything you see in the sky, and it exploded 14 billion years ago, and no one knows why.
That's right. Yeah.
Good. But isn't that I mean, that is so crazy. And, it's one of those things that theists, people that are really into gods and religion, they point to, like, well, this is the scientist's God. This is this event. This is a miracle. I mean, this is the way bigger miracle than walking on water or turning wine into water into wine. I mean, that's baby stuff.
Except that this scenario would be 100% compatible with most physics. Right. In a way that turning water into wine is compatible.
Yeah.
I think that so here's the thing, and I think this is actually not always communicated very well. The Big Bang is the phrase the Big Bang is used in two different senses. One is what we call the Big Bang model, which is the whole history of the universe for the last 14 billion years, from an original hot, dense state, expanding, cooling, galaxies forming. That's true. That's settled, not art. We know that that's right. Okay, the Big Bang model. But then there's also the Big Bang event, the beginning of that story. Time equals zero, the initial singularity. It's a prediction. If you remember we talked about in black holes, you have general relativity, Einstein's theory of gravity. It makes predictions. And one of those predictions is if you trace the universe backward in time, you hit a singularity. In a moment when everything was infinitely dense, infinitely fast expanding, etc. That's the Big Bang moment, and it is certainly not true. It's the opposite of true. You have no right to believe that actually happened, because it's a prediction of general relativity, but general relativity is not right in that regime, because you're ignoring quantum mechanics, once again. So if you don't think that you understand the fundamental quantum mechanical rules of the universe, you have no right to say what happened at the Big Bang. And what physicists should say, if they're being honest, is that could be that there was a first moment in the history of the universe, a first moment of time, a day without a yesterday. And once we understand quantum mechanics and gravity and how they play well together, that will all be very clear. Or there could have been something before. There could be what we call the Big Bang may have been just a phase the universe goes through occasionally. And this bouncing universe idea that you're talking about, the two different universes hitting each other, that would be an example of a scenario in which the universe actually was eternal, lasted forever. And right now we have no way of knowing. Very open-minded. It's 14 billion years ago. Maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it wasn't.
What do you think of the idea that the Big Bang is a process, a continual expansion and contraction process, and that it starts with the Big Bang, the universe expands, and then somehow or another pulls back into itself until it becomes this infinitely dense small point again, and then the whole process starts from scratch?
Right, yeah, that's one of the scenarios on the table. In fact, this idea that you referred to, which was what was originally called the ecpyrotic universe. Don't ask why, it was ancient Greek whole name. Yeah, the full name. So that was the idea. There's this extra dimension and two universes smacking into each other. They later realized, the same people, very well known, respectable physicists, realized they could just play the game over and over again. So you could have this smacking together, call that the Big Bang, and expands but then it recontracts. There's another bounce, and this goes on an infinite number of times. I am personally not that fond of this idea. Number one, there's no evidence whatsoever or reason to believe that our universe will ever contract. It's not only expanding, but it's expanding faster and faster, doing the opposite of what you'd expect if we're going to contract. So I don't think that's very likely. And number two, the single most impressive empirical fact about the universe is the difference between the past and the future, what we call the arrow of time, right? You remember the past, but not the future. You make choices now that affect the future, but not the past. So this difference between the past and the future is nowhere built into the laws of physics. As we know, all the laws of physics that we know treat the past and future the same. The reason why there's a difference is because of the Big Bang. Because the Big Bang was a very, very special, organized state that the universe could be in. And ever since then, we have been expanding and cooling and sort of winding down. And that's the fact you have to explain if you want to explain the origin of the universe. In my view, the idea that there's an infinite number of cycles doesn't explain that fact.
There you go. Lawrence Krauss was trying to explain to me the size of the universe and the age of the universe, and he was saying that 14 billion years, like when we look back into the known universe, like what we can say is like 14 billion years. Yeah. But he was saying that essentially doesn't mean that that's as far back as it exists. It just means that space is moving faster than light. When you get back to that distance, there might be something even further back than that, but we're not going to ever be able to see it.
I hope he didn't say exactly that.
I'm sure he did.
Right.
So I fucked that up, I'm sure.
But again, sometimes even my favorite people in cosmology use this language of space expanding faster than light. Entirely bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Because space doesn't have the speed. The expansion of space is the answer to the question, space is this big, by what amount has it expanded in 1 year, 1 second later?
Right. I have heard that expression before, that space is moving faster than light. So why do they say
They
that?
shouldn't say that. They should
do
stop
say
saying that. I know, because they're lazy and bad. That's what they're saying.
So these are like high-level guys.
Yeah, I know.
So what is the...
Never going to be invited back to cosmology conference after this podcast.
Well, Well, you always have the infinite monkey cage.
I have that.
Yeah.
That'll be my new career.
So what is happening then?
Well, space is expanding and light is moving through it, right? And what is certainly true is that the speed of light is a finite number, right?
Right.
It's 1 light year per year, the way to remember it, right? So if the universe had a beginning, a finite number of years ago, then there's only so far out that light can get between now and then. That's all there is. So there are things far away that are so far away we can never possibly see them at this current age of the universe because it would take longer than 14 billion years for light to get there. And that's just because the universe has a beginning. It has nothing to do with the fact that space is expanding at this.
Okay. If there is a point where the Big Bang begins, right? There is a single origin point, and it explodes outward, and we are seeing it from some position. So we're seeing this explosion 14 billion years ago. Does it move in the opposite direction as well? Is there 28 billion years, from point to point?
Right. So it's not like that. No, the Big Bang's not a point.
Okay.
The Big Bang, and this is hard to wrap your mind around. The Big Bang is not a location in space, it's a moment in time. The time in the history of the universe when everything was on top of everything. It's easier to talk about 1 microsecond after the Big Bang than the Big Bang. 1 microsecond after the Big Bang, the universe could very well have been infinite. We don't know. It's not like the universe started
A
small.
microsecond. So
Or any other time.
infinitely small. Let's just don't forget about what infinitely small. Okay. Insanely small.
Things were closer together. There's no such thing as the size. If the universe is infinitely big, it's always infinitely big.
Okay.
But you still have the Big Bang.
Oh, okay. So if all matter is condensed into a very small spot, it doesn't mean that all things around it are not infinitely large.
Well, you don't want to say around it because we're talking about the entire universe. So visualize an infinitely big universe
Okay.
full of stuff.
Stop.
Stars, galaxies.
Okay. Stop. Like right now.
Yeah, like right now.
Okay.
And let's wind the clock back. So
Suck it all in.
yeah. So the thing is that as far out as you look, even if you look out, with your God's eye view faster than the speed of light, there's still stuff out there. It's uniformly spread, let's say. Okay. So, but it's closer together. It's the relative distance between galaxies and stars is smaller in the past than it is today. But the whole size of the universe is still infinity. And that's still true all the way back 14 billion years right up to the Big Bang. The universe could have been infinitely big, but the density, the amount of stuff in a cubic centimeter, goes to infinity.
Wow.
Yeah.
How big is the estimation that it was at the moment of the Big Bang before it expanded? Right. It's thought to be fairly small but infinitely dense, right?
Well, I don't even think you can say it was thought to be fairly small.
No.
The observable universe. So I think this is maybe what gets lost. Because the universe is finite in age, we only see a part of it. Okay? We see a part of it a few tens of billions of light years ago. Call that the observable universe. That's finite in size. Okay? So that definitely was smaller, and there was an actual number you can attach to the question, how big was it at the Big Bang? And we don't know the answer. We can sort of, it depends on theoretical predictions. It was the biggest possible size it could have been was about a centimeter across.
The biggest possible.
Yeah.
As big as it can be. So you're talking about essentially like a pinky nail.
That's right.
That's as big as the whole universe could have been.
That's right. In fact, in this, so everything you see, everything around you right now that you can reach out and touch, every galaxy out there with billions of stars, they were all condensed into this one centimeter.
What is the largest?
And it could be much smaller. That's large enough.
That's the largest.
Yeah.
Oh, that's as big as it could have been.
It could have been much smaller.
It could have. What is the smallest it could have been?
What we call the Planck size, 10 to the minus
Oh, so
invisible. Oh, yeah, very, very invisible. Yeah.
Oh. Why do we think it happened?
Well, what is the reason? The evidence we have?
Yeah. What is the current theory as to what the Big Bang? Like, why did the Big Bang take place?
Well, that's a good question. So there's no preferred conventional answer. We just don't know. That's not a we don't know because we're not sure. That's a we have no idea.
Right.
Obviously, if there was a bounce or if there was some universe before ours, out of which ours came, there would be a sensible answer to that. We just don't yet know what it is. It's a more challenging question if you think that the Big Bang was truly the beginning of the universe, which is perfectly plausible. It's perfectly compatible with the laws of physics. And then you're in one of these situations you have to reorient the kinds of questions you allow yourself to ask. Because if the Big Bang was the beginning, there's this intuitive feeling that there was time before the Big Bang when there wasn't anything. There was nothingness, and nothingness just sat around for a long time and then it decided to bang. Okay?
Where it could have sat around for an infinite number of years.
Right? Yes, but don't think of it that way, is what I'm trying to say. Don't think about nothingness transforming into the Big Bang.
Okay.
Think about our universe, think of it from the other side. Think of it from the side that we already exist, but visualize into the past. And imagine that as you visualize into the past, you hit a beginning. You hit a first moment of time. The time when time itself came into existence. There's no time out of which it came. That's the beginning of time. It's like walking north, you hit the North Pole. Once you're at the North Pole, you can't keep going north.
Right.
It's nothing weird. It's just that everywhere, every direction you go in would now be south. At the Big Bang, time is only toward the future, not forward.
That's so weird. The era of time.
The arrow time is the particular fact that not only does time flow, but the universe changes. There are differences between the past.
It's tough. It's tough to. How do you guys sleep?
Not very well. Actually, when I was a kid, like it was 10 years old or so when I first got interested in this stuff, and so yeah, when I was 11 or 12, the thing that would stop me from sleeping was I was dreaming about, the Big Bang, the universe, and then I would come to the beginning of the universe, and just chose not to. And then I would go sleep for that night after that.
Like you had a choice.
Right. I know better now. I moved on to other more worldly concerns.
So is there anybody working on any sort of theory to try to understand what forces might have caused it to burst forth?
Yes, so I mean, there's two answers. One is yes, I'm one of them. Funny people thinking about this kind of question, but really, I hate to say it, but you shouldn't ask that question because, again, we're embedded in this world. So the question you asked was, what are the forces that caused it to burst?
Right.
So that presumes that there was a cause,
Right.
and that causes and effects work themselves out over time. So that there was a time when there wasn't a Big Bang, and then there was something that caused the Big Bang to occur. So what I want to suggest is that that's just not the metaphysical framework in which to think about the origin of the universe. Don't ask what caused it. Ask what were the laws of physics that can be compatible with both the universe we see today and with the universe having a beginning. We don't know the answer to that, but that's the question.
It's such a complex discussion. It's so complex that it's almost like infinite in its possibilities. That you go over all these variables, these possibilities, and what we know and what we're learning.
Yes. Well, it's complex, but more importantly, it's a realm that is just so far outside our experience and our toolkit dealing with the world that we have no guidance, right? We're kind of at sea. Like, what are the kinds of things we should be asking about? What are the answers that would satisfy us, right? I would argue that there are brute facts. There are things we just need to accept. If we come up with a picture of the universe, a set of laws of physics, and a story for the history of the universe that says, well, the universe started this way, and then that happened, etc., and someone says, well, why did it happen that way? And I would say, there's no answer to that question. This is just what it is. I might change my mind if you convince me, but there's no right to demand that there's a reason why things are one way rather than another.
Do you have difficulty like thinking of a potential reason that one day we will wrap our heads around? Do you think that it's within the realm of our possibilities, our understanding?
It's always possible that there is a deeper explanation, right? But then you want to say, well, okay, why is that deeper explanation true? And I think that this chain of explanations bottoms out. I think that there will be one foundational point, which is not sort of self-explanatory, but it's just, and that's the way it is.
Are there any legitimate scientists that are contemplating the possibility of the Big Bang not being the origin of the universe?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Big Bang could be just one of these moments, one of these things that happen. One possibility is that there's another universe that is sort of big and quiet and empty, but through a quantum mechanical fluctuation, a little part of the universe could pinch off, become a separate baby universe, and then grow by itself. That could be the origin of our universe.
So, like a stellar nursery for universes?
Yeah. And it could go on. The great thing, though I haven't blown your mind yet, but now I'm about to do it.
Oh, you already did.
When you look at the universe, the universe is finite in size. We were talking about it could be infinitely big, it could be finite. But if it is finite in size, we think that a finite universe has zero total energy, zero total charge, zero total velocity, etc. So making a universe costs nothing. Alan Guth, a famous cosmologist at MIT, says the universe is the ultimate free lunch. Universes are not an expendable resource. You can make if you can make one universe, you can make an infinite number of universes.
I don't understand that. How is that?
Well, so you understand there is there's math, right? So look, you look at the sun, and you say, look, the sun that seems to be like it would be hard to make a lot of stuff there. It can actually appear, but the sun also has a gravitational field, right? There's gravity around the sun, and what the math suggests is that there is energy in the gravitational field of the sun, which is negative, and which is exactly equal to the energy of the sun that cancels it out. So if you had a universe with nothing in it but the sun, that universe would have zero energy. But we're closing.
Wow. It cancels itself out.
Yeah. So negative energy in gravity cancels the positive energy in stuff. Therefore, universes can have zero energy. This is all obviously very hypothetical, speculative, mathematical stuff. This is stuff that we've done in the lab. So take it with a grain of salt. It can change our minds. But that's the current state of being.
Wow. So the entire universe, you believe, revolves around that principle.
Free lunch. Yeah. You could easily. So again, if you can make a universe at all, then you can probably make a number of universes. It's not like you have 100 pounds of universe stuff. Every universe costs more.
People have a hard time even thinking of there being more than one universe. You start thinking about the fact that there's 100 million galaxies in this, or 100 million, at least 100 million solar systems, right? This galaxy is one of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the known universe, and that there might be more than one universe.
Right. And the idea that this is all for our benefit we are very, very tiny compared to this.
Yeah, well, that does get to be a bit of an issue. That at a certain point in time, just the mass of it all is, defies not just our understanding, or like for the average person like myself, it defies your ability to put what you're describing into words.
Right.
That's part of what the problem is.
Outside
right?
of training, like helping into. But if you store your we matter.
Oh, bring it back. So we're wrapping this up.
In some sense, we are in the middle of the smallest scales, important part of the universe versus the largest. If you look at the universe on very, very small scale, or very, very early times near the Big Bang, the universe looks very simple. Not a lot of complications. Like we said, you can't build a civilization on an electron. There's just no possible intricacies. It's a very simple thing. The universe is also very, very simple on large scale, and it will get only simpler in the future. The universe is sort of dissolving into emptiness. The universe can expand. It's only in between on scales like the size of a human being Earth and ecosphere, the things are complex, right? So even though we're much smaller than the size of the universe, we're very big compared to atoms. The number of neurons in a human brain is roughly the same as the number of stars in the galaxy. So we are kind of a peak of structuredness of complexity until we build even bigger artificial intelligences and so forth. But there's something that we are maximizing, something that is sort of concentrated on us, which is not size or scale or time, it is complication and complexity.
Wow. Now, in the same sense that the energy and the gravity of the stars sort of manage to cancel each other out, is that the case with people as well?
Well, this is all again math.
Right. The whole universe is a free lunch.
Yeah, the claim with person is as well. Consider a universe with nothing in it but you pick your favorite thing, person, the star, galaxy, whatever. Then the total energy in that thing minus the total energy in its gravitational field, negative, would be exactly the same.
That's super hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah.
So then there's the big question, right?
You wouldn't get paid the big bucks.
But the big question is why?
Yeah.
Like, why do you think this is all happening? Or do you ever use that word why? Because why is a weird word, right?
Yeah, why is it weird?
It is happening.
It is
So,
happening.
what's causing it to happen? What are the forces that cause it to happen? Ever why? Do you ever look at all and go, is there a purpose to all this?
So, sure. I think the answer is no. I think that, yeah, there's no reason why. And again, just looking up into the sky, unless the purpose was to make a pretty sky, boy, anything that we're seeing here on Earth would have been done much less effort than making 100 billion galaxies. Right? There's no evidence in anything we've learned about science or the universe that gives us the reason to believe that there's a purpose behind it all. If anything, as time goes on, the entropy of the universe is increasing, the universe is becoming more random and disorderly. I think that we're, riding a wave of the universe that is growing and expanding and cooling and becoming more and more disorderly at some finite amount of time. So 14 billion years from the Big Bang to today sounds like a lot. That's 1.4 times 10 to the 10 years. But the future of the universe is enormously longer than that, according to our best it's potentially infinitely long. Anyway, the last star is not going to burn out until a quadrillion years. We are very close to the beginning of the history. But it's not forever. It doesn't last an infinite amount of time. So the universe is ephemeral. We human beings and living creatures are temporary structures within it. And the idea that it's all for something cosmic purpose is the whole creature.
Do you ever contemplate what function human beings have in the universe? The way we interface with the reality, the way we interface with the nature around us.
Yeah, I think that we don't have a function. I don't think that's the right way to think about what human beings are. We should be glad to be alive, enjoy it while we're here, be nice to each other, and try to learn more about the universe. But it's not, if we choose not to do that, that's not going against any preordained function that we have.
You're remarkably calm when you discuss these things. Do you have any existential angst? Do you have any
I think it's the other way around, and honestly, this is very, very small about the data, but from what I can tell, when personal tragedies strike, people who are atheistic cosmologists and scientists deal with it way better than people who think that we're better, a bigger purpose or spiritual.
Really?
Yeah, because you get that this happens.
And you have a perspective, an infinite perspective.
Yeah, it's not good. Like when someone dies, it's sad. It's sad. But you can't say, well, it shouldn't happen.
Damn. It'd take a while to process this one, man. This is a long one.
Go out, look at the Milky Way.
I'm going to have to listen to this about 30 times and take notes. But thank you very much, Sean. It was awesome.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. Now, if people want to get a hold of you or read some of your stuff, what is the best way?
I have a website called preposterousuniverse.com.
What a great name.
And my my last book, The Big Picture, talked about all these questions about purpose, why we're here, what we should do about it.
Is there an audiobook available as well?
There is. I recorded it.
Excellent. Beautiful. Thanks so much, man. That was awesome. Thanks, everybody. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. One of the ways we show love for someone is to protect them, and an easy way to do that is to get Simply Safe Home Security. It's an advanced system that protects your home and the people you care about. Simply Safe was named one of the best home security systems of 2024 by U.S. News and World Report, and for a good reason. It has everything you need to secure your home inside and out, with HD cameras and sensors that'll help detect fire, flooding, and more. We love Simply Safe because it has everything you need to make your home safe. Indoor and outdoor cameras, comprehensive sensors, all monitored around the clock by trained professionals who send help the instant you need it. They also offer 24/7 professional monitoring to help ward off intruders and get the help you need whenever you need it. Try it for yourself. They have a 60-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, return it for a full refund. Plus, right now, you can get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's simplysafe.com/Rogan.
Call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra. Sitting in for George Norrie. Say hello on X or Twitter if you'd rather. At Richard Serra and the website strangeplanet.ca. Greater transparency and improved record keeping with regards to UAPs is set to come into force this year, thanks to the previously passed 2024 Defense Policy Bill, which requires all agencies to organize and tag any records that happen to pertain to the phenomenon. In a new memo sent out this week by Lawrence Brewer, Chief Records Officer for the U.S. government, agencies have been ordered to review, identify, and organize each UAP record in its custody for disclosure to the public and transmission to the National Archives. To this end, a new central collection of UAP records is being set up to house all the data. Agencies will have until the end of the current fiscal year to get their records organized. You can read more about this in the news section of that coasttocoastam.com. And I'll be back in the Coast Air Chair tonight. And in the first hour, rock journalist Harvey Kubernick will be here, the author of 19 books on the music industry. He'll join me to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Beatles' arrival in America. And in the second half, Randall Carlson is a master builder and architectural designer, teacher, geological explorer, and renegade scholar. He'll join me to speak about the cycle of cataclysms that have shaped human civilization. And we'll also discuss his Randall Carlson project, which aims to rekindle the traditional modes of learning informed by sacred geometry to enliven purpose, cultivate community, and create innovative educational experiences. That's tonight, Saturday night into Sunday morning, with yours truly, guest hosting on Coast to Coast AM. All right, back to your amazing calls on open lines after this time out on Coast to Coast AM. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. Equal to $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats. You may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. If you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issue. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to likeforlike.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at likeforlike.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Likeforlike.com. When disaster hits, when the power goes out, are you going to be one of the victims, or are you going to be prepared? Traditional generators are noisy, stationary, and require expensive gas oil, making them potentially dangerous. That's why I created the Patriot Power Generator from 4 Patriots. Now, when the power goes out, you'll be ready, using the endless free power of the sun to power your lights, TVs, medical equipment, and even your fridge. And unlike gas generators, the Patriot Power Generator is tear-free, portable, and completely silent, so it's perfectly safe to use indoors. And it never needs gas. Ever. Go to PatriotPower4.com to learn more. That's PatriotPower, the number 4.com. It's a rich and strong and has a double production to keep up with demand. So order now while we still have stock. Order today and you'll include a free solar panel plus free shipping. Go to PatriotPower4.com now. That's PatriotPower4.com. All right. I need to be careful with this one because earlier a caller had a proposition according to and so we got to keep this clean and above the belt, as we say. According to this, welcome to Coach. Tell everybody. I do. I mean, I'm so nervous. Look, Richard, Miss Marcy, thanks for don't worry. And you got the wrong Cornelius. That's the one in New Orleans. I live in Alexandria, Louisiana. So that's the wrong one, so don't go to that one yet. That was the wrong one. But, yeah, you know, I want to say this real quick, too. Maya contacted me. So I want to thank Maya. Boy, that's a lovely woman there, and she comes up with the greatest comments and questions on Coast to Coast AM. Richard, you just don't know what prayer can do for you. The audience has been praying about my feet and everything, and you might as well call me the Bayou Bigfoot Black fella. So I'm the Bayou Bigfoot Black fella, because my feet were about as big as they get Bigfoot, just about narrow like Bigfoot. But thank the Lord, I met a nice young doctor yesterday and said, yeah, Mr. White, you're in bad shape. I haven't washed my feet in a year because I'm disabled. I can't get, I'm still and stuff. And the coach already been praying for me. He's been sending me cards and letters and stuff, little stuffed animals and Valentine's things and stuff. And see, that's the love of Coast to Coast, Richard. We're all a family. And I don't know if you knew this. I've lost both my parents and never been married. I don't have any children that I know of, Richard. And so I'm going to work that in there. I'm just here by myself, Richard. And this is my family. The Coast to Coast followers and listeners are my family. And so one guy called me. I got the number off the YouTube channel. You can go to Cornelius Lawson White. My phone number and address is on there. You can write me, call me. And he said, you know, you're something else, Mr. White, and you just inspire me and stuff. And that's what I try to do, George. Like I said, even the people on Reddit, I got to say the rights on Reddit, they looked me up and found where I talked to Arcel on my birthday, January the 5th. I don't know what year it was, but they didn't believe I talked to Arcel. And Arcel, because I said my last name, he didn't want nobody to say his last name on the air. Because he didn't want people tracking other people down. And I accidentally said my last name, but y'all got that delay thing where, you know, he won't go over. So he got on the side and he said, look, Mr. White, I'm going to call you Wild Card White from now on. But you don't say your last name on the air no more. And I was like that. But like I said, I wanted to talk about love and stuff and the love of Coast to Coast AM. And we're all family. Black, white, rich, poor, old, young. We're all family, Richard. And you better get your wife a nice I know, the pressure's on. The heat is on. Yeah. There you go, Richard. But Mardi Gras man, I'm Mardi Gras man now, so show me something, Richard, though. And y'all been nice to me, and like I said, the power of prayer. People, we all need to pray for each other. We're all in this together, and that's the key, Richard. And if y'all, everybody have a happy Mardi Gras on Tuesday and on Wednesday, y'all have a happy and blessed Valentine's Day. Love Coast to Coast AM. Love you, Richard. You guys contact me, Richard, some kind of way. You can look me up on that YouTube, Cornelius Walker White, because I don't have no email or nothing like that, but I'd love to talk to you or call you one day. Well, we're talking now, Cornelius, but yeah, let's, I will. I'll look you up on YouTube. Cornelius Lawson White on YouTube. All right, thank you, buddy, and God bless you, and I certainly subscribe to the power of prayer. I've seen it firsthand. All right, let's see. We are going to say hi to Blue Diamond, who's trucking in Ohio. Hey, Blue Diamond, welcome.
Hey, I have a story for you. You were, can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah.
Okay. So you were saying about how you all of a sudden started thinking about your teachers. I had a weird situation when I was 13. And let me just preface this by saying, when I was a kid, I was a big Elvis fan. I was not a Beatles fan at all. And didn't know anything about them. And when I was 13 years old, one night I had a dream that was what I would call a nightmare, where I was in a studio doing a recording, and I remember telling the producer, okay, it's time to quit, and me and the producer turned around and we walked out of the studio, and I started walking down the sidewalk, and all of a sudden I heard someone yell, John, and I turned around, and I had a sharp pain in my stomach, and everything went black, and the pain in my stomach actually woke me up from the dream. I didn't understand the dream because I was only 13,
Right.
and when I
not a Beatles fan, and not a Beatles fan, as you said, you weren't a Beatles fan, so it didn't make sense.
right, when I got on the school bus, on the way to school a few hours later, they described John Lennon being shot.
There you go.
And within a week or so, they started describing exactly the incident that led up to his murder, and it was exactly what I dreamed. And the only person I have ever said that to was my sister, and she's a year younger than me. And I never saw him in concert, but I've been to concerts all my life since then. And I can tell you, I don't understand why that like came to me in the moment that he was actually living that, because it met the exact time of his shooting. And
That is remarkable.
I don't know why that happened to me, but it was just like me living in his body in the moment leading up to what happened. And I can't explain it either. I mean, look,
That is, you were, for whatever reason, you were receptive, you were receiving, and something that traumatic, that violence, they say when you're forced out of your body that quickly, sometimes, that can cause, I don't know, some kind of, what would Mark Fiorentino say? Maybe some kind of perturbation in the ether, perhaps? And that's what you were receiving, and maybe others were receiving it as well. Hard to say. Blue Diamond, great call. Thank you. Drive safely. Kevin is in Jacksonville, North Carolina. First time caller. Kevin, welcome aboard. You made it.
Good morning, Sunday,
guess where our Bell was kind of born up here in Tampa Dunes, North Carolina, where he started from, I guess. That's where he's born. His parents were in the military over here, from the Marine Corps base. All that about it. Always talk about being in radios and stuff. I figured I'm going to try to get here and call. I probably got on here. So I'm going to say good morning to everybody out there and just get the old coffee pot started. And I appreciate the call out there. And you got no UFOs or nothing landed out here lately, but everything's going pretty good out here in North Carolina. When you're up early getting your coffee, why do you want so early, Kevin? Just a habit, getting up. I usually get up by 5, driving truck over the road, truck driver. But, you know, they kind of retired, but when you get back in the thick of things, getting back up early again, I'm going to get there and get motivated, get the motorcycle out today. Be a pretty good day for rides. Oh, that's nice. What do you drive? What do you ride? I got a Harley Davidson street glide. Street glide. Nice. All right. Well, enjoy the ride, the coffee, and the morning in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Part of the 5 o'clock club. I'll be going to bed in 2 hours, and he's just getting up. All right. Thank you for the call, and let's say hi to Ginger is in San Diego, California. Ginger loves the coast. Good morning.
Good morning. I just had to put in my 2 cents on the memory you had. You know, a lot of the people we've heard on shows have said about a life review that you have after you pass. And I think the teacher was having his life review, and he focused in on you and how he affected your life. So that's when you got the message.
Well, that's interesting. Wow. Well, that's kind of an honor when you think about it.
Yeah. So it's for him to see how he affected different people in his life. And when he focused on you, that was, he saw that he had helped you in your life. And that was something good for him. But it also sparked your mind. And that's what I think.
Well, that's an interesting explanation. Maybe we reach out to all of the students.
Yeah, well, at least the ones he remembered.
Right. Wow, that makes me feel kind of good. Well, thank you, Ginger. I appreciate that. Let's say hi to Alisa in California. Alisa, welcome to Coast.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I have a question for the man who was talking about the anti-gravity subject.
Mark Fiorentino. Well, he's not here, so you never know. He might be listening, but put your question out there and let's see what happens.
Okay, I wanted to know why they don't release the information that they have, and if you feel that they're correct in doing so, and does the state or if the gas and oil company may be behind it all? That's well.
I can answer part of those questions. One, does he think it's right for them to withhold it? No, and he basically said that they should release this technology if they have it. Why are they holding on to this? Well, if you talk to someone like historian Richard Dolan, he subscribes to this notion that those in possession of this technology, if we're talking about anti-gravitics and achieving light speed, that they constitute a breakaway civilization. They've already left. They're already off planet. They're humans, but they're living on deep space platforms. Maybe they're coming back and forth to the Earth. So it's the case of the haves and the have-nots. They're the haves. They have the technology. They don't want to share it. Wow. Makes sense?
Yeah, okay. Yes, it does. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's see. Melanie is in San Antonio. Melanie, good morning. Welcome to Coast. Hi, Melanie. Are you there? Melanie. late in the phone, I think. Okay, let's see. Eric is trucking in the Hoosier State, Indiana. Eric, welcome. What's up? Hello. Microphone guy, how's everybody doing tonight? Hey, Eric, it's been a while. How are you? Awesome. Yeah, I was wondering, last night, George had a fellow on that was telling a story during the days of Vietnam, how when they were inventing starlight scope or night vision scope back in those days, when they used red filters, and all of a sudden the people started seeing demons, and then they switched to green for their night vision scope. What got me to thinking, for those that have the technical ability and the finances to maybe build these things in their own shop, if one was to use, say, different colors, blue, violet, pink, yellow, whatever color, if it would allow us to see other things that normally are not available to the naked eye, like time doors, portholes, invisible residents, those who have passed on that are still here. And I just wanted to put that into the ears of the folks that know how to do or build night vision scopes and just use different colors and maybe see what they can come up with. And in addition to that, I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Cornelius that just called in a little bit ago. And God forbid the next time they have a hurricane down there, when the Cajun Navy boys step up, when some of the others are told to stand down, let us know. We need to know who the real heroes are. All right, Garrett. Appreciate that. Trucking in Indiana. Drive safely. So, the night vision goggles, when they have kind of a red filter, they were seeing demons. Unbelievable. All right. I don't think we have time for another one here. We're quickly approaching the bottom of the hour. Where is the time going? My word. All right. Quick time out. Back with more of your calls. Moving it into the home stretch here is Jim Croce and Hard Time Losing Man on Coast to Coast AM. Brooke Walker in the KFI's 24-hour news. There's a push in the state legislature to spend billions of dollars building a wind turbine farm in the port of Long Beach. California Assembly members want to put a bond measure before voters in November that would raise initial funding of $1 billion for infrastructure. California Energy Commission estimates that first phase would cost closer to $12 billion. By the year 2045, the wind farm will generate enough energy to power 25 billion homes. I'm Soldier. They won those tickets sold with all 6 numbers in the latest drawing of the multi-state Mega Millions lottery. That means the estimated jackpot for Tuesday's drawing, $425 million. Southside weather from KFI, clear skies for LA, partly cloudy along the beach in Orange County. We've got sunshine on the way. Right now, 47 Newport Beach, 45 in Cypress. Week over there has 46, and it's 45 in Linwood. We need local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brooke Walker. In Mississippi this morning on the San eastbound at La Brea, be on the lookout for metal objects in the middle lane. And in Hawthorne, we have some good news for you on the 105 westbound at Crenshaw Boulevard. An earlier crash has been cleared, but that is still pretty heavy all the way from Vermont Avenue. And in San Juan Capistrano on the 5 northbound at Ortega Highway, the right lane is blocked
can never run focus in American Vision windows, and here's why. Billy Kathleen did new windows years ago and had a terrible experience with a Swedish company that provides a wonderful home installation experience. That's how American Vision Windows was born. They found it's the people who make the difference. American Vision Windows is built around a team of home improvement experts who take real pride in what they do. It's one reason I'm a repeat customer. Oh, and there's also the big value add to your home and the money you'll save. You look at rising energy costs and dual pane energy efficient windows just make sense. When we moved in, we had those old aluminum windows and aluminum pay for those dearly. So we called American Vision Windows. They came out right away. These windows ward off the cold in the winter, keep me from going back to that thermostat. Right now you can get $200 off every window, $400 off every door. American Vision Windows, no payment until 2025. See the website for details on approved credit. Offer expires 2/29/24. TSLP number 778-326. Sound into hibernation mode with a huge deal on deeper sleep or mattress from President's Day sale. Shop now and save up to $500 on select therapeutic adjustable mattress sets. Always with a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get free and fast delivery to your door. Restrictions apply.
There is resolution you can achieve thanks to the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts at advancedhair.com. KFI, AM 640. One line is not that expensive. And you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I can have a few interruptions. There isn't a story on the planet that should keep me from having a vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. Bill, and I'll catch you 200 million deaths from now, and we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. To talk to Richard Serres, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serres. Sitting in for George Norrie, and we are into the home stretch. Have you checked out Coast to Coast AM's official YouTube channel yet? Here is Tom Danheiser to tell you why you should. Tom, you should, because it's interviews of recent and past shows. They're all for free. We're always adding things to it. So just go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top. It's the YouTube icon. I think it's the third one to the left. And hit that. It's absolutely free. You'll have hours of fun doing that. And Richard, this is our last break, so I wanted to tell you. I haven't heard anything that's a definitive answer as to why this happened to you. So, I've heard some interesting speculations, but nothing definitive. Right. So you'll understand when I say don't think about me this weekend at all. That's good. You know, someone tells you don't think about today. Now it's impossible not to buy or digest. And I know, you know, what you're going to do. Have a good weekend, Richard. All right. You too. You too. All right. Back to more of your calls. Open lines. Break here on Coast to heard me talk about the Verna pistol, a less lethal pistol you can rely on if you're ever in a situation where you need protection. It's ViralRabbi. The Verna pistol fires powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic ammo. Listen to this story from Mark, a special forces veteran. Marvin fired his Verna from 40 feet away as 3 unwanted people tried to enter his home, and all 3 went down for 30 minutes, enough time for police to arrive. He said using a Verna was no problem for him. Marvin simplifies it by saying, you buy a car, you have car insurance. If you got a life, you need life insurance, and Verna isn't. Government agencies and police departments across the country rely on Verna as their go-to less lethal option. Check out their 14,000 4.5-star reviews. Verna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They can ship directly to your home. Visit Verna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. ViralRabbi.com/George.
Over the last 5 years, the country has become something unrecognized. Journalists pose a massive censorship complex. Federal agencies like the FBI, the IRS, the Justice Department, and even the Secret Service have been weaponized against political opponents. We're subject to constant surveillance. The government wraps itself in lies and secrets. Corruption is pervasive within the regulatory agency and almost accountable. There's only one thing that can turn this over. And if you thought this was a safe state, you were mistaken. And that's not something that I can do alone. But if enough people want to become our country, I think either is all be the sledgehammer that the American people won't need it to smash out corrupt merger of state and corporate power. But I can only do that with your action before and after I hit it right. Because I'm not a 22 year and I'm running for president of the United States. I have no message.
For more information, text Kennedy to 20241. Able to T Kennedy. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Messaging data rates may apply. All right, let's say hi to Doc in Petaluma, California. Hey, Doc.
Hey, Richard. Good morning. I had an occurrence that you like what you had there with your teacher. I was with my father when I was 38 years old. I was sitting at the table in my place, and about noon with a friend of mine, Mark Genius, and my phone rang. And for some reason, I didn't want to pick it up. I wanted to let the answering service take it. And he ended up by grabbing the phone and handing it to me. And they reluctantly said hello, and it was my sister telling me that my father had died on my birthday in 1997. But somehow I knew that before I actually took the phone call.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Were you close to your father?
Yeah, his birthday was 4 days after mine.
Well, you had a connection, a real connection there. You thought of him just before your sister called.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was something bad. I knew it wasn't taking ice cream at the parents' house. I knew it was something, dire or drastic. It was weird though. I've only had a few of these DST types of occurrences in my life. But when I was 6 years old, I knew I'd never to get married, never have kids in the world the way it was going to turn out. But then, other things like that. And
you decided at 10 that you weren't going to have a family of your own?
yeah.
Well, people have been saying that for thousands of years. I'd say it's bring a child into this world. And so it's been that way forever.
I live in California, so it wouldn't be fair to the way things have worked out in California anyway. And I'm already going to be here anyway, go somewhere else, probably Florida, or maybe go to California, Louisiana, or somewhere.
All right, you'll hook up with Cornelius. All right. Doc, thank you for the call. Don is in Ohio. Don, welcome to Coast.
Well, Richard, happy Sabbath, buddy.
Thanks.
I want to give a hoot out to Tsunami Tommy, Mark Derek, but great screener. I wanted to comment a little bit last night. It's impossible to get the mark of the beast if you have the seal of God in Revelation 7. And that's mark of the beast is tied in, of course, with in your forehead or in your hand. The seal of God can be translated as either seal, sign, or mark. The way the scripture is written in that. And that's also in the right hand or in the forehead. So, people shouldn't worry about that. Just read Revelation 7. It'll explain it. Go to Revelation 9. It explains what happens if you don't have the seal. And the angel, the one that was talking about, the angel had the little book in his hand. He told John the Revelator to eat it up. Well, the little book is the book of Daniel. It says Daniel is a complement to the book of Revelation. It's basically the Old Testament book of Revelation, and it was sealed to the time of the end. And if you read that in Revelation 10, it talks about the angel has his right foot on the land, his left foot is in the sea, and go to verse 5, he lifts up his hand to heaven. He is gathering three forms of energy. And if he wants to even get it in a little further, he can go to Ezekiel 28, and it talks about Satan. The person is the covering cherub, and he walks in the stones of fire. Well, the stones of fire are basically piezoelectric crystals. It's like what you have in a barbecue lighter. When you push down on it, it generates a spark. When you put pressure on these piezoelectric crystals, it generates energy. And Satan, if you look at how the skin is formed without precious crystals and that, in verse 13, well, he's basically a huge capacitor gathering all this energy. Then when he sins, he's thrown out of heaven, no longer has the ability to gather that life force energy. But then again, he spontaneously combusts in verse 18 when God punishes him. It's called spontaneous combustion. We have that happening daily in our societies. Arts talked about it a number of times. So I tell people, just study the word, and you'll understand this. I went to a UFO meeting back in the 90s. We had a gemologist there. And she was really interested. She said that it is illegal for ophthalmologists to polish certain crystals because you can see into different dimensions. So that's something that maybe the city said. It's illegal to polish. Yeah, but again, because you can see in different dimensions. Has an ophthalmologist told you this? Well, no, that was the gemologist saying that. A gemologist. Yeah, and because, they polish crystals. And I'm thinking to myself, who ever heard of such a law as that? But, that might be something because one gentleman was talking about these starlight scopes, and if you have a red filter on it, I guess you can see, like these pilots were seeing these demons now. Now, I was in back in 69, and our screens were green. Very like an old television set when you start the color, by turning these curtains on. It was green, and but you could see the glow on the land at this one base. And I said, what is this glow on this land? And the sergeant told me, well, when we long plowed all the jungle down, the vegetation is decaying, or it's something decays that puts out heat, and what you're seeing there is the heat that's decaying. And this was a first generation starlight scope. They were pretty poor. In fact, when we needed to, like during my surf season, we had to call we had a rock that was probably like a free battalion down the road, about 5 or 6 clicks down the 1,000 meters down the road. We had to shoot up, and we found the top of candle, which is an illumination round. And when they shot that illumination round, it was lighting up all of our perimeter with our starlight scopes. You couldn't see it, but it was brighten our screen so bright it was like daylight almost. And the VC couldn't figure out what was going on with the rock units because their units were, scoping out our perimeter. So it's really interesting how this thing works. Now you have Generation 4 starlight scopes. You can read the newspaper with those.
Wow. Fascinating. John, thank you for that. Great to hear from you. Julie is in Washington State. Julie, good morning and welcome to Coast. We have Jean there. Or is it Jean in Washington State? Going once. Jean, Washington State? Anyone? No? All right. Let's move on to first-time caller. Bill is in Louisville, Kentucky. Bill, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Good show, man. I love the music, man. If you were talking about, going to the grocery store with the kids, And is there any music on the in the store? Or, sometimes that stuff is triggers like a visual or audio. The memory of your teacher.
Yeah, that question. I'm in food basics all the time, and I can't. I don't think there is music. No, I don't think there's music. I don't.
Well, a lot of times, it's happened to me. I'll just start listening to songs and that's what I'm next to. Like, man, I'm just thinking of that song. But sometimes it's either visual or an audio. That was like a trigger, like a memory. And I've even called people on the phone. They're like, I was getting ready to call you. So it's kind of like, you're just human. You're just, you're in the human world. And but a lot of times people they don't realize those things. They're so wrapped up in whatever's going on in their world that there's things that you don't really subconsciously that you can tune into. That makes some sense.
Well, I guess sort of. I don't know that there's. We'll ever get an answer. I mean, this is one of the big questions, and it relates to who we are and what we are and where we go after we die, and somehow I say that that's all connected in this case, having a sudden memory of someone who I hadn't thought about in decades, and then the next day I find out he's passed away. That's
It's kind of strange because I think I'm not getting into dreams or anything like that. Because dreams are dreams. It's always like some people will just like pop up like, why are they there?
yeah, exactly.
Or like same things like, or why did they call me? Or I'm not into texting and Facebook and all or whatever the social media that I've got relatives across the country, and I was like, hey, you don't want to give her a call. And they're like, what? She was like, I'll give her a call you. There you go. So like, but that's still a thing.
It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle, deep in a shocking code. No thanks to that. Gordon is in Plant City, Florida. Gordon, welcome to Coast.
Hey, Richard, thanks for taking my call from me a long time no see. Listen, earlier this woman called. She said right when one of those Beatles, I think it was John Lennon, was being shot. She had a dream that was exactly the same time. And that reminded me, I had a dream that a friend of mine was trying to drive when she was tired, and it was that time she was driving when she was tired in a different location. And I've had dreams of, say, a person getting fired or a Facebook friend wanting to meet me in person. And days or weeks later, the exact same thing happened. But I can't prove that. But I want to ask you about something. On the 29th of last year, I had a very bad dream about being punished. And on May 1st, I emailed you and Tina desperately begging you to pass along the message to Ian, be careful, and let him know I was praying for him. Now, as a human, I'm very tempted to ask if you remember that email right before it occurred, so it can confirm that I had the dream in the email before it happened. From more important than protecting my reputation, and I'm coming out of the closet as a person with gifts, a prophet or a pastor. I'm not a Jesse. More important than even proving that I actually had that dream before it happened is this. I want to find out, were you able to speak to Ian? And I'm hoping that you were Tina. I told everyone, I'm hoping that you guys were able to talk to him, and that then my advice to him was able to help him be careful and give him a few more months of life. I hope to God that that's true. And I feel really bad, Richard, because we disagreed on Twitter, and he blocked me. But he still took my call. He's a trick, Richard, and if I tried a little bit harder, I could have gotten you the message for sure. Maybe one of you guys did that. And here's something I didn't tell you. When I emailed you, I blind carbon copied Tony, and George, and those secret email addresses that I found because I'm a very smart cat. And so everyone at the coast knows that I sent the email 6 months before he was passed. They told me they told her pass her message. And I kind of guessed what his email might be. I
I'll say the little probably see you coast to coast video, but I want to find out more important than freezing that I actually had the dream before. And actually more important than even my reputation is I want someone to tell me whether you guys, so I'm not, anytime, I know you're in Canada, but if one of you guys can call you or text and say, hey, Gordon had this dream about you, and he wants you to be careful. He wants you to, in the dream, he slipped and fell. And in the dream, he looked like he was drinking a little bit, but he didn't drink because he had a condition. But the condition that he had dizziness and fatigue is some of the side effects. We don't know at this point whether my dream of him, he was at an outside party, and you're able to email me.
Gordon, I don't want to. I'm going to stop you there because I don't want to get into speculation and any of that. That's what happened with Ian. That's between him and his family, and that he was taken from them at a young age. And as for your email, I don't recall. But even if I received it, I mean, think about it. It's like police. They get thousands of emails all the time from people who claim that they have had some vision. It's not possible to act on those. And it puts someone in a very difficult position, expecting them to call somebody to warn them about something. Anyway, no, I don't recall getting an email. And that's all I can say about that. All right, Wendy is in Garden Grove, California. Wendy, good morning, welcome to the show.
Morning, thank you. I'm a little nervous. It's my first time calling, but I kind of felt bad because you said you didn't have anything definitive. Can you tell me, I missed the beginning of the show, can you tell me a little bit about your experience?
All right, so I'm at a grocery store. I'm whipping my grocery cart around. I'm very focused on, getting the items on my grocery list, and like I'm laser focused. As I gotta get out of there, get home, just get it. All of a sudden, out of the blue, I'm having this memory, but a vivid memory of being in high school, grade 9. I was suddenly, like, the detail was incredible. I was sitting in history class. My old teacher, Mr. Gibson, was there. I remembered him exactly the way he looked. This is like the late 1970s. And, with his sweater and he had kind of long grayish hair, and he had these big mutton chops. He was kind of eccentric. And he's a great teacher. Everyone spoke very highly of him. He taught us how to write a proper formal essay and how to, do proper citations and how to, present an argument in a paper. And I thought to myself, I caught myself thinking about this. Wait, why is this happening right now? Why am I thinking about this? And why am I thinking about Mr. Gibson? And I said, well, okay, wherever it came from or why, that was a nice memory. I hadn't thought about him in decades. And then just before the show tonight, my sister in Brantford, who also went to the same high school, I'm not sure if she did or did not have him as a teacher. Anyway, she just messaged me on WhatsApp to let me know that Mr. Gibson had just passed away. So I just wondered, how does that happen? Why does that happen? Why me? I mean, I was one of thousands of students. I doubt if I'd walked up to him in the street in the last couple of years, he probably wouldn't have even remembered me. So anyway, that's basically what happened. And again, one of the big mysteries of life, and probably we'll never get an answer to, but that's it, Wendy. And unfortunately, I don't have time to go any further with that with you because we are out of time. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you all. For George Noy, George Knapp, Tony Willis, Lisa Garden, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Dan Heiser, Dan Galante, Chris Burns, Sean Ladisor, and Tim all I'm to say. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until tonight, so long for now.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeart Media can work for you. From your cell, dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results. Hello, this is Susie Espen and Jeff Ryan. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down. And we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Cheryl Pine, Richard Lewis, Fulton Kirk, and so many more. And we're going to have fun. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Good morning, my friends. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. We are up bright and early. It's just about 6 o'clock on this Saturday morning. The rain is gone. The cold is still here. And I'm here for you as your personal guide to turn your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. It is an all-call weekend, so you're going to set the agenda. Whatever's going on with your home, I want to talk with you about it. Give us a call. The number to reach us, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. The phone lines are open now, and I'll get started in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned. And welcome home. This is KFI and KOSD HD2 Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Stimulating talk for independent thought.
KFI,
KOSD HD2,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Shoot and grab. I'm Brian William, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been hurt during a shooting at a motel in Woodland Hills. Police say the man was robbed around 11 last night at the Best Western on Ventura Boulevard. Police say the guy was in a room at the motel with a woman when another man broke into the room and started arguing with him. Suspect then shot the guy, took stuff from his room, and sped off in a car. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. LA County paid out more than $250 million last year to settle claims and lawsuits. And the highest payout was $32 million to the family of 10-year-old Anthony Avalos. The boy was tortured and killed by his mother and her boyfriend in 2018. The second highest payout, $29 million, to Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa, over graphic photos taken at the crash site where her husband and daughter were killed in 2020. The cost to defend the county went up 26%. Half of outside contract law firms and other legal fees totaled $83 million. The department responsible for the total highest payout was the Sheriff's Department at $28 million. Steve Correctly, KFI News. Man has been found dead inside a commercial building on fire in South LA. Firefighters say it appears there was a pot operation set up inside the building. It started around 1:15 this morning on East Manchester Avenue. Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall in Downey may shut down again just months after the opening.
The juvenile hall was shut down in January for about a dozen violations, including not having enough staff on hand. State regulators say the center failed inspection and has remained non-compliant. If the center shuts down, LA County will have hundreds of juveniles without anywhere for them to go. The LA County Probation Department says the hard deadline imposed by the state did not allow enough time for the center to make improvements. The county will have to go before the Board of State and Community Corrections next Thursday. Chris Adams, KFI News.
O.J. Simpson has been going through chemotherapy for prostate cancer. Same news in Las Vegas reports Simpson is being treated at a local hospital, but it isn't clear when he was first diagnosed. Simpson has been living in Vegas since he was released from prison on parole in 2017. He served 9 years for armed robbery. Simpson posted on social media yesterday that he's not going into hospice despite rumors he is fragile and dying. Vegas has transformed into a crimson cloud as the Chiefs and 49ers fans the strip ahead of the big game. Ready, go, Super Bowl! Both teams scored a shade of bread. It can be hard to tell which fans are rooting for which team. 49ers legend Steve Young says he has some advice for the guys before tomorrow.
Everyone understands what's at stake. And so people don't just give up that moment. You have to take that moment.
Some fans say they don't even have a ticket, they're just there for the buzz. Taylor Swift's alleged stalker is unfit to stand trial. Prosecutors in New York made the announcement yesterday saying the guy was deemed incompetent for a criminal trial based on the results of a psych exam. The criminal case against him has been dismissed and will be committed to a state hospital for mental health care. The man was arrested multiple times outside Swift's apartment in Manhattan. The San Francisco Arts Commission is considering a proposal to install a statue of martial arts legend Bruce Lee in Chinatown. Lee's daughter says she supports the move, calling the Bay Area a rich and vital part of the family's legacy. She says her father was born there. The city is celebrating the Lunar New Year and the first Bruce Lee, Year of the Dragon. And Coca-Cola has introduced its first new permanent drink in North America in 3 years. Coca-Cola Spiced and Spiced Zero will go on sale in the U.S. and Canada February 19th. The company says people's food palates have evolved, prompting it to dial up something that brings in an interesting and unique taste profile. Coke has previously experimented with adding hints of coconut, strawberry, and other flavors to its drinks, but usually only for a limited time. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got a crash in the Antelope Valley on 14.
That's headed southbound at Angeles Forest Highway. That crash was blocking the two right lanes. That fire truck was blocking the two right lanes. The mayor to help move those vehicles off of the road. Here in the delays on the 5 southbound at Victor Del Lago Road, there's a crash blocking the right lane there. It was overturned. And in downtown LA on the 110 southbound, just before the 10th, there's a crash over on the right-hand shoulder. That's clearing off soon. Can't find the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
You listen to KFI. Clearly, you're interested in what's going on, and you want the whole story.
You're not alone. KFI audience is influential, affluent, and well-educated.
If you're a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing, KFI AM 640 can help you reach your goals and connect with new customers.
As the most listened to station on the iHeartRadio app, KFI reaches more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And not just anyone. People like you, homeowners, business owners, CEOs.
KFI listeners know they can trust us, and most of them have purchased a product or service that we have recommended.
KFI has helped thousands of great Southern California businesses grow, and we'd like to help you.
Let us show you how KFI AM 640 can work for you.
Check out pound 250 on your cell and say, grow my business.
That's pound 250 and say, grow my business.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny skies, low to mid-60s with beaches, upper 50s to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in Inland Valleys, mid-40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. There is a wind advisory in effect for the IE until 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it gradually warm up throughout the Twin Cities also. Right now it's 45 degrees in San Clemente, 42 in Brea, 47 in Truman Oaks, and 45 in Castle. Daily Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Lewis.
Better look good on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good Saturday morning to you, my friend. It is Saturday, February 10th. The rain is gone, at least for a time, here in Southern California. I am told by my local live-in weather person, and I have them. You should all get one. You really should. If your days are not exciting enough, I'm going to recommend that you have living with a weather fanatic, I want to say, weather fanatic, somebody who on multiple times throughout the day
unsolicited, will give you a weather report, a full weather report for the region. Not only locally, but just for the region. Anyway, I am told that, what was that? I'm sorry. Maybe we should listen to our weather person here. Good morning.
Good morning. When you should be back, I just had a kid.
All right, so we got about a week before the possibility of more rain. We're going to talk about that more as it relates to everybody's, well, not everybody, but several leaky roofs and yard drainage problems and issues like that. But anyway, here we are, Saturday morning. I got out, of course it's dark outside here in Southern California right now, but when I walked outside, stars everywhere in the sky, so no clouds. It's going to be a beautiful, gorgeous day here in Southern California today. Hope you get out in it. I'm D. Sharp, the house whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and your guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. And I thank you for being up with us here and listening to the program, whether you're listening right here in Southern California on our local broadcast or streaming us on the iHeartRadio app from anywhere in HD, or if you are listening to another episode of the House Whisper podcast. We are all just glad that you are here. Sam is all here. Sam is on the board, wrangling our live studio audience. There they are. Is there a dog? Is there a dog in the studio? Oh my goodness. What the?
Tell you the kitty cat.
There was a lot going on in this studio this morning. A lot. Producer Richie Quintero running the show, standing by to take your calls. In fact, he's already been busy taking calls. I want to let you know, we have an all-call weekend ahead of us here. You are going to set the agenda today and tomorrow both. Nothing but calls. Every 2 weeks, we set aside the weekend to just take calls. Now, we take calls every week, but I love taking calls. And so we put everything else on hold, except for you. Yeah, I did that. So we're taking calls today. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-TEEN. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-TEEN. I'll give you that number one more time because I want you on the phone. 833-2-ASK-TEEN. Phone lines are open now. We got a couple of calls up on the board. We want more. We want you, whatever is going on with your home, design, construction, DIY, anything at all. That's why I am here. We put our heads together. We will figure it out. So it's a beautiful, beautiful opportunity for you to call. And Saturday mornings are always a little light traffic on the freeway and on the telephone line. So just saying, if you've tried to call before or thought about calling before and you're like, I'm not going to get through, today is your best shot. There you go. Brian Norman is at the news desk. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Dean. How's it going, bud? Good to be back. Yeah, we've missed you for a bit. Where were you at? Some exotic tropical vacation status called evening airline. Of course. It's the reallocation of resources. How is, I'm sure doing evenings, what a burden as opposed to, getting up at 5 in the morning and being here on a Saturday. I made it through somehow. Well, we're glad to have you back. You are. How are you so far? It's very, very different. Close to you, I would say. Not high energy like us here, exactly, on a Saturday morning. Woo! All right, glad to have you back, bud. All right. So you've already heard the weather forecast sitting across the table from me. My better half, truly. Let me just get real about that. My design partner, the co-founder of House Whisper, most important, me, my best friend in all the world. Tina is here. There you are.
Here I am. Yeah.
We have an update.
That only way to weather.
Oh.
I have now downloaded the My Shakeout. And we'll let you know about it.
Oh, that's what the earthquake yesterday.
See? Yeah, 4.6 earthquake.
Just miles from Malibu.
Yeah.
We were not here to enjoy it. I mean, we were in Catholic yesterday, and we felt the tiniest, and in fact, and
It was funny, we were doing a design something. And all of a sudden, we were looking around the room and everything's shaking.
I didn't notice it first off,
I felt
honestly.
something in my feet.
Our client noticed it. And she said, wait, is something happening? And then we looked at the flat screen TV was wobbling, and we're like, no. Then come to find out that out here, where we live, they felt it better.
Oh, I already started throwing up. All of our time was.
We're like, did you feel that? Did you feel that? Just a few miles north of Malibu, northwest of Malibu, which we are, I think Wales just works for that. Just barely, we're a little northeast of that. Just there. So I guess it was a thing. I'm kind of bummed because it wasn't, dangerous for the weekend. It was a fun rumble, and we missed the whole thing.
Happy to help.
All right. So you now have, what's it called? What app is it? Not that we should be advertising things, but
My kids.
My Shake. That's not a nutrition app.
No,
That's not the protein shake. No, your own personal shake.
but you can actually set your location if you live in California or Oregon. And
My Shake. Is that like a social media for earthquakes? My Shake.
but it does predict them. You get a little bit of a warning.
Can you though?
Well, I don't know. We'll find out next time.
Can you? When the early warning system is no joke, it works. You gotta get 10 seconds head start. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, you get 10 seconds.
But for now, yeah.
Yeah, it's just enough to throw the cat out the window and dive under the bed or something. All right. I don't know. That's not what you do. Any questions? Let's do it. All right, listen. Enough of this. It's time to get started. The week point call is on the board. I also want your calls. 833-2 ask the 833, the number 2 ask the. It is an all-call weekend, and right on the other side of the news, we will get it done. I'm so glad you joined me this morning. Your home with Dean Talk, the House Whisperer, Brian Barum, and the LA City Council has approved a motion to begin an improvement process for the store and PC skyscraper complex covered in graffiti in downtown LA. The Directors Guild of America Awards are happening tonight in Beverly Hills. There are some nominees there that were snubbed by the Oscars. And criminal charges have been dropped against Game of Thrones actor Joseph Gass after an arrest in 2022. We're going to have a look at some stuff on the road on the 105 next. All right, do you know that cities add chlorine and chloramine to the water supply, the municipal water supply, right? I don't have a problem with that because if you know the history of municipal water supplies, you know that there can be some nasty stuff in there that gets a lot of people sick all at once. But here's the thing. By the time that water reaches your home, you don't need that in there anymore. It's done its job. You don't want it in there anymore. So what do? We want to pull it out. And this is why for years and years, Tina and I have had a light source whole house water filtration system. Light source filters our water right at the start, right as it enters our home, which means our entire home has clean, delicious, great tasting water coming out of every faucet, every upspout, everything, everywhere. It takes out the bad, it keeps the good, filters all of our water 24/7. Plus, and this may be the greatest thing of all, a light source system requires no regular maintenance, no salt to add, no extra expenses. They install it, you just sit back and enjoy it. Water as it should be. So call Light Source today at 800-WATER-99. Talk to a factory rep about getting your water fixed. 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Warranty limitations apply. Taking a look at KFI traffic now. We've got some dirt still remains on the 105 in Inwood. That headed eastbound just before the 7th end. That's a huge amount of dirt that's still in the lane. you'll notice. And you know, in the 60s, you know that Lamota Avenue, there's a crash blocking the left lane every slope from Reservoir Street. Hey, Hi, the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm looking forward.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Shop deals on LG at Lowe's with up to 35% off Lowe's major appliances. Plus, save an extra $75 on every $750 you spend on all major appliances. Lowe's knows home improvement, laundry, cooking, and cleaning vary based on purchase amount of student supplies. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. This is why so many people are joining Medicare right now. Medicare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly health care costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medicare can save you a lot of money. The typical family takes $500 a month. Medicare works too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. There you go. Call 844-50-BIBLE. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. A senior data engineer is from Marina Del Rey, California. Take ownership of the systems that power data science products. Build tools, ensure data collection, storage, and architect ETL infrastructure. Requires a bachelor's in computer science, data analytics, or related. 4 years as a data scientist or data engineer with analytics, machine learning, data pipeline development, big data integration, validation, reconciliation, BI tools, Tableau, project architect design. Remote work available anywhere in the USA. Salary $139,235 to $160,000 per year. Their resume, HR Springlab, 4551 Glencoe Avenue, number 330, Marina Del Rey, California, 90292. Again, a senior data engineer is from Marina Del Rey, California. Salary $139,235 to $160,000 per year. Their resume, HR Springlab, 4551 Glencoe Avenue, number 330, Marina Del Rey, California, 90292. Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. And it's Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAF640.com/rules. Honey, you need NyQuil Severe Honey. NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cleaning boost and energy with its new honey taste. You need better honey? Okay, guys. Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe with honey flavor. In nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, honey wishes, best for the cold. Nice. Great. You better reach children.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I love them, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie. Greatest buy in my life. That's how one fan of the Saracen V6 describes this beautiful thermal wellness machine. He says he uses it every day because the job-related back pain that he has.
In fact, my brother, he's a plumber, just ordered a V6 to help him with his neck and back pain. Whatever the problem, lumbar issues, disc issues, sciatica, shoulder and neck pain, the Saracen V6 has a track record of reducing the amount of pain and discomfort you may deal with on a daily basis.
This therapy bed is going to fold right up into a sleek piece of furniture, and that's going to fit into whichever room you choose. It's really about bringing a spa massage and pain management directly into your home.
Another fan of the Saracen V6 says she loves the product, the customer service, the reliability of the machine, the variety of the features, and the sleek style of the bed. She says the V6 works wonders
We have a promo code for KFI listeners. Here it is. Go to SarahJemUS.com and type Get Your V6. That's Get Your V6 at SarahJemUS.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, the founder of Western Philanthropists, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-311-4114. That's 800-311-4114.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Anker. And I'm Skip Bronson. What happens when two old friends take their decades of experience in the business and sit down without advice? You get our way, a brand new show from My Heart Podcast where we chop it up with our pals about everything under the sun.
You're engaging guests like Jason Bateman, Michael Bublé, Mark Burnett, and many more. I'll Bake It Now with Paul and Skip.
This is our podcast, and we're going to do it our way. Listen to Our Way on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wondering if your personal info is lingering online? A new service called Mozilla Monitor can help. They're offering a free one-time scan to reveal if your passwords have been compromised or your data breached. Mozilla includes directions on what to do. More tech news, tips, and reviews this weekend on Rich on Tech with Rich Riviera this morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Team Sharp, the House Whisperer, you are listening to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I went long in our opening segment here, so this one's going to be a little bit shorter. We are doing an all-calls weekend, and so it is time to go to the phones. I want to get right to it. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, welcome home.
Good morning. I've had a problem with my door handle, and I've had it before, and I sold it and stuff, but tried to get in. But I'm thinking it's time for the door handle and get both. So I'm just wondering if you recommend any certain brands, like keep the same brand, and when I go to the hardware store to look for one, and then is that something I can do myself, or should I hire somebody?
Gotcha. So it's not the door. The door isn't sticking or anything, right? It's just the handle is going wonky on you, like it's not the mechanism.
Yeah, well, it's just a little bit because of the rain. It's a wood door, so it's going up a little bit. But I've had this problem before, but this time it was a little harder to get into the door. I finally got it to open. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking I need a new handle.
Yeah, so, wood doors, they swell up sometimes seasonally. That's something that you may or may not want to have a pro address at some point in the future if that keeps happening as far as the door is concerned. But as far as the handle is concerned, if you consider yourself, capable with a Phillips screwdriver, you should be able to change out the door handle and or the deadbolt or both. No problem. It's usually just Phillips head screwdriver, and the instructions are pretty simple. There are two kinds of. Now, did you say is this the front door or back door or where is this?
It's a back door. It leads to the kitchen.
Okay, so there are two kinds of. Just know this: there are two kinds of borings on doors for door handles for door hardware. There's a standard tubular bore. That's what almost everybody has on all of their doors. In other words, there's a round hole that's been drilled through the door, and then there's a side hole going into it on the left. The other kind is what we call a mortise lock, which is a big old rectangular hole that is been drilled into the side. Mortise locks are quite common on front doors, entry doors, that kind of stuff, but very, very rarely, if ever, on back doors or kitchen doors. It's probably just a standard old tubular door for And that means that, it took you, just a few minutes for you to switch them out. And so the best thing you can do just to be absolutely sure you're getting the right thing is, if you can afford to do this, go ahead and pull out two Phillips head screws that are holding the side latch into place, and then the couple of Phillips head bolts or screws that are holding the doorknob on. Take it all out and pop it back together again and take it in the car with you to the hardware store and just basically say, hey, look, this is what I got. And check with the guy or the gal in the hardware department just to make sure they point in the right direction. You'll have a selection. Mostly it's a style selection, but there's quality as well as far as what's going on inside. You just want to find yourself a good brand. And these days, there's not a lot of stuff out there. So anything from an economy brand like Footset to a Sleg to a Baldwin, which I don't know, almost trade Baldwin money for a back doorknob. But that's the point. You're going to find name brands sitting there. They're all going to work, and they'll be just as easy to pop back in. It's just, at this point, all the boring has been done on the door, and that for the deadbolt as well. So at this point, it's just about a few screws and a little bit of your time. And by the way, the nice thing too is get a deadbolt that matches your door. I would get a set with the deadbolts acting up on you as well, and that way one key. So if you buy the deadbolt and the doorknob together in a set, one key will open both for you. And there you go. Good luck on that, sir. All right. Hey, we're going to run to the news here, and when we come back, more of your calls. You're at home. You start the house with for Brian Broom and has the open. At least two people have been killed at a small plane crash in Florida. The private plane crashed on Interstate 75 and caused a shutdown of that highway. The plane hit a car in the crash. One of the key elements of Philadelphia is how much fuel was on the airplane when it started out and how much would it burn. When you land a business jet, your power is up, and if you lose an engine or both engines, you're going to know about it immediately. BBC Sean Mann says the pilots of the plane had reported that both engines failed shortly before that crash. Court records have shown there were suspicions about bodies being poorly treated by a funeral home in Colorado more than 3 years before anything was done about it. Nearly 200 decomposing bodies were discovered inside a building last October when someone made a complaint about an odor nearby. Colorado has some of the deepest rules for funeral homes, with no routine inspections or qualification requirements for funeral home operators. The EPA says it will inspect 2 hazardous waste sites in LA County. Inspectors will look at the Montrose Chemical Corporation in Florence for its work to clean up toxic materials, including the pesticide PVC, which it manufactured from 1947 to 1982. The other site in Santa Fe Springs stored 2 petroleum products, including solvents and chemicals, in a 42 million gallon concrete lined reservoir. The overall inspection is expected to take 5 years. And cybersecurity experts think people should watch out for romance scams online ahead of Valentine's Day. Lance Larson with the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center says scammers are usually based overseas and engage several people at once. Sometimes they forget who they are, and that's how they mess up when they're talking to these victims, is they forget that what their name was supposed to be or where they were supposed to be working or traveling. Larson says anyone refusing to meet in person or asks you to send money should be a red flag. He says scammers are on most dating apps and social media platforms. Romance scams cost Americans $1.3 billion just in 2022. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got tire tread going to pass on the 101. That headed northbound at Barham Boulevard. That tire tread is blocking the right lane there. Keep your eyes peeled as you approach. In Boyle Heights, on the 5 southbound at Soto Street, there's a food dolly in the right-hand lane. And in Elysian Park on the 5 southbound connector to the southbound 110, there's a mudslide that is entirely blocking that transition road until further notice. They're shutting that whole thing down. Can't find the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford. Hey, you thinking about selling your home? Well, pump the brakes for just a second. If it is not in tip-top shape, you might lose out on 20 to 50% of your home's value, depending on who you're selling it to. Before you sell, just do this. Call my friends at Rabbi and see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution that I've actually ever encountered. Sell 360 by Rabbi. It's for brand new, here's how it works. First, Revive will purchase your home at a fair price. Simple. But then, here comes the game changer. Revive uses their industry expertise to renovate your home, to prepare it for top dollar on the market, and list top-notch agents to sell it. And once it sells, you'll receive an additional payment for the profit on the renovation. Yeah, you heard that right. You get a second check. Right now, the average homeowner who sells with Revive receives an additional $188,000 that they would have otherwise left on the table. That is a fact. You can sell your home quickly and still unlock its full profit potential with Revive's Sell 360. So, see if your home qualifies at kfirevive.com. That's kfirevive.com, or dial pound 250 and say Revive. kfirevive.com or pound 250 and say Revive. Sunshine weather from KFI, sunny skies, low to mid-60s at beaches, upper 50s to mid-60s in Metro, LA, and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Inland Valleys, mid-40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. There's a wind advisory for the Inland Empire. It's going to last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Temperatures will be going up little by little through next week, up into around 70 by Friday. Local, live from KFI, 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brock Urban. Do you know what websites we use to look great? Visuals. Not only do they beat traffic, but they also give your website the best look it deserves. At dreamstone.com, you can get images of, well, anything. And I'm talking about top-notch professional stock photos and illustrations for all budgets. You need it for free. Whether you need images for your website, marketing campaign, news story, or whatever, Dreamstone's got you covered. With flexible credit lines, subscriptions, and thousands of free images available, you can get it all without breaking the bank. On top of all that, Dreamstone also has a multi-year rollover for credits you don't use. Unlimited downloads of fresh copies for images you purchase, exclusive buyout rights, one-of-a-kind exclusive images you won't find anywhere else. And, yeah, it gets better. Ongoing video clips. Look, do yourself a favor and check out dreamstone.com today. You and your website deserve it. Is your roof ready for El Nino? Season after season of blistering summer heat, blasting fall winds, and countless brutal winters. Not here in the airport destroying my roof. I've seen those flying in the yard, which I've never seen before. Semper Solaris is a national award-winning home-warranty plastic roof contractor. Your roof will be backed by an industry-leading 15-year warranty. It's a 15-year labor and material non-parade warranty. If there's ever a problem, it's going to get fixed for free for the entire 15 years. Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery storage, roofing, and heating and air contractor, gets the job done with esprit de corps and honor. You'll probably keep your order before you ever say that. Plus 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. El Nino is coming. Call Semper Solaris and get your roof inspected today. Visit sempersolaris.com or call 213-408-7767. Make your money move in the right direction. Money move with the weight. Sunday to noon during Out to Money with Joel Larchard on KFI.
All right, baby.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You have found home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. We are doing an all-falls weekend here on the program. I'm just here, custom home builder, custom home designer, to help you figure out your home. Now, for the last few weeks, we have been moving through, and I'm very happy about the response. Thank you very much. Our new series of building your dream home, in which I'm basically taking all the information I can do every year, but organizing in a way that it is from A to Z, from step 1 to step 100, along the path of how do we actually do a project like this and tackle it. But we're taking a break from that this week, as we will in the future as well. Every few weeks, I always set aside time to just take calls and help you figure out what's going on with your home. So, phone lines are open now. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK. 833, the numeral 2-ASK. 833-2-ASK. Producer Rich is standing by. He'll take your call. He'll tell you everything you need to know, coffee in the queue. And then, you and I, we can put our heads together, figure out what's going on with your home. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home. Design issues, architectural stuff, construction issues, contractor stuff, anything, DIY stuff, the whole Magilla. I mean, you got to look up what that word is. I use it too often to not actually know what that is. Will you look that up so whether person is thank you. All right, let's go back to the phone. I want to talk to William. Hey, William, welcome home.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Shark. I just want to say I've been listening to your show for quite a while now, and I'm finally getting at my first home, so excited to practice what you preach.
Hey, congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. So my question here is, probably that the homeowner, the previous homeowner did disclose that there was a leak with their dishwasher, and they took it out. And so I'm kind of just wondering what the root cause of that would be, why they would just simply take it out. Maybe it was something more serious. Certainly might have some insight into that, but that's about all the information that I do have.
Okay, wait. So the leak with their dishwasher and they took it out. Sounds like that it was just there was some. Okay, so here's the thing. Dishwasher, there are two water issues with a dishwasher. Number one is it hooks into the hot and cold lines underneath the sink, right? That it's sitting next to. So there could always be an issue with the hoses coming off the dishwasher and hooking it up where they connect under the sink. And number two is when it's done doing what it does in every cycle, it pumps out its wastewater through a third pipe or third hose, and then that connects into either the garbage disposal or the drain under the sink directly, depending on whether there is one. And that sometimes those connections can leak, sometimes not. When there's a leak in that regard, you just fix it. In other words, you change out the hose or you renew the connection for the owner to pull the dishwasher out. Either one, they didn't know what they were doing, or two, the problem was that the dishwasher itself was going bad. And it sounds to me like there's an 80+% chance that it was just the dishwasher was going bad, and he didn't want to leave you a bad dishwasher, and he's telling you, hey, the dishwasher was leaking, so I told it you're going to have to pop your own in there. The plumbing to a dishwasher is not a complex thing. It's all exposed underneath the sink. So my guess is it's a bad dishwasher and that you're not going to have anyone to worry about.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, they put it out a while ago, but, I appreciate that. I was worried it might be a plumbing issue, so that's good to know.
Yeah, no. If there was a plumbing issue, it's such an easy thing to call a plumber and just get the connections replaced or fixed up. So for them to actually pull it, I think it was just the dishwasher had gone bad. So you get a new one and pop it in there, and you should be good to go. And William, congrats on the new house. And thank you for listening for all these years without owning a home. What does that mean? Does that mean we're just that interesting? Are we, Tina? Are we just that interesting? You're that interesting. I don't know about me, but anyway, I appreciate it. Do we have time to? Nope, we don't. We're going to catch up with our time here. All right. So we're going to hear a little news. We're going to come back and go back to the phone. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK. 833 number 2-ASK. More of your calls right on the other side of the news. Brian Berman has the latest. And I'll sheriff's deputy is in a hospital after an accidental shooting at the Temple City Sheriff's Station. The court date has been set for next month as part of a lawsuit against the city of LA by downtown business owners, saying the city hasn't done enough to clear homeless gangs, and the drug possession charge has been dropped for rapper Kodak Black in Florida. We're going to have a little some trouble on the cat next. Hey, it's Conway here. This winter's rainstorms, but there's one thing, it's the fact that you need new windows. And Bill and Kathleen from American Feature Windows, they've got you covered. Get windows that leak, it rains outside, it also rains inside. It used to be my life. Then we got AC windows, the warm air stays in the winter, but you're going to save some money. Everything is more expensive these days, especially energy. And smart people are turning to dual-pane energy-efficient windows to reduce their utility bills. So if you got wood or aluminum or, I don't know, straw windows, windows and doors is where all the energy and all the warmth go in and outside the house. So check out this deal for February. You're going to love it. $200 off every window, $400 off every door. Plus, no payments until 2025. Wow! Phone them up. 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. Go to the website for details. AmericanVisionWindows.com. I'm Chris Randolph, and 5 feet man, and of course, yes, wow! Staples Print Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Yes, $20 off your print purchase of 100 or more, 50 off your print purchase of 200 or more, and 100 off your print purchase of 300 or more. And 2.24 from Staples.com/print for details. Print more, save more at Staples. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies. Looking at weather from KFI, there's a wind advisory in effect for the Virginia Empire from 11 until 1 o'clock this afternoon. This report brought to you by Staples Stores. Taking a look at KFI traffic, we've got 520 in Back headed eastbound just before the 215. That country look on the right-hand shoulder. It involves a couple of semi-trucks that are leaking diesel fuel. Try to avoid that spot if you can. In downtown LA on the 110 southbound just before the 10, there's a crash over on the right-hand shoulder. And in Linwood on the 105 eastbound just before the 710, a large amount of dirt is spilled through the lane. Vehicles are swerving to avoid that one. Can't find the sky, help get you there faster. Unless before, this year, Dell Technologies is going to help you do amazing things with their experts. Do a limited time look and save on select next-gen PCs, like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors. And more, save now at Dell.com/deals. There's a lot of places to get your tech news. I know that. But there's only one website that tells you what the tech news means to you. And that's my site, Rabbi.com. Every day, you'll find breaking news, tutorials, along with really useful tips and product reviews. Tens of millions of people just like you visit my site, and I'd love for you to become a regular. I bet you learn one great thing each day at Rabbi.com. And at my site, you also get early access to my USA Today columns too. And to make things easier in your busy life, sign up for my free newsletter that gets delivered right to your inbox. You can pick and choose what you're interested in, whether they're smartphones or smart homes, Windows or Mac. In this way, you only get the know-how that you need. And I'll never ever send you spam because I value you in your inbox. That's Rabbi.com or a link at the top of the page to get my free newsletters. And also send me a personal message. Go now while you're thinking about it. That's Rabbi.com. KOMAindia.com. You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, healthcare. This is why so many people are joining Medishare right now. Medishare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medicare can save you a lot of money. A typical family pays $500 a month. Medicare works. It has been around for 30 years. Members have saved more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 844-50-BIBLE. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Manar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MasterCard, talks about measurement. Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measure, and what you find is our investment is paying for itself in 2 ways. We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think it's a capsule of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial fame into the making our face iHeart. It has been a very nice sponsorship, and it continues to be very strong into the future.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Make Valentine's Day red hot with Lobster Tail from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get a 2-pack of Lobster Tail for $5.99 per sale or $4.99 per sale with Prime membership. With a super customer wants to product last. Find an Amazon Fresh grocery store near you. Are you feeling tired? Or actually just driven? Grab one friends to help find you feel energy. To help you. Your love is enthusiasm and your promise. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down. And we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Cheryl Pine, Mr. Lewis, Bob Odenkirk, and so many more. And we're going to have six. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Get ready for the big game with a free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game, like Rob Sucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL or listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. Yes, we are tired of politicians in Southern California. Tired of this election cycle beating every single thing in our power to vote individuals into office that are actually going to do more for those that they are elected to serve. So roll us sharp this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Team Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home. That was a reach into the past right there. Haven't heard Pump Up the Jam in a while. All right. Hey, thanks for joining us on the program today. We are doing an all calls weekend. That means you set the agenda. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home, anything you want to ask me regarding your home. Find Stump the Whisperer. That's what you're up to. Now, I know you just have questions, so let's get them answered, all right? Let's go back to the phone. I want to talk to Jenny. Hey, Jenny, welcome home.
Thank you so much. I heard you a long time ago talking about gutters, and since we've had all this rain, I'm sure Mom Rabbi only one that we spoke on this. You had talked about what kind of gutters to get, what the composition was, and I was driving in the car at the time, so now I'm calling back, so I have my pen poised, and I'd love to know what you would recommend.
You are poised. That is great. Okay, yeah, gutters. If you are thinking about new gutters for your home, here are your, let's say, 4 options or so. First of all, the 2 that I don't want you to do. I don't want you to DIY it, and here's why. Not that, I discount your ability to DIY your own gutters. It's just that the materials that are on hand for you to DIY them are inferior materials. So no vinyl or PVC gutters from the big box store. Not only from the design perspective do I find them unattractive and not good, but from the contracting perspective, from the build perspective, they're just not great. They will sag. They'll require way too many braces on them, and they're just not the right move. Now there are metal gutters for sale at the big box and DIY stores as well. Here's the problem. Now we have to talk about when it comes to metal, the building of the metal, and that simply means the thickness of the metal, so the material. That is available off the shelf at most big box stores. It's going to be the base is going to be 16 days, 19 days, and the your house. And what you're looking for is a professional company that does premium gutters. Now, what that simply means is this. It means that they actually show up at your house with a trailer in tow. And on that trailer, there are rolls of flat metal, heavy grade flat metal. And they will literally roll out and form the gutter shape of your choice on site, and they continue to run, 100-foot long run, without a finish. So basically from corner of this to corner of this, everywhere they can run continuous from until they have to make a 90-degree turn on the gutter. So that means minimizing the beams, which means minimizing the long-term leak potential, and it also means heavier days. Now, most companies out there are saying their best price is going to be with 27 gauge metal. If you want just that, the fixed stuff, then you ask them for a price on 32 gauge. So there you go. The very best that most homeowners need for their home is 32 gauge aluminum seamless gutters running from edge to edge, corner to corner, cut and paste on site at their house. 27 gauge is nothing to shake a stick at. It's good. This is just one of those situations where good, better, best. And so 32 gauge is best, 27 not as good, but good. Anything below 27, I'm not saying. Getting that is best. So good stuff.
So now there's the trick of getting somebody who really knows what they're doing to do it. Before the day, when I replaced my roof and it took all the gutters off, so you have to, I'm always suggested they just start all over. I had a thick roof before and I went to a composition because that's what they think you have to not have, the thick roof anymore. So I went to competition, and I love the competition. It was fine. It's not too much of a roof, but at the developer, they took me a mile away. Didn't get fit, huh?
It all depends. If the gutters were as old as the roof, then they may not have been worth putting back up again. But typically, no, if gutters come off, then you put gutters back on and wet. They found that they just weren't in good shape, and the putting it back on is just going to be asking for more trouble with them. So gutters can be basically removed and replaced if they're in good shape. But the more you move them and mess them around, and the older they get, the less likely it is that you're going to just put the old gutters back in place. So I can't speak to whether your roofer made the right call with that or not. Just going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say the gutters weren't a good putting back on.
Okay, is there anything wrong with putting the gutters on either the different types of roofs? I mean, if they already have the
It's you want to evaluate where and why and how you use gutters for the roof. It's not about the type of roof up there at all. It is entirely about whether there are areas of the house where you can afford to have water rolling directly off the roof down to your landscape or hardscape below, or whether you want that to be constantly redirected elsewhere. That's the whole point of the gutter, to redirect water away from falling right off the edge of the roof to another more convenient or safer for your foundation location, getting water away from the foundation of the house. My house doesn't have any gutters, but my particular situation is I'm well drained, and I've got plenty of beds all around my house, and so I don't worry about that. I don't mind the water rolling off my house down into feeding the soil and the plants around the perimeter of my house. But not everybody is in that situation, so gutters are a thing that are a necessity for a lot of people and a lot of homes and a lot of roofs. So that's what you evaluate, and the gutter person can help you evaluate that as well. It's not just an automatic, just do the whole thing. Think about where gutters are necessary, where the downspouts are going to go, and hire a gutter professional. And get multiple bids, just like with everything. Don't just have the first person come out and say, all right, you got the job. I would bid it out 2 or 3 ways. And all you have to do is If you're interested in the 32 gauge gutters that they carry that on their vehicle, that is part of their rig, and the price is and that's the cool thing. Let's look at the dollar rich different stuff, a different thing like in this case the rig. A lot of these companies will be able to get these prices over the phone. In other words, for a linear foot of gutter, there's what we charge for 25 gauge, there's what we charge for 32 gauge, and ground gutters, rectangular, and the ground downspout, rectangular, all these different modifications and price considerations that you could be able to get prices over the phone. And then get to the this and invest in the house. Jay, good luck on your new gutters. I hope they turn out well. They should if you follow those important pieces of advice that you will stay well. When we return, you are listening to the House Whisperer on KFI.
we then make an electric on-demand water heater, and what type of atomic prevention is that? They do. They, meaning several major water heater manufacturers, make electric, all-electric on-demand water heaters. And the prevention requirements are zero. There is no benefit for on-demand electric water heaters because there's no gas byproducts, dangerous toxic gas byproducts that have to be sent to that. A lot of people think prevention is for it's really not. It's the last thing in the world that a water heater manufacturer wants is to let go of because they want to going into the pipe and into the water where it belongs, not blowing off the top. The best thing with the requirement when natural gas or propane is being used because it's not the byproduct of gas. So different with that. Electric car, electric vehicle has no gas. Electric water heater. No, it's not simple too, by the way, for electric residential users. There's no requirement for a gas bill over the top of that. That doesn't mean you don't want to put one in, but you might go in the bill for the house is low. But normally the code requires no gas because prevention's not there. Now it's not true. Something is in the benches there to prevent off the gas from the non-conductive gas. And no water heater, gas water heater, or cooktop efficiently burns all of this gas. So there's electric, on-demand water heaters, no venting required, and there are several manufacturers and several models that you can choose from for that. Thank you. You're very welcome. Good luck on your new on-demand water heater. Do we have time for, no, not quite. I just want to give everybody the service of my time. Although they'll handle it for me, but I spent way too much time with our college. I don't think we're going to do that. That's just like for the good player, for what it is. So, I give you all the time you need here on the program. The question is so interesting and equally relevant to thousands and thousands of other people who are listening. Therefore, we take the time to dig in. So, we're a little bit shy of the break. So we'll wait until, important though, I'll say this, there says no Super Bowl tomorrow. Super Bowl is not in Las Vegas. First time ever that it's being held in Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas now has a stadium. The Raiders of Vegas. Allegiant Stadium built in what they said pretty could have started in 2012. 2012 is basically just a little under 4 years old. Allegiant Stadium, brand new. You've been to Vegas, you've seen it, can't miss it, right? Sitting out like you're coming down from the south, headed north, right there on the left side of the freeway. It's true. And what is interesting about Allegiant Stadium, other than the fact that what I find interesting, other than the fact that it's $10 billion, hugely modern stadium, people think, one, it was designed according to all of my rules of architectural design, meaning the wood church inside, it has a dome, but it's an enclosed stadium that's turned leaf to roof. So the roof is being held up by cable so that it can let as much light through as possible, which is awesome to get the full daylight effect inside the stadium without it being subject to the blazing of Las Vegas summers or the frigid cold of desert winters. So climate control, but sunlight still comes through beautifully. Also, through those sliding doors or windows, technically anyway, and those opening up to fresh air and allowing the view on appropriate days, weather appropriate days, of this to see from just about any seat in the stadium, you can see the Las Vegas Strip, which is just awesome to get anyway. You can see all the pretty lights of all the hotels downtown. It's interesting though.
People and meeting here down there. This has got to be one of those classic examples. It's just essential example. So back in the 50s, for a brief period of time, a brief period, I don't know who got paid off to what, when, but somebody got in their head, aluminum wiring, if aluminum could conduct electricity, it could carry energy just like copper, and it's a heck of a lot cheaper. Why don't we just approve that for a house? Here's the problem with aluminum wiring. Aluminum wiring does conduct electricity just fine, but it has a density problem. The fact of the matter is that copper is a more dense metal than aluminum, so as the voltage and amperage inside a line, aluminum wire increases, as the load increases, the wire tends to heat up more. Now, it's not going to just explode and take on copper. That's not the point. But what happens is the wire heats up and it expands. The wire actually expands as it heats, unlike a copper wire, which does not. The copper wire, if it is overrun with power, will just melt. Okay, at some point, but the aluminum expands. That means every time that you are running electricity through a house with aluminum wiring, the wires are expanding in contraction, where they're hot when they're running, and then they cool off. And that means the wire nuts and the various connections that they make and the outlet and the electrical workings, they're constantly being expanded and contracted. Now, which means they start getting loose. And so those connections start getting loose, and the next thing you know, an overly loose connection means that the wire might actually spark and fly in open space and open gaps there in the connection, and the sparking can create a problem. And now, is that something that happens in most aluminum flex houses? That's, by the way, the brand name of what is built happen. No, it doesn't happen in most, but I will tell you this: the Consumer Product Safety Commission has found that it is something like 55 times more likely for a fire to occur, electrical fire to occur in a house with aluminum wiring than a house with copper wiring. And that is why the aluminum wiring craze came and went, within a decade, and there's never become again. So there you go. So now, that doesn't mean that everybody's aluminum wiring house is going to go down. In fact, no, it doesn't. Okay? But it does mean that if you know your house has aluminum wiring, there are some things you need to take into consideration. Number one is that you should stay up on any outlet or switch that starts acting a little funky, or if you hear a little buzzing from it or anything like that, you should open it up, get in there, and make sure that the screws are all tightened down so that those connections remain snug and tight. Number two, you don't just add copper wire onto aluminum wiring and put the two together because they are just similar metals. There are special connectors, there are special wire nuts to join copper. So use no more aluminum wiring in the house. Use copper anytime you have to replace a line, but also know that you've got to get special connectors to connect the two together so that they don't corrode and so that they allow expansion properly. So you can slowly start changing it out to copper as the house ages. But you got to use your special connectors. Three, when it comes to changing out outlets and switches, again, this is just more directly to your point, you just got to make sure on the box of the switch or the outlet, you've got to make sure that it is aluminum rated. Okay, now they're all built for copper these days. Some of them are aluminum rated. Some are not. The core switches are famously not rated for aluminum, and those need what we call a pin pair, which means you've got to connect to them in copper, and then inside the outlet box you make one of those special connections from the copper wire to the aluminum wire. It's a hassle, but it is critical. So usually you want to look for the code on the side of the box that says PG, that stands for copper, or CO in some cases, and then it'll say AL. If it says AL, then it's aluminum rated. If the letters AL have a line through them, do not other than just tearing out all the aluminum wiring and replacing it with copper, which can cost thousands upon thousands of dollars to do. That's how you handle aluminum wiring with the copper.
Well, that's what I need to know. So the problem is we're looking at the capacity and outlet, and just say there, stick to the pigtails with the proper rating connection system, and don't worry about what's embedded, behind the wall, the construction, or whatever. I'm just very good for it.
That's exactly right. It's exactly right, Jim. The biggest threat of aluminum wiring is not the long strands runs of wire themselves. It is the connection point. That's the biggest concern. Okay? So keep those connection points tight and well maintained, and you should be good to go. Jim, thank you for that question. It's been a while since we talked about aluminum wiring in the house. It's a very small niche of houses that have it. All right, y'all. We're up against the break. When we come back, we'll our first call. We're home. We start out with first line for William.
You can't say for sure because we don't know what kind of permit that they may have pulled, so we do not see any property from the outside that would indicate that this was a cannabis operation, which they could have had.
Celebrating our culture here in Las Vegas. And thinking about where we're heading and how this really is the idea. After taking not just the representative of things that is right and love, their job, leadership, and leadership to also take the papers in the mouth. He's also reported to getting cost of Justin Bieber, not to get into half of the icon publishing rights and masters to film. The $600 million price tag evaluation Jackson catalog is higher than $1.5 billion. According to Billboard, the deal also includes some non-Jackson theme songs, as well as songs from performers like Jerry Lewis, Jackson Wilson, and Peter Mayfield. Jimmy members have turned Jackson growing in popularity over the past few years, and maybe that is why it's set to premiere next year. Sitting with now 405 traffic, we got a crash on the 101 in Goodness Road. Grand Canyon Village at the Vegas City Boulevard. That track is over on the right side shoulder button on the Vegas floor and right before that. We have big car of 5 southbound of Piper Road. All lanes north and southeast are tracks. The station is 20 and higher at the 404 tracks there. And in this city on the west side of Central Boulevard, we're still dealing with that multi-car track blocking the street right lane. They're high as southwest into their traffic. I'm up the ferry. For a better you in 2024, that's a good one. Get better water. Our bodies are 70% water, so clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel good. Unfiltered, chlorinated tap water, that's not going to cut it. That's why I had to pour a LikeForlike whole house water filtration system. LikeForlike filters out chlorine, other contaminants, leaves you clean and delicious drinking water in the entire house. You're going to have softer skin, you're going to have healthier hair, more healthy inside, no more chlorine showers and baths. And the LikeForlike system needs no maintenance. No salt, no filters, no months subscription, warranty limitations apply. So call LikeForlike today at 800-WATER-99. To speak with a factory representative. That's 800-WATER-99. Or visit likeforlikewater.com. LikeForlike, taste and feel different. Weather is going to verify sunshine, rating is 60 to 60, upper 50s to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in Union Valley, mid-40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to low 60s in the Empire. There's a wind advisory from last noon in the morning in the Easy focal. Fine. 24-hour news room. Apply group. You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our healthcare. This is why so many people are joining Medicare right now. Medicare is a trusted way to save up to 50% of your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medicare can save you a lot of money. A typical family pays $500 a month. Medicare works. It's been around for 30 years. Members have saved more than $5 billion of these other bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch. Start saving. There you go. Call 844-50-BIBLE. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. Do you know what websites use to look great? Visuals. Not only do they boost traffic, but they also give your website the best look it deserves. At dreamsign.com, you can get images of, well, anything. And I'm talking about top-notch professional stock photos and illustrations for all purposes. And even for free. Whether you need images for your website, marketing campaign, news story, or whatever, DreamSign's got you covered. With flexible credit plans, subscriptions, and thousands of free images available, you can get it all without breaking the bank. And on top of all that, DreamSign also has a no-limit rollover for credits you don't use. Unlimited downloads or print copies for images you purchase, exclusive buyout rights, one-of-a-kind exclusive images you won't find anywhere else. And, yes, it's better, audio and video clips. Look, do yourself a favor and check out dreamsign.com today. You and your website deserve it.
Darling, someone just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone. Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the smell good plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
But you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The smell good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like up front and everything. I just called a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No Bubba's here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license number 3997. This is Jacob Evans. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident. Call 844-24-8. KFI AM 640.
The iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. That's me. It is an all-call Saturday morning. It's an all-call weekend, actually. So if we don't get to your call today, we'll be back at it again tomorrow. Don't worry. We're going to be done and out of here long before the Super Bowl cranks up. So you have plenty of time to listen to us tomorrow morning as well from 9 to noon. More of your calls. You set the agenda. But let's get on back to the phones, shall we? I'm going to talk to Joe. Hey, Joe. Welcome home. Hey, good morning, Dave. How are you? I am well, sir. How are you doing? No, I'm well. We bought a home in Tennessee, and we had all the windows replaced. And I was, after the job was finished, I was thoroughly disappointed in the sliders. They are retrofit, so I was thoroughly disappointed in the sill. There's like an inch and a half sill, if you will, on the bottom foot. So now we're replacing windows here. And I'm wondering if it's worth the time and expense to get a new construction window on our slider. Okay. So just so everybody knows, retrofit windows, there are two ways to put in a window. There are two kinds of windows these days, essentially two types of windows as far as the way they install into your house. Either A, you do what we call new construction. New construction means that the window and or door has a pin on it around the outside edge. It installs into the opening, and then the paper barrier and the stucco paper or the siding ties back in to the window or door to clean it. It's the typical thing. That's what all original doors and windows are, new construction when a house was originally built. However, when it comes around time to replacing those windows, maybe you got old single pane windows and you want to replace them, same with doors. Now, the other offering is what's called a retrofit. Now, retrofit basically means we take out almost all of the depth of the existing window, but we leave in the jamb. And the jamb is what is actually tied into the rest of the building and to the wall structure around it. So, in other words, we don't disturb stucco, we don't disturb siding, and we don't even disturb drywall on the inside of the house. We take out everything that we can. We leave the weather-tight seal, if indeed it is not a leaky window, and then a block window slides in. Now, that means that the window is smaller. You get the net window opening is smaller because you're basically putting a window inside a window, essentially, in order to put a retrofit in. I mean, a lot of people don't mind the fact that the window gets a little smaller, but when it comes to sliding doors, that means we've got to leave the old threshold, and the new threshold builds up even taller, and a lot of people have issues with that. And so that's, I think, what Joe is talking about here. Joe, it's the same old story. The balance is this. The house out here now, is it stucco, is it siding, and most importantly, if it's stucco, are there wood surrounds or, well, either way, are there wood surrounds or trim on the outside of the windows and doors of your house here?
Yeah, it was built in the 90s, and it's all stucco all the way around, and it's on a concrete slab.
Okay. So the issue is not just the change out of the slider door. The issue is the cost is going to be the cost of cutting open the stucco and then doing a stucco patch to patch in the stucco after the new construction has gone into place. That's the thing you have to contend with. Now, in the end, my contention is that the new door, it's always best. If we want to know what's the best look, what's the, new construction stuff is the best. But it's going to cost you the additional to repair the stucco. And the other trick is, in Dean's book of how to repair and patch in stucco, it is just like doing an addition or a remodel or any work you do. The bar that I set is, I don't want to know that you've done it. Okay, when you're all done, I don't want to be able to see that you've done it. I don't want to be able to tell that you've done it. Now, that doesn't mean replacing all the stucco on the side of the house that you're doing the slider on, but it means getting a real good stucco person in there to, number one, patch in the stucco, the main body of it, but the thinnest coat of stucco, it has to, either be extended from that slider door all the way across the wall so that we can't see the patch bump, or it has to be feathered in so adeptly that we cannot see it. And I'll tell you what, up until, well, I saw one about 6 months ago. It was the very first stucco patch feathering job that, in fact, I couldn't detect myself. Otherwise, I can always tell. So I walk up. It doesn't matter that the finish is the same finish. It doesn't matter that the paint is all the same. I catch it in the right light, and I say, oh, it seems kinks up this door. Because there's that little bit of lump and that little bit of inconsistency. That's me. I am hypercritical of those things. But as far as cost is concerned, yeah, that's the differential. Now, the threshold is right down on the concrete, right as it should be. Otherwise, the retrofit's going to be higher, no matter what.
Yeah, in your opinion of, I mean, not that I need to be ADA compliant, but it just seems like a obstacle that, you know, if you have the elderly or, you know, your parents over or whatever, it seems like just a huge tripping hazard. Like I said, something earlier, yeah, people are stepping over thresholds regardless. There's always a threshold there unless we've gone to extreme measures to flush it into. There's always something to step over there, but you're right. Especially when it comes to the elderly, another inch or two of having to lift the foot that people are not used to, it can actually, in my opinion, be a trip hazard. Right? There's always something to step over, but it just seems like, yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. It is a lot. It seems like a lot. It seems like we've gone from just a slight thing that we're all kind of pre-programmed to do when we step out of the sliding glass door to a hurdle. And even though it's just maybe an inch and a half or 2 inches differential, that's a lot. And I'll tell you, it's enough. It's enough to make an issue of it. Because if it was a city sidewalk lifted up 1 to 2 inches, you'd be calling the city and saying, hey, you got to fix this thing. That's a trip hazard out there. That is considered officially a trip hazard. So, yeah, I feel you 100%. Bill, I'm up against the break. The big consequence of retrofit versus new construction is not the door enough or the quality of the door in and of itself. The fact that it's going to get smaller and have that threshold at the bottom versus special patching and the additional expense of doing it and doing that work. So, it's not an easy decision. I feel you, but those are the facts. All right, y'all. When we come back, more of your calls. Your home. In charge of the house with the grinder room. I'm Brian Rubin, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Astronauts from Turkey, Italy, and Sweden are back on Earth after a 3-week private trip to the International Space Station. The judge in Oklahoma, who sent more than 500 texts during a murder trial, said she'll resign and never see official office again for the settlement. And Riverside County and CHP are stepping up patrols and holding sobriety checkpoints for Super Bowl Sunday. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 10 next. The big gate and Valentine's Day in the same week. Heck, I'm booking a room and doing a boat memorando. Again. And now the top 5 reasons that you're going to want to. Number 5.
Enjoy a 5-course Valentine's Day surf and turf pizza deal at Cielo. The 14th for a special price.
Number 4.
This year, gift giveaway. Get a stainless steel steamer when you earn 500 points on your rewards card for 13th.
3.
R&B Sensation 112. Live February 16th. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
The 15th Blitz is finally here. The big game on big screens with big prizes, food, drink, and giveaways. The 11th.
And the number 1 reason.
Game day stay. Get a room, 20 bucks for free play, and 2 tickets to the big game Blitz for the good game. Book online or on the app.
Morongo. Good time. For everybody.
This Valentine's, love your way at Fairmont Country Plaza Hotel. From a salsa night to break with the gay men's tours of Los Angeles, the dreamy spa treatment, they have something for everyone. During February 13th to 17th, book at FairmontCountryPlaza.com. This report is sponsored by 6 Auto Collision Centers.
So that whether it's KFI or wind advisory in place for the Inland Empire, it's going to last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. This report brought to you by Fairmont Country Plaza Hotel. Take a look at KFI traffic. We've got a multi-car crash on the 10 in Mid-City. That's headed westbound at Crenshaw Boulevard. That 3 or 4-car crash is on your 2 right-hand lanes. Now we've got traffic back up all the way to Western Avenue. In the Quaker Pass on the 101 northbound at Barnum Boulevard, there's a contact car blocking your right shoulder. And in Santa Monica, this could be on the 10 westbound at the McClure Tunnel. There's a brush fire affecting the tunnel right there. There's no additional information yet, but hopefully that clears up soon. Hey, Fire in the Sky, help get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
Sometimes traffic accidents ruin your day. Visit FixAutoUSA.com to find your nearest Fix Auto location. Their highly trained and certified technicians will have you back on the road in no time. Get a quote on who fixes your vehicle. Tell your insurance agent that you want to go to Fix Auto. You have a lot of places to get your tech needs. I know that. But there's only one website that tells you what the tech needs you. And that's my site. So
great thing each day at ROTHSCHILD. And at my site, you also get early access to my universal retirement too. It's makes it easier to visualize. Sign up for my free newsletter that gets delivered right to your inbox. You can pick and choose what you're interested in, whether that's smartphones or smart homes, Windows or Mac. In this way, you only get the know-how that you want. And I'll never ever send you spam because I value you in your inbox. At tomato.com, there are links at the top of the page to get my free newsletters. And also send me a personal message. Do it now while you're thinking about it. That's tomato.com. KONAindia.com.
It's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our healthcare. This is why so many people are joining Medicare right now. Medicare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on their monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses coming up. Medicare can save you a lot of money. A typical family pays $500 a month. Medicare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have saved more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 844-50-BIBLE. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. Bill and Kathleen from American Vision Windows are offering a fantastic sale. $200 off every window and $400 off every door. Plus, no payments until 2025 or free expert installation. Enjoy it.
I am 23 years later, very energized about what we've got. We love people.
That's why we literally get American Vision Windows is offering huge savings. $200 off every window and $400 off every door. Plus, no payments until 2025 or free expert installation. It's an amazing savings opportunity you don't want to miss. Call 888-226-9908 or visit
I love you too, baby. Thank you.
have a lot of sun that comes in through the house.
Give us your marketing proposal. Get the fuck out.
Vinyl, because I thought that would be the easiest,
You should be at a big 50,000.
maintenance free.
You're not the
However, I
idiot.
was told that because of the sun that comes in, that the electric vinyl could expand.
I know,
And
sorry.
that would, there is a warranty on it, so it would expand and
Yeah, go back to fucking taking shits on the street, my guy.
is that correct?
I'm not aware of that. I mean, when a luxury vinyl plank floor is installed, it's a floating floor, and then it's installed properly, there's space left at the edges of the floor diagram for the expansion and the contraction of the entire floor. I mean, if it's installed improperly, it's installed precisely against the wall. Yeah, luxury vinyl laminate floors, they expand when they get worn and they contract when they get cold. They do that on a daily basis. And so we have to leave enough room at the edges of them, the floor to the edge, so we don't secure them. So we leave enough room for that floor to kind of expand and contract. When it's done too tight, I've seen luxury vinyl plank floors, just like laminate floors, go up in the center or thin floors, and do all sorts of weird things. But that's an installation issue. I've never heard a manufacturer say, well, to avoid the warranty, if you put this in too much sunlight. I mean, if I say that there's nobody would buy that,
Thought, well, if I get yours, but then the concern with yours, because I have so much sun that comes in through like the window, but yours is not the color.
well,
He definitely needs a mom because his chat is filled with
that's
fun.
sort of a myth that's hanging on from years past, I gotta tell you the truth.
Dumpstar.
Current,
You should message him.
modern
Yes,
dual
he
glazed
pays
windows
a lot of money too.
at least, even if the house is older, you have at least low sun coating on the windows, which means that the
You
the
never
amount
know.
of UV light that comes through the windows has been filtered out and reflected back. That's the kind of light that actually causes fading. If there's any chance of fading through the window fluid, again, modern floors, and you just want to look for a floor that is coated in poly and polymer that offers itself UV fade resistant. We don't really limit ourselves in those areas. As designers and builders, I don't make the decision on what's going on the floor based on whether I'm afraid it's going to fade any more or less, because there are such good materials out there that are so fade resistant, plus the windows themselves. As the very ancient house with single glazed, non-filtered windows, that's a larger risk. Otherwise, I would say make a design decision for yourself. Don't worry about materials failing on you. Leslie, thanks for calling. Appreciate the call. Appreciate every caller today. As always, and we'll be right back at it again tomorrow from 9 to noon for Powerful Sunday. Until then, get out of this beautiful day and get busy building yourself a beautiful life. All kinds of different chemicals that are used to do it, but some of them can be explosive. Another man broke to the bench and started arguing with him. The man then shot the person who was holding the gun, took steps off the road, and set off in his car. With the other people hauling down on this program and just months after the opening.
Juvenile hall was shut down in January for about a dozen violations. Juvenile hall was shut down there. State regulators said that the juveniles without any record in the bed. The county will have to go before the Board of State Community Corrections next Thursday.
Prosecutors in New York made the announcement yesterday saying the guy was found confident as a result of the
Here in the United States, if you get even your mental health agreement in the United States, it was created in 1913 in conjunction with the JP Morgan.
got there yesterday and says he's cheering on the 49ers. Says he is the very governor Mike Parker interrogated on him. Says he's signing triple mark and memorabilia and donating to the Central Coalition.
Sometimes not throughout the show, but certainly now. And the number is 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. You will get in. Always supplies, intelligible, good. No idea where you came from, also good. You can feel receipt. Very good. If you have addiction that makes you completely unintelligent, and special needs, right at the top, in combination of the transgender or undetermined gender. Fabulous. Very good. So, any combination is the best, but I'll let you know later. All right, guys, 800-520-1534. That is the number to call. You get a handle on the law. Not really your advice when I tell you you have absolutely no choice. You know, I wouldn't want to. And some of the tourist spots, particularly in front of the Chinese theater, right there on Hollywood Boulevard, you see the famous Brown Chinese theater that was built during the silent film era, and this is where the stars have footprints and handprints and cement, and it goes back, I don't know, 100 years probably. So there's a big open space in front of it. And this is the fun part, is people get up and talk to them. And some are great, some are horrible looking talk. And tourists, usually Japanese tourists, come and it's the pictures, how you want to take a picture with me, Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, there's a guy out there who looks like Jack Sparrow. There are all sorts. And so you stand up, you take pictures, and then you're told, okay, you pay me $5, you pay me $10 to get this. Okay, so what is not a scam are the people in front of the scam. And these are three vendors. You know, hot dog carts, in the LA, we have just killings of those hot dog carts, street carts, where they sell very cheap carts. And 3 or 4 street vendors, it was illegal. I mean, it was illegal for people to do this. They passed a law, they sanctioned those tourist places and said, okay, you can spend on the street, but not in front of those cars. If there's so many tourists, if they got in the way, well, that's it. 15-0 vote, unanimous LA City Council member, remove the ban. On the Hollywood Walk of Fame, the Hollywood Bowl, Dodger Stadium, Crypto.com Arena, the University Studio, and a couple of other places. So now, street vendors are absolutely allowed. So if you come to Brahman, we're looking at the 6,000. You will see not only Batman and Superman and Spider-Man, but by the way, sometimes you see both. This video of two Batman punching each other out. I mean, pummeling themselves to say that this is one thing. And now they have street vendors selling you hot dogs. Let's go ahead and do some phone calls. Tom! Hello, Tom! Hey, how are you? Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
much easier to tell you to repost.com. First of all, this company is going to give you this. No long episodes of getting back to the 10 days from now. No one even walks into your house. I don't know how to do that, but no one walks into your house. They'll even give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing. I'll tell you what they're never going to do with low volume. They'll never go low volume. They'll never forget those things. Call 844-242-SELL. Visit directbuyers.com. That's directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. 800 915 2345. Employees of the Union Legal are not attorneys and cannot be legal advice. They are bonded and certified legal documents. The Union Legal works closely with federal attorneys who can give you the legal advice you need. Call 800 915 2345. At least small business Saturday spotlight. And you can get the small business every Saturday. And now and for next small business Saturday, then I think they just do it. So follow us this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the Honor Radio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI, AM 640, sports stimulating. Bill Handle here on the Saturday morning. Welcome back to Handle on the Block. I'm going to give you guys some advice when you call in. Have you noticed that I throw people off very quickly? I don't have much patience. I scream at people like I did in previous phone calls. And here's the advice I'm giving. Just imagine yourself. This is what I do. You're in phone calls. And here's the guy. And you're meandering all over in glass calls. Now, hey, you give it to the tenant? You give it to the guy who's homeless? Couldn't figure it out. I did tell you to give a 3-day. I gave a 3-day notice, told the guy's been there, and I complained to that. You know what? If you argue that in small claims court, you'll get thrown out. You'll get thrown out. Nobody has the patience for that. And I certainly don't have the patience. So, a piece of advice. When you call, and boy, I think today is incredible patience today. Get to the point. You have to just bullet point. I ask you a question. Do not interrupt me. I need to answer. If you answer yes or no, you do. If this happens, no. It's got to be a long story. Otherwise, then I don't have to tell you. If there's an opinion for anybody else, when I yell at you, call you moron, and anything, because you are a moron on several levels. And people like it. They like knowing that they're not moron or people. Go figure. All right, back we go. Randy. Hello, Randy. Welcome. Hi, Bill. This is listen. Listen, I work here downtown Phoenix. Any Phoenix with me is an open parking lot. I drove onto the parking lot. There's no restriction, no signage to indicate what my responsibilities would be. I was there for 8 minutes. We went to the payment kiosk. Said it was going to be $93 for 3 hours. So I elected to go to a different parking facility. I received an invitation from an attorney that took a picture of my car and said I was there for 8 minutes and that I owed them $93. Okay, how long were you there? 8 minutes. Okay, so that's so and you can put that. I mean, in and out because I'm assuming you check the ticket. Or the machine that takes it. Yeah, there was no ticket issued. I know that because they sent me a picture. Okay, fine. Got it. All right, here's a picture of the car. I understand that. Now, let's just say you were there for 8 hours, and there's no way that you can prove you weren't, and they can't prove you were. Now, they have that one. Well, actually, the complaint that they sent me indicated and showed that I was there for 8 minutes. Okay, now you said there was no signage, nothing, open parking lot, but there was a kiosk to pay. Correct. Okay. Yeah, that's an they were going to say there's a kiosk, and you know you got to pay. And I have been, this has not been me for you. Good for you for asking the question, but what you did. And that is, you've got parking lots and it says public parking, for example, and there are fake kiosks right there. And if there was only something that it even was public parking. So I think they stuck it under the line. I think that they're turning these things, but I think they're
think he'll take
I mean, they technically have you. I would say no, not guilty, because of exorbitant fine. But the worst that happen is you're going to get nailed on the ticket. And if you got to pay $93, they're going to say, hey, look at the ticket. There it says attorney's fees, and I hired an attorney, and that was another $900. You can argue with the judge, Your Honor, we couldn't believe that part of the ticket. We couldn't believe the fine. If I'm the judge, I'm going to throw them out. There are judges that are going to say, Randy, hey, did it say if the fees were on the PR or at the end of it? It was only told to the amount when you get rid of the PR that you want to say. Oh, okay, so end of it. I think we're going to be okay on that. Just try to go pound sand. You don't want them to, here's the problem, what they may do is that horrible. I don't know why I said that. They're going to say, fine, don't pay the $93, we're going to report you to credit agency that you're in no case. And that's the last thing you need. I just want to, you want to, everybody you know, recently did with the sports. It costs you more than $93. But that is, I think it's people. Let me talk about living in climate change. Pollution is a horrible negative system. And I know some folks who live in serious climate change and debilitating. If you know who is living like that, or maybe you suggest you listen to the Clean Game podcast. It's a show about living in and with chronic pain and the trauma that it is disconnected. The podcast is part of an inspirational, educational pathway that I like to work. And it's not about learning like I do. It's about shifting your mindset and life and your body first. It's all in mind. Well, it is. And it is in your mind. I've known the whole Ranger Chicago for years, many years, and she deals with her pain and trauma 24/7 and whether it's heroically. And her guest range from experts in the field to lawyers to stay-at-home moms to either live with, dealt with, treated people living with pain and suffering from the trauma. The show is raw, it's real. Every episode ends with a message of hope and I just put out there intuitive things. You'll understand the show is about giving pain a purpose. A new episode drops every Tuesday morning. Listen to the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. The Pain Game Podcast. It's the Pain Game Podcast. This is Handle on the Law. Well, it's just this. Oh, Brian, sorry about that. Okay, let me speak to the podcast. Let's get to Brian Belong and you get my 24 hours weekend. Yeah, you know. We're conservative half and right in Florida. The by the time that's on 2675 and Harvard Second on the highway, then this is hard. That's a 2 hour show. Philadelphia is how much fuel is on the airplane when it started out and how much fuel did it burn. When you run the business jet, your power is up. And if you lose an engine or both engines, you're going to know how to beat it. There's a higher benefit and reported the both engines fail shortly before that. Signal high down and just shut down and takes months after it reopens. State inspectors say the center for engine forensic once and had about 12 violations, including overwork staff. The electronic relations center says the county did not spend enough time to make all necessary changes. But within a short period, they had to transfer nearly 300 miners and 2 other treatment centers closed last year. The county will meet with state officials to see this too. Maybe 3 entrance institutions watch out for robots ahead of downtown growth. That's also the one county budget construction center that a union over east and they several people at once. And they suggest who they are and that's how they mess up. And it's opportunity to get them to get together. Whether another person being or whether it's supposed to be working or traveling. But because anyone that teaches the mission and pushing or acting within money could be a red flag. Because cameras are on most dating apps and social media platforms. Women spend up
recommended, as a matter of fact, Light Source Whole House Water Filtration System that I have at home. The Light Source system delivers highly filtered, delicious water. That's the big word here. Delicious water from every single tap in the house. And never run out of water. Effectively, what you're doing is you're drinking quality water and taking and cooking with it. Now, tap water is, well, I mean, it works. It's safe, but how does it taste? The Light Source system filters out chlorine, other contaminants, and clean, and as I said, delicious water. That's the Light Source system. And the system is absolutely no computer. Warning limitation supply. The Light Source system. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. 800-WATER-99. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. And by the way, that doesn't stop you from suing him. He defaults your son to pending brief. You go for it. And you have these pending reports. Now, is that affirmative? Is that true that he made an illegal return? Or no, because the cop wasn't there. But if the cop had to come up with some reason for him to say, for the cop to say that the other side committed some violation, illegal return. I don't know how he did that. Is it witness statement? Did he say the way he acted was laid out? And here's what happened. Is the guy made an illegal return? I mean, that's pretty impressive stuff. You know, the law said it well. They don't even know what it is. So the kid, subject to the law breakfast, and says, and you say, no, thank you. And the judge in court of orders to the police report under these circumstances, and your son sues the other side for injury and gets an attorney. And you can get one at handle on the law. When you got attorney that leads to false claims court. Now, whether this is worth any money or not, you have stitches, you went to the hospital, maybe not. I mean, frankly, in terms of the lawsuit, I'd feel better if your son lost his license. That's a much better way. Well, really, I'm thinking he's an attorney. You understand? Attorneys have no heart. You get it? Is that any access to this artist unless that we have this guy over his eyes? Okay, as a result of the accident. And then when you walk in, I misunderstood. I really did believe the way I kind of just got into it. You talk. I mean, well, they'll be able to so go to the well, that's right. Samora. Hi, Samora. Hi. Hi, where you from? Hi, where are you from? My brother is Christmas. Wait, your dad's girlfriend is named Samora, and therefore you're Samora? His dad's girlfriend is a teenage, so he named me that boy. He's got a little one. How fun. And what kind of name? What ethnicity was he? I could say it, but it's a reason. Never heard of him. Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, how can I refer you, Samora? Okay, I'm the first party nurse in the med agency. I work in the nursing home with the police and their data, and they have sections for the nursing home. I was secretly attacked by a patient and none of the hospital staff intervened. So I got punched in the head, beaten from all day. And my duty said, if I just come normal, I want you all to I did a super lawsuit. But now, no, it's a work comp lawsuit. Because you were active worker facility. Now, you can get a lawyer to sue the patient. The patient misses you. Yeah, see, that's the problem. So, first of all, they probably don't have any money. Second of all, you can't sue someone who is incompetent legally. And so, what you have is a workers' comp case. There is no third party liability. There's no third party liability. So, that's the problem. It's a no-fault state. They don't have to do a city in California. California is a no-fault state with the employer. Boom, there it is. If you get hurt at work, it doesn't matter if the employer is at fault or not. Boom, you're in workers' comp rate. Now, let's say you got hurt by the bed. All right, trying to get on the bed to deal with the patient's the best collapse. Now you have a work comp case and a lawsuit against the distributor manufacturer of the bed. Because that's third party liability. Here you don't have that. So, it's a work comp case. That's it. I deal with crazy people here on the show. That's why I don't have crazy people. And it's really hard for you to attack me. John, hello, John.
different cities under unknown people that I don't even know and don't even heard about them. You guys, I don't know what to do. You can only look at that. Yeah, that's not fun. When the room is there and it's relevant. So what's happening in the world of that? I mean, they put their name in there, and now what? Will other towns to see if there's like data information websites like My Life, Bookie, whatever this and why you have this down there? The data is out there anyway, so don't even think about your data not being out there. All I'm saying is they claim to be a relative of yours. Okay, now what? What are you doing? Are they defrauding you? Are they intercepting private emails, private chat? So, and then where are they? That's the problem too. John, you might have to get just suck it up. Because to go in any direction is going to cost you an unbelievable amount of money. It will be up there, so what? What's they doing with it? So they claim to be your relative. It's not the good idea. I'm going to claim to be a relative of a really famous person. What do I do? I don't know. But it's just kind of neat saying that I'm going to be that I'm a relative. No harm, no foul. This is the way John describes it. This is handle on the law, and let's check with Brian Berlin, the Fair Hospital for our news. If you're looking to sell your house, it's not that easy. It would be a lot easier. That was for one because it's absolutely not. So what do you do? Well, you do what I have done is my entire career and hire a real estate broker and prepare for protect because you're doing that. And then you wait for the offers, counter offers, experts, the buyers coming through, you can't be there when they do. That's a lot. So much easier than selling your home is going to approach the direct buyers.com. You're buying your house. They give you a fair price. And nobody even walks through your house. You still live up the clock that you are. You're getting faster than some days less, and they're never going to wait on you. Ever. Oh, and a $15,000 check to go before it closes. What the deal is. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-24-2-SELL, 844-24-2-SELL, visit directbuyers.com. Here's the close out of here. What's trending for the iHeart Sports Network? Is anybody sure that's All God Lakers started 420 as the Pelicans 139-122. LA got that 14 tonight against Detroit. College basketball, girls started to the Portland Wednesday this afternoon against Cal. Trojans get the Reds to face Stanford tonight. Rockford and the 49ers take on Patrick Mahomes and the defending champions Chiefs tomorrow night at Super Bowl 58. Rockford going to have San Francisco favored by 2. Right on your Staples Purchase family, the more you spend, the more you save. Get $20 off your first purchase of $100 more, $50 off your first purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your first purchase of $500 or more. And keep it 24 at Staples.com/purchase There's more space, more at Staples.
Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even if I think the judgment that gets rid of all your termites without covering and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The judgment is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say it's the judgment. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say it's the judgment. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the judgment. Now is the time to get more RV for your door. That's not an RV at Cathedral City. What sliding prices is what makes you select the newest real motorhome. Travel City, diesel pushers and more. It's your opportunity to save thousands with incredible closings on full remaining 2023. Save on your first to explore the new 2024. One-stop pricing on the nation's southwest. A flying RV for everybody. Why pay more later when you can save now? Why don't they stop? Celebrating New Year with the resolution is ootd. Right now, and a big rodeo national there, it's a daily simple one-day thing with an ootd. Get your free consultation, $250 off and free hair gas at advantagehair.com. Oh, here's There's now hope of reduced immersion eliminating the pain with a new non-surgical painless laser guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back further leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $275, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll have decided to win Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com. The Hartford Small Business Association is presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start, go to visit.hartford.com/small business. It includes designs for your small business to talk about your back. Listen to the following program as we record it. Basically to push people beyond their comfort zone and to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon for your home. No time, no worries, you got outside contract law firm with other legal fees totaled $83 million. The department responsible for the total highest payout of the sheriff's department is $28 million. He's likely qualified areas. Every time house village is open for homeless people in Royal Heights, the village is located on North Mission Road and has 72 homes, restaurants, and laundry space. Others in Councilman Governor Long said Thursday the homeless people should be able to access safe housing, showers, bathrooms, and meals. Airport is in elevators to 4.6 grade at around 1:47 yesterday afternoon. Several aftershocks have been felt in the area of Houston. The initial quake was felt in Los Angeles and Ventura County. Security experts point out that people should be careful of ootd profiles and without password.
Scammers tend to prey on the elderly and those with lost loved ones and who can be more vulnerable. Starting with North County Intelligence Protection Center says scammers are targeting people on almost all main sites and social media platforms.
That is an absolute usually overseas. They can come with cameras, training guides that they have to be able to get better at doing these romance scam artists.
He says romance scams in the U.S. will be putting two cost Americans about $1.2 billion. He says if anyone you meet on an app for money, it's probably a scam. Chris Atkins, AFI News.
Carnival Cruise Line has named singer Gwen Stefani as the godmother of their newest cruise ship, the Carnival Jubilee. Stefani will officially be named godmother during a ceremony and celebration in Galveston, Texas on Saturday, February 24th. Three-time Grammy Award winner has achieved global success as a songwriter, performer, columnist, no doubt, and as a multi-platinum solo artist. Stefani is also recognized for her philanthropic work, including her support of children's causes. Carnival Jubilee began cruising in December. Auto industry experts say now would be the perfect time to get a new car. Edmonds Jessica Caldwell said inventory dealerships are close to free and levels.
More people are reporting that they're able to find a vehicle that they want at a price that is a little bit better, and even the color and trim, because we did not see a lot of that over the past few years. A lot of people had to make compromises.
Says car buyers who are willing to shop around are more likely to find what they want and to get a good deal. Caltrans has some big plans that might affect your late night drives through East LA.
Tonight, many of the connector roads that make up the East LA interchange will be closed for maintenance by Caltrans, affecting your drive on the 5, the 101, 10, and 60 freeways. The Clippers host the Pistons in the afternoon at Scripps. Later, they peel back the court there, so the Oilers play the Kings on the ice. And just a reminder, most local police departments say they plan to step up patrols and DUI checkpoints for Super Bowl Sunday tomorrow. So plan ahead. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Coltrane, AFI in the sky.
And Dutch Burgers Coffee has opened its first location in Orange County. The newest spot on Magnolia Street in Fountain Valley is the first of two locations planned for the area. The second is set to open in La Habra. Dutch Brothers was founded in 1992 in Oregon. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got an accident on the 405 in Irvine. Northbound traffic, the 405 before Culver Drive. And again, that's in Irvine, not Culver City. You have a two-vehicle wreck that's clearing off the right shoulder. In Burbank, 5 southbound at Alameda, an SUV that had a flat tire has been cleared out of the carpool lane. Up ahead, though, on the 5 southbound transition to the 110 southbound in Illusion Park, that connector road shut down because of mudslide caused by this week's storm. But the 5 southbound, because of that, very slow from the 2 Glendale freeway down to the 110. KFI in the sky, and I'll get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
During the trip, President Trump saying hello to you, Sammy. Say goodbye to your old mattress.
Why not? This is the lucky that I fall into the crack.
I wake up every morning and I have a broken back.
But this is sleep safe and process the fight so bad. Stop sleeping, sleeping time. Happy hallelujah. After night the storm will fly. Hallelujah. Merry, merry hallelujah. Our sleepless nights are gone. It's the President sale. Save over 50% off Stardust, Sealy, and King Oil.
Plus, with your good credit, you get 36 months of interest-free financing on purchase of $3,000 and above with 10% down in your minimum monthly payment.
Save $500 on temper adjustable sets and up to $800 on purple sleep systems. Didn't think we'll be anyone's advertised price for your mattresses. So that weather from KFI, sunny skies, low to mid-60s at the beaches, upper 50s to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in the gradually over the coming days, reaching about 70 by Friday. Right now it's 57 degrees in Irvine, 51 in Santa Ana, 52 in Medina, 53 in Sherman Oaks. EV Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Lewis. Saturday morning, a couple more hours to go. And I'll take some calls after the show, which I always do off the air, so everybody has a shot at getting in. Phone number 800-520-1534. Actually, we can put it full. I have a couple lines open, so you have to be able to get in. 800-520-1534. And welcome, Handle on the Law. Marginal legal advice where I tell you you have absolutely no case. Of course, the more you have no case, the happier I am. This is something that I expected that we all, like, you know, former President Trump is claiming this has to do with the January 6th, the accusing him of plotting to subvert the results of the 2020 election. And he's being charged, and he has been charged, and he's been indicted. And now trial is coming up, and what he did is he went to court and claimed that he, as president, is completely immune. That anything he does as a president is immune from any prosecution. And now it gets interesting, because the argument is that his lawyers are making that a president is above the law. That it doesn't matter what he does. Assassinate Americans who are rivals, order attacks on people who are innocent, argues or puts the army and goes after blows up a house with people inside of it. He is completely immune as president, which of course, I mean, that's completely ludicrous. Now, I gotta tell you, his lawyers know that. I mean, no one thinks that it would even, well, maybe his followers, maybe the super modern people who would argue that but they're not arguing the law. They're arguing that whatever Donald Trump does, any other president, of course, would be held to law. So why would they do this? Well, just to delay. This is a federal court, and if they delay the trial, delay the conviction, then he gets elected, because the polls show that upon a conviction of a criminal charge, there are people who are backing him that wouldn't, saying, oh yeah, we would think twice. Again, not as MAGA supporters. Now, in the end, does it mean anything? Of course not. Here's what happens. Gets convicted, let's say, and if the trial doesn't happen, and the court will never let him be tried as president, they have to wait until after he leaves presidency. So everything would be held, and the first thing he does if he's convicted is he pardons himself. Under the ability to do so in the Constitution. And that goes up. There's a Supreme Court dealing with that one. Does the president have the right to pardon himself? No one knows. Never gone up. There's never been a president who's been indicted like this. There's never been a president who is going to trial. It's obviously Donald Trump is an outlier in terms of presidency. I mean, he's going to go down in history as the most extraordinary in the way I use the extraordinary. More nothing like his presidency has ever occurred. Now, this was a federal appeals court rejected the claim that he was immune from prosecution, and that is going to go on. This is the appeals court, three-judge panel in our Supreme Court system. And does anybody think he's immune? No. All right, let's do it. Phone calls. Hello, John. Welcome. Hello there. Yeah, what can I do for you? Yeah. I was involved in an identity theft, and they called the people, and everything is fine, but out of my bank account, we ended up paying the whole retirement on the $10,000. Wait, what was, I don't understand. How did the retirement fund? It was held by an administrator, correct?
goes in a bank, savings account. Whether it's your retirement is a savings account as opposed to having invested it. Wow. I mean, that's just a question that has nothing to do with the law. But okay, I was just curious because IRA account is not held in a bank. Okay, so someone claims out your account and they were arrested, right? Correct. Okay, now what? So now the bank is saying we're not responsible for the money lost because I didn't open my statements. I had phones, but they were sending the statements to the wrong address. Okay, that's how the well, that part. Yeah, I mean that part is easy. You know, I mean that was their fault to send to the wrong address, and they were hold on, and they were informed that you had moved. Yes, they were informed. And how did you inform them? Well, they said the first they never gave me statements. So all of a sudden, 6 months later, they said, "Oh, why did you wait? You didn't get a statement for 6 months, and 3 days after it was due, or 2 weeks after it was due, or a month after it was due, you didn't call the bank and go, 'Where's my statement? You have my retirement money.'" Now you're talking about, oh yeah, no, that's not just your fault. That's your fault and you're an idiot. But okay, that's stupidity. Okay, you beat me to it. All right, so you made a claim against them, correct? Right. Okay, you made a claim against the bank, and I filed with the Consumer Protection Bureau, as well as the Office of the Comptroller who oversees the bank. And looking online and trying to dig hours and hours and hours into Texas, I found that there's a thing called Regulation E, which the bank is still responsible for 0 to 60 days after notification. After 60 days, they're not responsible for anything. Okay, 60 days for notification of finding that there is a problem with their reporting the statement, correct? So for the time you tell them there is a problem, they have 60 days, or you have 60 days after the money is stolen. No. Regulation E says the bank is responsible from 0 to 60 days as long as I contact them within 60 days. Okay, so that's why I asked if I did. Okay, that's why I asked. Okay, so what's your question? So my question is, now the bank is saying we're not responsible for anything. The OTC is just giving me a format to say to the bank, they say, why didn't you refund the money? The bank just says, oh, we're trying. Yeah, okay. Now, the bank is doing everything it can not to pay the money, and they're going to, this case goes further, they rely on that 60-day clause, the regulation. All right. So, John, what is your question? So the problem I have now is I cannot hire a lawyer, not even a no-fee lawyer, but the pay lawyer. Now that's interesting. You cannot find a lawyer at fee, right? He charges $500 or $600 an hour, and you say, and I'm willing to pay you, and everybody says no. Right. Wow, because as soon as I say the Consumer Protection Bureau or the Office of the Comptroller is involved, all of a sudden saying that's a litigation battle, and it's not litigation. Okay, but you don't John, why aren't you talking to a litigation firm? Why aren't you calling up a litigation firm and say, hey, I'm willing to pay you, and here's what I want to do? Lawyers will go crazy on that. This is thousands, tens of thousands of dollars that you're going to spend on this one. Why would they say no? Every single lawyer. What have you got over there? John, you on that one. Yeah, you got me on this one. Where do you live, John? Virginia. Okay. It's called yeah. I don't understand. I mean, I don't know anyone who a litigation firm that says, no, we're not willing to litigate. Even if we get for it, and maybe they're all lawyers who don't think you have a chance of winning, and they won't take your money because it's ethical, it's
I don't, you know what, you got me. How do I, I'm a lawyer, and I can't even think of it. You might as well ask me to levitate in the morning getting out of bed. How is that possible? How is it possible for a lawyer to say no to money? I don't get it. I really don't, John. Can't answer your question on that one. It's just impossible for me to even conceive of it. This is Handle on the Law, and let's check in Brian Berubing in the KFI 24-hour news center.
31 Palestinians have been killed in an airstrike in the densely populated Gaza city of Rafah. Israel is preparing for a ground offensive there. Meta has removed Facebook and Instagram accounts from Iran's Ayatollah Khamenei. And Hershey says private profit growth could slow in the year-end earnings report because of the higher cost of cocoa and sugar. We're going to take a look at some trouble on 710 next.
If you're looking to sell your house, boy, it's harder today than it has been in a long, long time. The main reason is that mortgage rates are so high that a lot of people simply can't afford them. Where a couple years ago they couldn't afford their house. So let me make a suggestion. Easy peasy. And a friend of mine said, hey, don't forget lemon squeezy. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Go to the folks at directbuyers.com. That's an easy thing. They're going to buy your house like right now. And no one's even going to walk through your house. So you don't have to pay for clean and repair and not be there when prospective buyers walk through. And by the way, you're not going to pay commission either. It is an easy way to sell. And get paid cash within 10 days or less. And as I said, fair price for the house. Even though you get your $15,000 cash advance before closing. And they'll never, ever local. That's directbuyers.com. You can call 844-242-SELL. That's calling 844-242-SELL or visit directbuyers.com.
Taking off the KFI traffic now, we've got an accident on the 710.
And it's along the freeway, northbound side of the 710 before Pacific Coast Highway. It's an accident in the left-hand lane and your access to Anaheim Street. South Orange County near San Clemente, 5 southbound at Camino Bay, Australia. It's an injury wreck involving several motorcycles. And lanes are blocked here. You have to back up here to Pacific Coast Highway on the southbound side of the 5. Also a note, 23 eastbound to the 405 northbound. That connector road closed for emergency repairs until 3 p.m. today. Hey, a fire this time helps get to there faster. I'm Mike Martin.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best way for you is a way based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you like safe food, you can save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
If something costs less, the people are happier with it. That's going to put something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe for switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month. And that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of a typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and huge nationwide PPO networks. So, yeah, well, you can save a ton and make it better. And never be happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now to get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 844-50-BIBLE. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Buckman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now, it's swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home, even as I speak. The Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here's a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
Or do you feel tired? Or are you actually just listening? Grab a water and
suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here's good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's the special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, "Hey, don't delay. These $97 exams are limited." On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, "Hey, oh, I'm gonna pay how much?" Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the car service at AMCO don't even need a knee drill station. At AMCO, we've been shipping gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more. Wondering if your personal info is lingering online? A new service called Mozilla Monitor can help. They're offering a free one-time scan to reveal if your passwords have been compromised or your data breached. Mozilla includes directions on what to do. More tech news, tips, and reviews this weekend on Rich on Tech with Rich DeGarro this morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. And this is KFI 800-520-1534. Bill Handel here. Welcome back. Handel on the law. Marginal legal advice where I tell you you have no case. Chris, how can I tell you you have no case? What's going on?
Hey, Bill, I'm on a month-to-month leave, and
No,
I was
wait. If you're on a month-to-month, there is no lease. That's for starters. Did you sign a lease? Yeah. Okay. And when did the lease expire? In other words, probably a one-year lease, right?
correct.
No lease.
Your leave expired. Your leave expired in January.
Okay, so you're not on a month-to-month. You're not on a lease. You're a month-to-month tenancy is what you are. Okay. I just wanted to straighten that out. So that's important, by the way. That's not me talking about the lease yet. That's important. All right, so let's move on.
For the second year in a row, my ceiling is leaking extensively into my living room and what was old. They fixed it a couple months ago, but now it's happening again, and it's for the worse. The property manager is telling me it can't be fixed if we live in the unit, and I have to move out or just put up with it. My question is, what are the property managers' responsibilities here, and who they own their compensation?
Okay, we start with they gave you exactly the choice that they should give you. We fix it, you can't be in the place, we have to move you out. And they have to pay for moving you out. And it's a lot of money they're going to pay because not only do they have to pay for the residency, whatever it costs, but you know, hotel, they also give you money for food because unless there's a kitchenette and you can cook, and the cost of moving furniture and storing it, yeah, they've got to do all of it. I wouldn't put up with it. I would just suck it up and move while they fix it, and then at the end of it, certainly you're going to go. The thing is, you have a lawsuit that is, I mean, just a dead thing later, Chris. And if it's under $10,000, and if you're in California, which I assume it is, if it's under $10,000, just go to small claims court. If it's over $10,000, I guess I'm interested. And now we're talking about probably a lawyer. Maybe not. It's not that hard to file a complaint. And your case is just so clean, so clear. So I would look it up. They want to talk to a landlord-tenant agreement.
But in the end, Chris, the landlord is absolutely right. Either we fix it and we move you out, or you stay and you suck it up. What he didn't say to you, and it's going to cost the landlord a pile of money. So I think it's definitely time to go to a landlord tenant. I certainly would. Alex, you've been there for a while. Welcome to Hell on a While. Hi. What is it? Quick question about the, I really want to see the lawyer doing this for us, the pattern and actually the big child support. Personal injury, but it does refer to lawyers, and those lawyers are referred to if there's a connection with family law firms. We don't refer to lawyers who know the job. We don't go down the list and go in the phone book, if you will, or go Yelp or something. So yeah, check out the website, or you'll be talking to somebody that we answer questions. Well, not questions, but yeah, absolutely. That's lawyer, yeah, family law lawyer. And I tell you, family law lawyers, I don't think they get paid enough money, even when they charge $800 an hour, which is plenty too. And I'll tell you why. Nice, loving people are priceless when a divorce happens, when you have a divorce that's not amicable. I mean, when there is divorce, where people hate each other, and probably you haven't seen divorces, or you've seen divorce, where, let's say, you don't have the best relationship with your ex-spouse, when you're actually divorced, you are in life. You get to look at people, those children work, and they're nice people, except under those circumstances. And so there is no family law lawyer I know that it's a good lawyer who isn't worth the money. Yeah, let's talk about your good news is that I'm not so you'll have to sell mine, but there's very little worse than bad breath. Maybe getting next to you, maybe get your fine. Okay, that's it. Bad breath is no fun, and no matter who it happens, friends, co-workers, loved ones, you, simply put, the food that we eat can cause bad breath. The food, the better the tasting food, the stronger the breath. So let me introduce you to Gelman's Nutrihouse Mix. And it's not just a mix, it's actually a breath freshener. It's this tiny little capsule that you swallow, clinically tested against the toughest offender, even always clean. You pop two or three in your mouth, you suck on the mental coating, and then swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts 4 hours. You can also plug into it, and that works too. And it doesn't just cover up your breath, it actually cleans your breath in a way that other means can't. Gelman fights bad breath in your mouth and then goes down to your gut and really goes to work. That's the magic of Gelman's Mix. I use them all the time. Obviously, I love them. Gelman gives you a money-back guarantee that I know you'll never use. You'll have confidence and long-lasting fresh breath. Free shipping if you order 3 packs or more, and you're going to want to order more. I know that. And I've known the folks behind Gelman for over 30 years. And their breath is great. Here's a Valentine's Day special. It's just Monday night. So Gelmans.com, Gelmins.com, 20% when you use the code HANDLE. That's Gelmans, Gelmins, Gelmans.com. The code HANDLE is checkout, Gelmans.com. This is Handle on the Law. This is Brian Berlin and KFI 24 Hour News Center. Today, we put a commercial building with a fire in South LA. 35,000 advertised over the period in the legal stock operation set up in South. You can't say for sure because we don't know what kind of chemical they may have sold, so we did not see any property from the outside that would indicate that this was a cannabis operation, which they should have had. Fire started around 1:16 this morning. You have this website in Rural County, especially to look at the Montrose Central Corporation in Orange for its work between the top
million price tag without wasting gas catalog high as $1.5 billion. According to Billboard, the deal also includes some non-gas accounts as well from performers like Jerry Lewis, Jackie Wilson, and Curtis Mayfield. Streaming numbers have shown Jackson actually growing in popularity over the past 3 years, and movie about his life is going to continue next year. Take a look at KFI traffic now. We've got an accident on the 14th in Santa Clarita. Northbound Highway before King, just before San Antonio Road, it's an accident clearing out of the two left-hand lanes, and we do have a backup to the Princessa. Southbound side of the 14, no sign at all from Lancaster and Palmdale to the Newhall Pass. 710 northbound before Pacific Coast Highway, and I'm steering the left-hand lane, and has traffic backed up to Pico Avenue. Southbound busy in the valley, and the 405 northbound transition to the 118 eastbound. It's shut down for guardrail repairs for another 90 minutes. AFI in the time of the clear faster. I'm Mike Mack. Now, I don't know what business you're in. I'll tell you what I do know about your business. Technology is part of it. And this is why I'm suggesting you look at NetSuite supply or what NetSuite does is help you do what all of us business owners want. Simply make more money, more profit. One of the things it does is give you a snapshot of your business at any moment right there. So you know exactly where you stand, which of course helps with managing risk and forecast. It also helps with incoming margins, drive down expenses, increase revenues. Remember, everything is going on immediately. Everything you need to grow, continue to make money in one customized place. That's NetSuite. Or NetSuite, that's NetSuite. So where my head is. NetSuite. Now download the NetSuite checklist and you'll see if it works for you. I'm sure it does. By the way, that download is absolutely free. Go to netsuite.com/KFI. NetSuite as an office suite. netsuite.com/KFI. Listen, whether it's KFI, Sunnyside, low to mid-50s distribution, upper 50s to mid-50s in Metro LA and Oakland, upper 50s to mid-50s in Inland Valley, mid-40s to low 50s in the Howard Valley, and upper 50s to mid-50s in the Inland Empire. Even local, live from KFI, 24-hour newsroom, right through.
Never the best place is never home. Now, what did it take to make it really real? How much effort, how much persistence, how much resilience, and all these work it. Every day we're working to bring that close to you. Bring it closer, because that's how it's made. Well, it's home. Mansfield, California. We signed a 10-year extension in 2018.
any question. You don't have a guarantee. And I'm assuming that the bar restaurant is in the name of an LLC and or a
We're on the same page. So, Trilly and I, my landlord, is not the sharpest tool in the shed, but thinks she knows everything. So she's really tough and difficult to talk with when it comes to business. We have explored with brokers, trying to again, there's so many. So we are at the point now where we notified her, let her know we're still together, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to be the easiest thing to assign if she's someone to think it over. So what we're planning on doing is, let's say we pick a day, we run it, announce it, come, let's say, I'll just say this, okay, March 15th, we end up just, see you later, we're out. And she has the mindset of, well, you guys are responsible to find me and repent, which I know is incorrect.
You care what her mindset is.
Literally, way exactly, right? So my question is, I guess, yes, I'm responsible to pay rent, but eventually we're gone.
No, you're not responsible to pay rent if there's no personal guarantee. The LLC is responsible to pay rent. And what I'm going to suggest is you just bankrupt the LLC. Conversation over. There's no place you can go except go to the hearing, the bankruptcy hearing. It's in front of a federal judge, a federal bankruptcy judge, and you hire yourself a bankruptcy attorney, and you go in front of the judge with your liabilities, what you owe, what you don't owe, and your LLC is broke. It has no income, or very little income, it has no assets, and it owes rent for 2028, and there just ain't any way to pay it with a business that isn't working. Your Honor, we are filing for bankruptcy, and the judge goes, okay. Now, can landlords walk into court and contest the bankruptcy? Of course. Of course. Your Honor, he shouldn't go bankrupt. He has more money than what he spends. Okay. How do you prove it? Well, I just know. It sounds like the landlord is a moron. So the first thing you do is go to a bankruptcy judge. And I'll tell you some of the issues is the equipment that you have. You take that out. I don't know. Can you sell it? I don't know. Usually it's attached. That is all for a bankruptcy judge to determine.
Well, the only thing that's really worth anything, because the market's so down, is the liquor license. So could she deny the liquor license?
Hold on. It's a liquor license in the name of the LLC. That is an asset that you're going to lose when you go bankrupt.
So that money
is an asset. The money is a license.
Okay.
It's a piece of paper. It's the ability to sell liquor. Now again, did that transfer? I don't know. Can you transfer it? You can't do that if you're about to go bankrupt.
Not if I sell it prior to
this is why. Hey, but see, here's the problem. You're selling assets in anticipation of going to going into the finance. That is a problem.
Anatoly, how you living, baby? Good morning. Just one moment. Yeah, Ducky said that she had enough of you. She'll be back though. She said that she thinks that you wore out the buttons on your phone by stalking her profile so much.
Now the insurance company is saying that if the bike goes over 19 miles an hour, they're not liable for the stolen bike.
Hang on. Any bike that goes over 19 miles an hour, there is no liability, and that is written into the insurance policy.
I can't find it.
Okay, well then, if you can't find it, you go through with a fine-tooth comb. By the way, insurance policies today are pretty simple, because insurance companies got nailed for writing these policies that
destroy a vehicle and you make it stolen. I just don't get it. I don't. But my debate on it was, well, California does not, or any other state, doesn't require like a vehicle tag to take the motor vehicle. That doesn't mean anything. Another, they can say, we don't cover electric vehicles or electric bikes over 19 miles per hour ability to go. So they can say that because it should they say that, Brett, is back in the policy. Or if someone just blowing smoke and saying, oh, we don't want to cover it, and let's come up with a reason for not covering it it's out of the blue. And it's like you were saying, covered against 18 miles per hour. Well, not maybe not. Look at the policy. You have a lawyer on your team. You don't get a lawyer. You're not going to get a lawyer. You're not going to get a lawyer for a $3,000 fine. It's going to cost you more than for a couple of hours. I know. Because he's going to have to file a lawsuit. What if I just get a letter and send it to the? You can do that. Okay, you can do that. You can pay a few $100 for a lawyer, $800 for a lawyer. Why don't you just do a small claim court? Okay, yeah. You can put down. Well, I like to do the letter first, and then. On hold and then first of all, I'm not going to put you on hold and then refer something, but I just don't do that. But I don't know why you just don't file a lawsuit. Because the lawyer, let me ask you, the lawyer writes a letter and says, if you don't pay the $3,000, we are going to use all the legal remedies at our beck and call, or the ability to take all our remedies and go after you. Everybody knows that no lawyer is going to sue for $3,000. It's blowing smoke. Everybody knows that. If I got a lawyer letter for $3,000, I would laugh. And so does every insurance company. So you go to small claims court, but probably you have to go to arbitration. And that's going to end up costing you money, or you start screaming and going to a supervisor and just say, come on, I've done that. Where you just yell. But here's a shocker, an insurance company doesn't want to pay. Boy, I've never heard of that. They say it's handled on the lot. And let's take a look at Brian below me. The KFI 24-hour news below. I got blocked this morning. Brian, just kidding.
Astronauts from Turkey, Italy, and Sweden are back on Earth after a 3-week private trip to the International Space Station. A judge in Oklahoma who sent more than 500 texts during a murder trial says she's going to resign, never seek judicial office. And Riverside County and THC are stepping up patrols and living survivors.
How you living, pimp? Chilling like a villain.
For the past 10 years, I have famously recommended the Lifeforce Whole House Water System. The Lifeforce system delivers very highly filtered, obviously safe, delicious water for every single tap in the house that never runs out of the water. Effectively, what you're drinking, what you're bathing in, what you're cooking in is bottled water. And you can do that with tap water, but look how it tastes. It tastes how it tastes. It's basically horrible. Lifeforce system filters out chlorine, contaminants for water that is downright delicious and very highly filtered. That's the Lifeforce system. Now, once you're going to take some purifiers, call 800-WATER-99 or visit lifeforcewater.com. 800-WATER-99. Visit lifeforcewater.com. Lifeforce.
Yeah, like in the background. Is that the game?
Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, but you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or failed back surgery? Here's good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope that reducing or eliminating your pain through a new non-surgical painless laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back-wrecking foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back footed laser set that includes an infrared laser joint information scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. So the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. Well, there's resolutions you can't achieve thanks to the same simple one-day ticket that I received from the Celebrate the New Year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free Instagrams at advancedhair.com. Remember, when was the last time you had a hairline inspection? It's been over 3 years, and you need to call the fire. Your home is your biggest investment, and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but TRUMAN
How you doing, baby? Hope things are good in your neck of the woods.
other natural disasters combined. Right now, it's warming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home.
Excellent.
The Subman can get rid of all your termites without tinting and repair any damage that they've caused. Here is a special offer. The Subman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. The termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say the Subman. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say the Subman. If you call right now, you'll also
No, I gotta figure out the sound because I'm getting a lot of feedback. Just 1 moment. Yeah, that's what I have to do. There you go. Can you hear me? Oh my god, so much better. Yeah, so I think Ducky's in love with you, and once I divorce her, you can have her. Absolutely. Dems that gots gets, baby. You are fucking in love with her. She's in New Jersey, dog. You're gonna have to road trip to her. Dude, you didn't fail. You succeeded majorly. You made it to the border. I didn't anticipate you making it 10 days or whatever. There's just not enough to do there. What was it? Well, thankfully they were not like that. Right. Well, hopefully things improve with it. Yeah, no, dude, I know you're in love with her. You're honestly, you would fuck anything that moves. If we went on a road trip together, I'd have to stop at every fucking house because you'd want to hump the mailbox. Now, I, on the other hand, only want to whistle up any skirt that gets within 500 feet of me. Ever see that big bad wolf in the cartoons where he's like hitting his head and he's like, ooh, and they're like, you got hearts coming out of him? That's this guy. And I think that's an extra added element of my sexual prowess because, yeah, charm. I mean, honestly, when you think about it, not only is this guy comfortable enough fucking me on camera and every which way, but then he's got this shirt that has like preserved children on it that we can literally hold on, you asked and you shall receive. And so essentially what we can do is freeze her embryos and bring a child from my cum shirt to her embryo and have like a cryogenically preserved child from my cum shirt and her embryo. And so we don't even have to fuck. We could have a child the natural way. We could have a child the surrogate way. We could have a child the test tube baby, and then we could have a weird child from my cum shirt and her embryo, for which I'm really excited. Well, dude, Ducky doesn't deserve my cum shirt. No. You're in love with her. Have you ever seen a picture of her? Is she? Scale 1 to 10. Scale 1 to 10 her. Dog, what are you doing saying that she's really hot if she's a 7? A 7 isn't really hot. A 7 is like... Right, bitches I date. Basically, all you have to say is, bitches Rabbi would date. Those are 11s. That's right. Bitches with 2 pussies. When I get bored of one, I just shove it in the other. Dog, what's the longest relationship you've ever had? Dog, I asked you a question. Give me an answer. What's the length? A year, okay. Right. I understand. You know what they call that? You know what they call that from a deep psychological sense? Exactly. You excited for the Super Bowl tomorrow, dog? I know. Like literally. I think to be honest with you, I should be really excited for it, but and I am to some extent more than most Super Bowls. But literally, this community is the least sports interested group of people I think I could find. I literally think I could go to a group of people who have a self help group that says sports fans and like anti-sports fans anonymous, and they would have more interest in sports than this group of people. Literally, people are like you're a perfect example. We could talk Texas football all day long. You can't even name the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. Very good, dude. Knuckles on that one. Good. That's good. That's good. And you could also name their quarterback. Do you remember that? You'll get it. Dude, do you know who their kicker is? His name is Brandon Aubrey, and he's amazing. You want to know his name? Dak? You got it. Yeah, Ezekiel Elliott. He got traded eventually to the New England Patriots, and honestly, the lifespan of a running back in the NFL is very low. So he's still playing, but just got to avoid injuries and things. But when they were firing on all cylinders, Ezekiel Elliott and Dak Prescott, like maybe 5 years ago, were very good. I did too, but they never did. I did too. I don't know if Dak Prescott's the guy to get you the promised land anymore. He used to be, but he's just not there anymore. Especially, I mean, I know this is pretty deep in football, and you may not know it, but you guys had a really good offensive line for like 10 straight years. And so when you have a really good offensive line and a really good quarterback and a really good running back, that has all the makings of you going to the Super Bowl. So I'm in a predicament with the programming of this bot. I've got it so that if the bot works, it takes over anyone's space, like instantaneously. However, sure. However, the one issue with it is, for some reason, I keep running into a bug or a glitch that makes it not work. And I don't know why it is. So let's find their space. Their space. Vamp's really cool. What'd you say? As am I. I woke up to chicks this morning. You know who was in here was Ducky, actually. Ducky and some other chick were in here. They were talking to me. I don't know. I was saying hi to them.
of data here, and you're really seeing the whole gamut. You're seeing the whole spectrum of human beings experiences, right? Like, this is probably something that hordes understand. Yeah, 100% reciprocating. Right, like I feel like I'm in the world of a lore, right? Like when a hoe looks at a man, you might just be able to just instantly know what his dick looks like because she's seen what I've seen. You're gonna get good at it. You're gonna be like walking down the street and be like, that dude, 6 incher, that guy, you know, and it's like they're basically the same guy. It's like, I've seen it. That's crazy. Like, who knows? If you notice, older women start to like you more experienced type. That's probably a good thing. Yeah. Any old guy can impress like a 20-year-old person with any kind of dick and anything. Yeah, the ladies that are alive, it's called, you know. Was that? You might live in a boat, yeah. That's crazy, too. Like, you've got perspective. Yeah, you've got the sort of slutty girls' perspective on guys. And no, whatever, no. Especially not these days. I think back in the day, it was much more common for boomers and stuff. Like, you would be in the locker room totally nude and be like chatting with your buddies. Like, no big deal. Nowadays, nobody would do that. No guys are showering together. There's any way to avoid it. You know, there's like stall. Like, it used to be, you got a stadium. And there wasn't urinals. It was just like one big ass little trough. Yeah, and wait, dude, I missed it, the trough. I missed that. It was wild. I was like, yeah, cool, right? I'm walking in the first time I felt like some going to the fucking ditch, right? Dude, they just pulled their dicks out, pissing in a fucking gutter on the floor. Yeah. It was actually better stadium in Philly than yeah, it's like, you know, there's a sauce for taking shit. But yeah, there's still like individual urinals, little partitions. It's just a metal trough, like a force trigger. You stand there, and kids, dudes, and everyone's standing there taking a piss of their dick out like that. Unbelievable. Yeah, these days, it would not fly. They're not letting it happen. But that was the part for the course back in the day. So I think maybe you're right. It's the lowest part of the dick evaluation. Yeah, you sort of recap it. It's like, you know, being good at calligraphy.
Dude, get in on this. I'm sorry. What'd you say? Yeah, there were 2 chicks in here this morning. Maybe, I don't know, an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Yeah, man. It's how I want to start every morning. Get in here.
Does anyone have a story of their first experience of seeing someone else's dick? I actually remember the first time I saw someone else's dick, right? It was at a public when I was, I don't know, 12 or so years old. There was the shower room. You could go in, you're supposed to shower before and after you go in the pool or whatever. And there was just some old dude, man, just straight up stripped down the fucking jumped in the shower in front of everyone. I was like, what the fuck? So that's what I remember. What was the old guys doing? Like, why did you have this? Yeah, the generations, like, they didn't give a fuck back then. It was just like, whatever, you know. What are you supposed to do? There's other cultures that are like that. It's just over that shit. I was at a fucking, around here, like, a bunch of years ago, like, this health club, right? It was like down, like, fitness center, or like, or something. So, like, in the locker room, this is like gag local dudes just standing there with their fucking hog out. The whole thing was like, taking the shit talking about their Asian mom subs. They're eating stuff. And then your kids on the other side. Like, what? Seriously, but I have to say the same thing happened back. I said it's really ever to go to the gym. Well, actually, when I first started the music, I was like, well, I do it. Everybody I go to the gym, that's always. And in Minnesota, it's the same thing, bro. It would be like, you know, regular people, anyone under like 40 or 45 or something, would be wearing, you know, like, whatever, a towel, or like, you know, even more shorts and a towel to go into the, you know, the jacuzzi and then the toilet, like, the safe room, whatever. And some of these dudes, yeah, they're just doing half naked for no reason. There's plenty of towels for free right there. And the dudes just want to, like, not have the towel around their dog and just sitting there and talking about God knows what, like, all the apartments look the frothy, and like, bro, you don't need your balls, like, it doesn't help your balls to have them out in the sauna. They're experiencing the atmosphere. either way, so just, as far as having to like not look around the room or like keep your eyes like straight ahead, it's just annoying. But they like, I think it's like relaxing type of stuff. Or like maybe it's the show dominance in some way that we would understand it. So yeah, I don't know why they fucking do that. I can't understand it.
I think they're very proud of how long their scrotums get the older they get, and so they just want to display it to the entire locker room.
It is pretty impressive. Some of these guys are dangling exceedingly low pendulums. It's like an elephant's trunk. It's unbelievable. So they gotta show off. I guess it's like you can't throw them over your shoulder or like tie them up with a scrunchie or anything. So just let them rip in the locker room. What is it?
I mean, when you have to carry a lot of things, that must be very practical. Just like shove things in it and then fold it up. Can you use it for that?
That's a good idea. Yeah, if you stretch it out wide enough, like sort of a big bed wing.
Yeah, they always say they don't need a bag, like they have everything in their pockets. Yeah, because they have like huge.
It's like a kangaroo's pouch.
That makes sense. Yeah, they're
Marsupial, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So they might have weights with them in the gym. They might have their iPod in there. They're not putting it on. They stick it in the car. That makes a lot more sense. They're not naked after all. That's storage bed. That's a pocket. Not that comfortable. That's right. Yeah. There's a pocket. A flat door. Not to go back to the things, but I'm just so fascinated by this because, like, I've seen fake pee kits where it's like you're gonna pass the pee test because you mix the pee in the thing. Like, people are not talking about this, and I think so. You are stopping anyone from even the most advanced fake test technology is not gonna get by you. So it's like, right? Have you like researched these things to know like what's literally like what kind of techniques? It's been crazy.
Dude, the Wizinator. There's the big one is the Wizinator that they use in the Olympics. That's a false penis that is used at body temperature.
Right, that's crazy. How do you prevent against that, Mr. Stu? Well, that's the drop the pants and underwear to mid-thigh, bring the shirt to the belly button. I mean, it could be a super advanced fake penis that I don't know, man. Maybe there is some advanced tech out there that's just completely slipping by me, bro. I don't think, you never know, man. That's the thing. The Chinese could be working on this thing for billions of dollars of R&D, so they can beat us in the Olympics. We don't know. So it's like, right? It's like a photorealistic dog, and it's the liquid stored in some sink pools, and like so you're just seeing, everything looks kosher. I think it could be happening under our very noses as we speak. So we need to be hyper-vigilant about this kind of thing. All right, there have been like devices that people have come, right? Like one guy wore like the fake penis that he could like slip his balls through a hole in the bottom, and then he put the penis over his, and then had like a bottle, like he had like a bottle inside the penis as well, right? So like, and it came in and it looked like he had like a boner. When he came in, I guess how they covered it. It's kind of funny. And he pulled it out, and it just like looked like he had an erection while he was trying to piss, and then the dick was kind of like not matched to his skin. Like, I guess he was more white, and the dick was a little more black, I guess. It's kind of funny. What makes that more than a dick? Just whatever half-assed that part. It's like, yeah, so they caught that. They showed me that. Yeah. It's more on the women's side that they have an issue with that type of stuff. But then you're seeing, right? These women, there was one lady that took a 5-hour energy bottle and had the piss in the bottle and then put tinfoil over the cap. Or like took the cap off and then put tinfoil over the lid area. And a rubber band ever, and then shoves it up there, and then they sit down on the toilet, and when they go to grab put the cup under to collect, they'll stick their finger up there and poke the tinfoil, and then the urine will drip out into the cup. So the women have to like listen a lot with it, right? Like they have to listen to like a cookbook or fucking have never rolled the bench dryer, but it's all so good. That's great. I know. Well, and you know what? I'm starting to think, just yesterday, I had two guys that urinated or couldn't, and I tried. And one of them had like, both of them had like, I don't know, it was like, got out of their egg right instead of lettuce. Like, it was like a slimy. And I've never seen that. I've never pissed slime, right? I've rarely just slime, but I've almost never, like, yeah, no, I mean, I don't know, maybe people are like, guys are like, injecting something in their egg.
What you do. So I do know
When they live, it like cleans their urine or fucks it up or something, I don't know. We gotta find out. Okay, so it doesn't sound like you're gonna eat something that's gonna cause it to come out of your pee. Yeah, I think you're right. They gotta be injecting something in the pee or in the side of the dog, and then
instant snapshot of your businesses
see
right
what
now.
liquid is good. I wonder what I mean.
Now that
I
helps
couldn't imagine injecting like some goo or something up into my dick just to go past the fucking test, bro. That's gross. Yeah, it's just super good. Like, somewhere like Dr. Drugstore, it's unfair that you didn't just test me. It's like, just go, don't get fucked up and just pass this stuff. Get out of trouble, and then you can do all the drugs that you want. That's all the drug test. It's even worse when it's like, get fucked up, it's like hours in, right? It's like days in prep. You gotta go make sure you find clean pee to borrow from someone. That's weird. What kind of conversation is that? And then you gotta store the pee. Then you gotta get all this crazy apparatuses going. It's like, right, like you're messing with your dick, you're sticking your dick in things. Anyway, bottles of your pussy is just free. It's like, yeah, what the fuck are they doing? Why do they pull up something they know they did? And they should be tossed.
last time you had a termite inspection? It's been over 3 years that you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now, it's warning season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without testing and repair any damage that they have caused. Here's a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
They're going to have even more Big Mac sauce, which we should have been selling.
Also, the regular cost crazy.
If you're injured, need a lawyer, go ahead.
Okay, so they have to come in and they have to pay me $15 just to have the lab pull that same specimen out of the fucking freezer and test it again.
Because people could say that was a faulty test. I was clean as a whistle. Swear to God. That's what they're taking. And they're like, all right.
And that's the other part is I'm dealing with these people that are trying everything they fucking can to get out of this. So that's why I got to follow my routine down to the fucking beat. And I just sound like a robot, bro. It's just the same shit. I say it 200 goddamn times a day.
That's good.
Come back. This is you on bottom. What am I pressing? Is that you? And then like show me bottom. Yeah. I'm not coming back to say, hey, go to traffic. Wash your hands up with water. Get on the bathroom. Say, shirt up, belly button, pants not wear, mid-thigh. Give me a start. I don't answer your call.
And one of them was having trouble, so I decided to close it down for a couple of weeks, restart and all that stuff. But during that time, I had a lease transfer from the farmer and all 3 veterans, so individually, each under my corporation name. And I transferred those from the original owner to me to the new owner. So in December, when it happened, the prior owner owed me some money that he paid the first month rent in December. So we go into January, and he paid again because he got the credit card sale, but he couldn't shop, so he paid December and January. All of a sudden, another process of reasons, all the transfers, everything to my name, has nothing to do with the franchise, it's individual name of the corporation. The original owner goes back and transfers the credit card sale for those who have paid. The landlord sends me a notice saying, or actually calls me and I don't know what's going on. They kind of asked me what the deal was. But 2 weeks later, I get a notice that I have 5 days to pay those rents that I already paid. So when it comes to the 3rd day, I go to pay them and they book the check as through. So they wouldn't accept it with the $6,800 some dollars, $3,000 and a half. It is the past that I received everything they assigned to the lease to someone else, lost the account, we lost all our equipment, all our company belongings, everything. No, you got your
15-year-old's penis when it pees in the corner. That's very strange. Yeah, I mean, you're a good guy. It's like, give me a break. Wow, so I mean, totally like with a 9-year-old, it seems like a parent's kind of weird. And also, it's like, it's almost like weird. Like, you get the guys looking at the guys, the girls looking at the girls, the penis, but it's like, we know that there are gay guys and there's gay women out there. So, like, what are we saving by having a good sex thing or gender thing? Kind of crazy. I guess, yeah, like, it's fine because they're a dude. We can look at these
you go on, and the case is argued more and more. You've got not only the wrongful eviction, you've got predatory business practices on your hands. Now, I don't know North Carolina law, but I can't imagine they don't have statutes regarding predatory business practices. I'll tell you, never having practiced law in North Carolina, I'll tell you 5 days, still need 5 days, whether it's California, Alaska, or North Carolina. So, what the franchisee did, the barbecue place, is they put on the in there, so they always try to find anyone to pick up because they canceled my franchise because they were closed because of it. All that is, that's almost it's taking too long. It doesn't even matter. What you have is also even and this is when you get have them go into the bathroom on their own. I just give them a little spill at the beginning, like, fill your cup to this line. You get 2 minutes in there. When you're done, put the cup up on the little cover and don't flush the toilet. So, you're going to find an attorney who
I take the cup and I tap it, make sure it's within the range.
or an attorney who has experience in all of those. I think they have a hard time doing that. And they have one. They want to get things out. The other thing I'm saying, Joe, you're going to have to come up with the money. Now, I'm going to pay it. You go to the I get it. You can get money back. But I guarantee you that the attorney fee clause in that contract, in the lease, and the franchise contract, and everything you did, every document you sign is an attorney fee clause. Now, everything that you've agreed to are the same thing. In most business contracts, you have clarification so no one has to go to court. You're going to win there too. By the way, you are going to win after the landlord raising. So what's going to happen to that? My original offer here. Well, they can certainly lose any money that you have because of their actions. So whatever you lost for their court, or what they want to know. They're going to be sued for standing in fall. I don't know what the statute is in North Carolina, but I would have a hard time believing there aren't people that actually physically malicious. I'm not talking about legal now. That's not what's happening anyway. I'm talking about legal now. This is a malicious use of the law. And the eviction is also a use of process, which there's an aspect of use the court.
And he was like talking about how demeaning it was. I'm sure it was to like stand there and have like these three fucking poor people take pictures of your fucking dick.
And you just have to find a lawyer. Unfortunately, I have to borrow the money. Or maybe a lawyer will look at it.
They could call me in as an expert witness, right? I get down on one knee, get down there, get a cup of have them lift it up, have them do a little bend, and then I'll stand up and I'll say, this is a dick. This was, that's right. Is that not even like they didn't take a line up?
When I have pain, I don't have pain.
With a bunch of other random things to show people which dick was the one that you saw. Well, obviously, according to Mike's genetics,
If you live in chronic pain for so many days,
that's not the way to do it.
It reminds me of the Chappelle Show bit. Exactly. It reminds me of the Chappelle Show bit where he's like, look, I've never seen Michael Jackson's penis, but if I saw it in a lineup, I bet I could guess. Is it the one with the glitter? Is it the one with the pressed perm hair? I don't know if I could pick my own penis out of a lineup, and me and my penis are like this, son, but I could pick Michael Jackson's penis out of a lineup, guaranteed.
He looked great. He was like a white lady ghost. I don't even know if he had a penis, but he had the whole shebang. I mean, oh yeah, dude, his dad fucking kept it castrated as a fucking child. I would believe that. Yeah, like there's all sorts of rumors of like fucking testosterone blockers they gave to keep his fucking boys. Yeah, he's one of the first trans icons. You know, what like thought he had choice. That was the thing. That's the part of this tragedy. I know too bad. Some people thought it was, I guess, self-induced that he really wanted to look like that. But Brett, maybe a lot of it was sort of like put on him to retain his. Well, then he started to hate himself. After all that, you know, who wouldn't? Right. I think there was some self-loathing there, it seemed like. And yeah, because you got your dad telling you you're a piece of shit, you got to dance for. So his dad was a verifiable monster. That guy, Joe Jackson, was fucking terrible. He was. I read some, it was like a Michael Jackson book or something ridiculous. Like, I just got to the beginning part of it. I didn't finish it. And, yeah, he's talking about when he was like a kid that Joe Jackson was like put on a Halloween mask at like the dead of night, like 2 a.m. or something, and like go outside the house and then climb up the fire escape and like jump into the house, like run into the house and scare everybody, scare his own kids out of their sleeping out of their beds, thinking they're insecure monster. Just before they start laughing and stuff because that was funny. And
Which, yeah.
they're like I see their pants terrified and some monster looking at us. That's like the kind of vibe of that dude. Yeah, that sucks, bro.
Dude, get in this talk, man. Get in this Twitter space. Nah, you're not about that scene. What'd you say? What'd you say? Dog, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. What'd you say? No, I didn't say that. That could be. I'm listening to this Twitter space. Get in on it.
He was addicted to the anesthesia, and I think that does happen to people who are like, they're not like intravenous drug users, but they basically are like they go to the doctor all the time because they get the intravenous drugs. There's someone who injects themselves, so that's why you get these people who are going way overboard on plastic surgery. They're like subconsciously addicted to the process of getting anesthesia, going under, it feels good. It's like a drug, like not even like a psychological addiction, but like an actual drug thing, which is crazy because I feel like they don't notice that they're like going and getting surgeries all the time. Or like, they really like this shit. They really like needing to load in intravenously every night to sleep. That's crazy. Like that's not human. That's how it works. What the fuck? Even people taking antidepressants suck. Michael Jackson was on Cloud Jupiter like 8 billion times than anyone else takes. The man was great too.
If I may say, he was on propofol, and I had propofol after a surgery once, and I remember awaking from the anesthesia and just feeling absolutely euphoric. And I was saying to the nurse, I feel so wonderful. And she says, yeah, you're on propofol. That's what Michael Jackson used to call his mother's milk, and he'd take it on a nightly basis. And now I see why I felt so good.
I was always sort of thinking that whoever's doctor who was doing this stuff really is a single person that should have been disbarred, whatever it is. He went to jail. He should have done good. I should have done enough life. It's crazy because you're such a ton of manager prescribing these drugs to addicted and overdose. And also enabling these crazy, unnecessary surgeries that are, risking every time you go in there, you die. It happens on his mom. Routine plastic surgery just didn't wake up. So it happens all the time. And, it's just totally irresponsible not to get those shots and stuff. You can't take his money. Every doctor should say, no, we're not doing it. You look like a maniac. We've had kind of mistakes in the past 8 years. You don't need one. It's going to mess up your health. No, I'm not doing surgery. I don't care how much you got to pay. But there's always one ticket who's going to take it. So, there you go. I don't like that. Michael Jackson's doctor. Michael was a sweet guy. It sounds like, this guy Jackson. But, thank God he's getting locked down. So, that's bad. That's terrible. Or he would be upset. That's real thing, too. He was preaching against the fucking system. He wanted he was an idiot, right? And that's why they don't care about us, which is very direct. And
Kick me, kike me, Jew me, sue me.
That's wild. I know. Dude, no, like records levels, clearly just like talk. So yeah, not soon, you don't. And right, and then people were saying that he was going to do this final tour, and he was sort of insinuating that he was going to make some sort of large announcements on a global scale. We're going to change the world, but they're not like that. And so, they've got to beat on you if you're about to think about doing that. They'll FUG you or Chester, whatever the heck, Lincoln Park you or Zach or whoever, Chris Cornell you, or they do have time to just about to do something. So, no surprise he ended up disappearing or whatever. OD, quote unquote. He was either suicide, quote unquote, was 2 shots in the head, or one to the back of the head was self-induced, or the OD, but they were like tapping his legs. Or it was suicide, they were probably fine, right? So they're very lazy.
It has to happen. It's like the satanic system or whatever, puts you in a position to speak to people and expect you to speak their message. And when you go against it, it's fucking lights out for your ass, bro.
It seems like, especially if you're not having use of it. Just I just heard that, of all people, the conspiracy goes 15 Coolio, and just started talking on his live stream, which I'm just always people watch. You guys remember Coolio, nice rapper. And he was starting to laugh about adrenochrome, stuff like that. And you're saying nothing says it's seen, and you're being fed lies all the time. And here's, I know bad information and insider stuff about this adrenochrome thing. And then 5 days later, he actually died. And that's very interesting. I didn't know that was the case. I knew he died, but I didn't realize that there was literally no legacy between them talking about that and then just mysteriously sort of passing away. So, I mean, it's just, if you notice a pattern like that where people are about to start saying stuff and they're saying they're going to kill me for saying this, and then they die. And it's like, all the people say the same things, and it's like 50, 70 cases of that. Might be happening.
Well, and not only do a lot of them die after saying it, they die on interesting numbers, if that makes sense. Like they'll die like 6 days later, or, like 3 hours later, or like there's always a message.
Right, something symbolic or numeric, and
I feel like the fact that we're in this satanic realm, I call it, I guess, there's always some sort of connection woven between each interaction that we go through. Right? Well, there's two. There's like a godly one and a satanic one. Like both plans run concurrent. You saw what I mean?
One's winning sometimes, one's winning the other time. One's building a civilization, one's tearing it down. And it's maybe just going on forever, not even millions of years, but infinity years.
Yeah, until something happens and it changes, bro.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice. Like, it'd be cool to just have 1,000 years of peace and everyone having a nice time. That sounds great. Like, if you could just do a utopia worldwide, that'd be awesome. And everyone wants that, basically, except for very small percent of people hate everyone wants to wreck the world. And that's just their thing. But most people don't, and it's a very strong minority, I think, that are just like anti-everybody. So just get rid of those guys. Send them to Planet Joker, and then we're cool. And then send them to Atlantis. And then we should just try to work on that. Like a many year utopia where everyone's happy. Abundance for everyone. Infinity resource for everyone.
That's an interesting thing, though, right? Like, I thought about that once, and what would happen, right? I think people would get bored and chaos would creep its way back in. I don't know. That's just what I feel, but I don't know.
I don't know. I think that's a style that they made us think that heaven would be boring, and hell would be more exciting. But it's sort of like the same concept. Like a movie needs to have bad things happen, and that makes it good. Like art has to have some sort of end to it. Like it's all the same idea where it's like an assumption that maybe like heaven is just like you would just think it is if no one told you anything about it. Dumbass, everything's perfect. This is awesome. Forever. I don't like things people that are like, oh, I would want to live to be 1,000 because I would get support. And it's like, you have no imagination. Like, there's so many, there's infinite to live, you're just being very unimaginative. Like, oh, I've watched every movie. I had sex with 1,000 times. What do you mean? There's so many things you can do in life. There's like things to experience and learn and sort of build and actually create. There's no real limits when you can stop doing it. There's people are not thinking they would be creating 1,000 things, I guess. They would just be absorbing things, enjoying things. But that's difficult. Most people are not thinking they want to do creative stuff. They want to enjoy stuff, relax, which I like to do. But we also have to always be creating, guys. If we're not building and creating, we are atrophying and maybe shrinking. Not good. Always gotta be careful.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like there's the spectrum, right, of life or of creation or of whatever, and there's the negative and there's the positive and then there's the in-between, and it's just I don't know if being in just one point in the spectrum forever is the goal, right? It's being able to experience the whole spectrum. So it's like,
I can see that.
yeah, so it's like maybe there is, well, I believe like you can't get bored in heaven or whatever, right? Because it's infinite. There's infinite. But then like there are maybe things in heaven that you can't experience, right? Because you're on one side of the spectrum, and you have to go into a lower density in order to experience fear and hatred and anger and gaining those experiences, it further reinforces the experience of higher density feelings like love and forgiveness and shit like that. So it's like a game that we play with ourselves just to further increase our fucking power level endlessly.
That makes sense to me, actually. I like that because, right, otherwise it does feel a little arbitrary to be like, okay, why do you want to get kicked? That's not like just to experience getting kicked in the nuts. Like, what's the value in it? But I see what you're saying, that you can see the value in it when you contrast it to the higher state, to the more transcendent state. Then, right, you kind of get to sense the difference, which reminds you of how nice it is to be not in those lower densities and not doing those nasty things. I think that does make kind of sense because, you're right. Like if you're in heaven 24/7, you could take that for granted. I think that's just sort of human nature. It's just inertia. But you're right. If you're sort of like going down into hell realms, and like this could be compared to stuff above. Well, obviously, I guess. Then there's no value in sort of like feeling that and then coming back and saying, "Oh, phew, what a relief! I'm not stuck in a prison anymore." If you were crap your entire life, you wouldn't really be suffering that much because you wouldn't know what you're missing. And conversely, getting stuck in a prison and getting pulled back out again makes your life much better, I guess. And you appreciate your time, I think, much more.
Yeah, and we see it replicated in this density with how we raise children, right? Like if you're a helicopter parent or whatever, you give your child everything, they tend to go more towards the lower density side of their personality. Whereas someone born in the struggle, born in the, not shielded from this world, they tend to go more on the higher side of their personality.
I don't know about that. I'm saying probably go on, but that's interesting to think about. I think probably could be. But I'm also thinking there's probably some people that have had, very, very, like the Amish kids or something. Like they've got very sort of involved parents and stuff, but they turn out really great. Like they don't have any depression, they don't have any
So they've been removed from the world.
But well, that's fascinating.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I guess it depends on the sort of the cultural context. Because I think that's like a really sort of like a thing. I think if you're untraditionally sort of pushing forward with stuff and you're pushing that stuff on kids, it's not even I think any of the kids these days are trying to accept the Amish kids. Too bad. I mean, I don't really know kids. But it's playing and stuff, they're always screaming for their fucking iPad. And I'm like, why do you really you can't give like 3-year-old an iPad? That's insane. I mean, talking about like, they need to be reading digital device, unless they're like doing like I don't know, it's like or something. You know what I mean? Like this thing is goes on playing games, or watching some bullshit. It's like Sesame Street's cool. Everything else I think is bad. And Kid Actor is good. I liked Mr. Rogers. That was a good show because that was a show that had interesting aspirations that most kids shows don't. Most kids shows are just teaching you to memorize numbers and letters and stuff like that. As far as I'm concerned. Or just goofy stuff. I was looking at kids like to flip bumper. But that show was about creating an entire sort of vibe for kids. Where like they have consistency, they have positive male figure that's like there every day. Very, very powerful. But they don't really have any eliminating forms to that. So Mr. McMahon on kids very much. Mr. Full fuck, he was really like respect the kids as actual beings, not as stupid versions of humans. Which is cool. I think nice guy. Also funny that he was so normal and then like he didn't have the show was him doing his puppets. That was Mr. Rogers' puppets all. The cat, the tree, the owl, and it's sort of funny because like that kind of guy, I think you can be happy and be content being such a normal, nice fella if you have talent like that, or like doing a puppet show. Like that's like the great thing is that you can never like go online looking for weird stuff. These guys out there, he's making puppets and shows, and you're like teaching kids good values. Like that's like all you need is I don't think you need to indulge perversely or something as part of the whole thing, or whatever. So I like to do what happened. MLK goes as part of whatever. It's gonna go speech marriage. But by the way, guys, everyone please come to Mexico, come to Mexico City for the fight. Big man, MLK came to Vegas. This is fun. Hung out with him and Yo-Yo News was a girlfriend, and it was good. Yeah, big guy with time. And then you guys come too. It was fun. More the merrier. Free ticket. Hotels are cheap. Food's cheap. In Mexico, if you've never been, it's awesome. If you're going to go visit Mexico, Mexico City's probably great, but unless you're like really just trying to beat it up, in which case, so it's still fun. Kind of expensive, but still fun. Or go to Costa Rica, if you like snorkeling, stuff like that. Or actually the newest thing is Costa. That's like the elephant sport. Go to the nicest place in Mexico, undiscovered kind of, but it's still kind of like and like not they like you go to restaurants and stuff, it's like nothing and put them in there. So check that out. But that's enough Mexico spiel. I just want you guys to come. We're gonna have a few people come. I gotta get back to you about that actually. So we're coordinating with this today. It's all up in the air. It's Thursday. People ask me, all the fighter guys are asking me, like, we're kind of worried about the cartel stuff. And they've never been to Mexico or lived there. I've lived in Mexico for many years. As also Colombia for a bit, most of Mexico. And it's literally a nice ass huge city. It's an international city like Tokyo or London. It's really a great city. It's like the risk of visiting Mexico City is about the same as visiting like Boston, I would say, or Houston, Texas, or something. It's just a regular city. Like you're not gonna get shot going to LA. Unless you really go 40 minutes out of your way to the same place or something. Like maybe you would get like the cost that you're gonna get bullets flying at you. And it's the same thing with Mexico City. It's very realistic. You think anything bad would happen to you just for showing up. If you're intentionally going out of your way to antagonize someone in a very sketchy area at night, you might lose your watch, or like get punched or something for sure. But I mean, that's the same in any city. So yeah, that's the thing. It's a humongous city. So yeah, it's like I'm gonna go to New York. Am I gonna get beat? Like, okay, well, are you in like Soho shopping in Abercrombie, or are you like cruising around way the fuck deep in some crazy, Brownsville, Brooklyn or something? What are you doing? Like, okay, like you went an hour into like neighborhood we don't know anyone. Okay, like it's very soon. You just stay in the area that's like the downtown business district. It has like nice restaurants. It's like freaking what do you call it? There's Five Guys Burger. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like a regular place. I'm kind of okay with them. And I just watched the other night. I'll bring them up again. Also, if anyone else wants to come up, we can talk about the fight. We can talk about the freaking the future, the past, whatever you guys want. I watched the whole Tucker interview with Food. That was very good. very interesting stuff because towards how you can tell. And it was funny that kind of Tucker got sunned in a few different ways. But also, it was again, I don't know if you guys did see it or not, but the memes are fun. The memes are just like the first 10 minutes of it.
We watched it in the Telegram. We watched it as a group in the Telegram.
Oh, fun. I missed that.
That's cool.
What did you guys think?
That is very interesting. I'm glad that they gave both sides as much time as they wanted to speak. And I was really somewhat interested in all of the history that was given over the territory. It wasn't just a interview where it seemed like Putin was being fed a bunch of information. He was speaking seemingly from his own mind and wanted everyone to know that there's a lot more history to this than what you maybe portrayed in the media. Apologies. He was saying essentially, I was surprised with as much history knowledge as he had of the situation, and that he really wanted the public to know that this was perhaps 1,000-year or 1,200-year war or involvement or territory battle, and not just what the media may want to portray as a more recent struggle for independence. So I just thought that was very interesting.
Me too. You're right. And that's the thing. Like, I think people were like sort of ripping on the guy for going way back to the year 890 or whatever. We'll talk about 1654 with the Polish stuff or whatever. And it's like, it's not. He wasn't arbitrarily doing that. He wasn't doing that to filibuster to waste time. He really was trying to show everyone the full context of his, like, right, when they would try to contextualize as like a very modern contemporary conflict. And he's like, no. Like, any claim of this being a separate zone is like insanely new relative to the overall history of this place as part of Russia. So yeah, I think it was entirely relevant, and like it just speaks to the guy being smart and me, actually trying to explain to the West what's going on, not like spit a bunch of lies or spit a bunch of memorized propaganda notes. Yeah, the dude seems to actually be trying to convey the truth of the matter, at least as far as I can tell what's going on. And yeah, the dude has the documents to back it up. He's got dates. He's got times. Like, he's very thorough. The man came from the KGB. He's like a very analytical, critically thinking guy. And you can sort of tell that in his entire approach to things. He's not loosey-goosey at all. And I like that he was very respectful, too, of private conversations. He was like, I talked to the guy, I talked to Zelensky, and I said this. What he said back to me is not relevant and not appropriate for this stuff, but, I swear that's not the point. Moreover, and it's like, okay, well, that's fun. It's like, the man seems to be reasonable and level-headed, and, right, I think this does kind of stymie the West's attempt to paint this guy as this bad man bent on world domination. It's just funny though. I saw like some New Zealand headline, and it's like, out of the 2-hour conversation where he's basically just talking about sort of history, the values of Russia and stuff like that. And he's basically for half an hour or an hour saying like, we want peace, we just want to work with everyone, we don't like being crazy and breaking all the promises, we don't like breaking the promises of this agreements, etc. That's it. Like, we don't want to bother anyone at all. Look at how we relate to China. We're not attacking them. The only people who are aggressive is the United States, or they work for. And it's just like the headline was like, Putin says we'll go to war with the U.S. if something happens. So it's like, what? He said the opposite of that. Like, he spent a long time very carefully trying to say that's not the deal. We've been trying to have some peace talks this entire time. So really, why do they lie about that? It's just our side doesn't make any logical sense. Like the way that they want to paint the whole thing, and his side makes a lot of sense from the way he's describing it. In the full context of everything, like we can only spin it our way if there's zero context. Like people just look at the facts and we present. The second we get any kind of like larger, overarching truth about the situation, about the 2014 Donbass stuff or whatever, then it's like, okay, wait a minute, that doesn't call into question the first sentence. It doesn't really make any sense. Why the heck Russia's randomly decided to attack and annex Syria just now for no reason? It's not like it. I think it was cool. I hope that people watch it and just get their own ideas about it. Obviously, don't take my word for it. I think it's good. Yeah, don't be a retarded asshole. But it was good. I think it's at least valuable to hear both sides of everything. Right? And we know there are sides of bullshit, obviously. So maybe it probably is too. Like David Jen this as well. But and then there's they're helping on destroying West or the U.S. or something. It's like, well, they've had nukes. They've got more nukes than they want to launch.
I do have concerns that he may have some kind of, perhaps, and I don't know this for a fact, but secret kind of program that may be going on that we don't, about which we don't know. So he comes off as like, really human in that interview, when in reality we know some of the things that he's done in the past and they could be absolutely horrible. I mean, really, we know him to be in some circles a war criminal and some other things, but he just came off as someone who was like very confident in what his country was doing and that they had a right to this land. And this is more on Tucker Carlson and anyone who interviews these types of individuals when they have so much time with them. Tucker Carlson had something like 2.5 hours with him, and at the end of the conversation, it was Tucker Carlson's crew that was like, all right, well, we got to get going. And Putin was like, no, I want to talk about this. And they're like, all right, well, and Carlson kept kind of almost not interrupting, he was respectful, but after like 5 minutes about hearing about like the year 800 in Chechnya, it's like, all right, well, can we get this moving forward? And Putin kept, he's like, well, give me 30 seconds to talk about this. And he talks about it at length. I don't know why. This would be interesting to me as an individual. You have all this time with this person. Why don't you ask them about other things as well? Like, we're only asking about the region, and maybe those were the pre-described conditions of this interview. But I think that Putin probably has a vast amount of knowledge on a lot of subjects, and I would have wanted to know more about, perhaps, look, and this is make people know a subject that's interesting to me, but what he knew from the KGB on UFOs, what Soviet Union knew on UFOs, what Russia knows on UFOs. It's a big country. They have crashes. I would want to know also perhaps his relationships with other previous presidents and what he thought about them. I'd want to know more about him as a human, as an individual, aside from just 800 years of Russian history, or 1,200 years of Russian history. So I think he could have perhaps humanized himself a little bit, and I think Tucker Carlson could have asked some questions that were outside the given topic. I understand they're at war, so that's what they want to talk about. But you only get so many opportunities with a world leader like this, and I'm surprised that you just don't take advantage of it as much as possible. I understand you've been talking for 2.5 hours, but when else are you going to be able to talk to this person? So long as you're there, ask as many questions as you can, and then perhaps it'll be beneficial even more in the long run in ways that you don't even know. And people may go back on that interview and say, yeah, it was really important at the time. They were talking about the war. But remember when Putin disclosed this discussion that he had about the Iraq war, whatever it could have been, or his time in the KGB, or et cetera, et cetera. You can always get little glimmers of like diamonds in the rough, essentially, from these types of world leaders when they talk about themselves. So I would have liked to see a little bit more about that. But again, I don't know what the pre-described discussions were. One other thing that I thought was interesting was they had this discussion about this American Marine who, along with like Brittany Griner, they had the WNBA player. They were going to have the discussion for the trade of some Russian war criminals and things like this. And so the United States got Brittany Griner back, but this Marine is still there. And basically, they were at the end. Tucker was like, "Well, is there anything we can do to get this person back?" And Putin was like, "Look, it's really complicated, but at the end of the day, we all want that person to be home," as I understood him to say it. So, I mean, look, obviously, you want him to be like, "Yeah, we'll send him home tomorrow." But there's more to it than that. They're basically using people as pawns, and I don't think that's right. But I mean, at least there was more the humanistic face on it. That in the end, he wants everybody to be back at home. Hopefully, it happens sooner rather than later. But overall, I thought it was a really interesting interview, and I don't know why everybody was so afraid of it. It happened. It didn't change the world, but it did allow a little bit of light on Russia that the West doesn't normally get to see.
Yeah, exactly. I think we really don't get to see it, and it was just interesting sing for him too. He sings for some reason. He was like, listen, I want everyone, this is a very important point. I want everyone who lives to hear me say this because you guys don't realize what's going on. And it's like, okay, he may be right. You know, his point about Nord Stream 2 or Nord Stream 1 or whatever. Tucker had a great question, which was like, why wouldn't we just present evidence of this being the United States having blown up this pipe? If you have it, and then it's clear to say, you present to the world, and then everyone will know that it wasn't you guys, that it was us. Why not? And he was like, well, going to battle with the Western propaganda machine is a very expensive, almost impossible. They've locked down every single news channel of the West. It's been in many in Europe as well. And you can't really battle that. Which may sound like a bit of a cop-out, because, like, just throw it up on RT or whatever, and then, like, okay, how expensive is that? But, you know, if he really has hardcore evidence and proof, and kind of forensic proof. But his point was valid. Obviously, he was like, you guys fucking did it, clearly. You know, his word was all go to the bottom of the fucking ocean and play explosives. You know, most countries can't even do that, let alone what they want to do. You guys can do it, and would benefit from doing it. You were telling me. And, you know, it's sort of like, that's not really Tucker's fault. It's not really your or my fault, but it's clear as day that the U.S. government did that, and that's a clear act of industrial terrorism. So, where does that leave us? You know, it's sort of like that was the thing with I feel like he was almost being nice and kind of generous in a way about this stuff, because he could have been like, you know, fuck you guys, clearly sabotaged this thing, and he was just sort of like laughing, like he's like, well, you know, whatever, that's just the way it is. Yeah, it's the same with a lot of this stuff. He's like, okay, we did the Minsk agreements, and you know, everyone signed it, and then like after the second we took our guys out of the they said, never mind, we didn't like what we signed, we're not doing it. And threw it in the trash. And he's just kind of like, I'm very upset about that, for signing an accord and going directly back the agreement right when it's convenient. But he was just like, you know, that's just how it is. We would like to reopen those conversations, but we're just going to deal with it. He just seems like very pragmatic. They're like not like pissed off about stuff. And he can be really pissed off if you want to talk to him for like a lot of the stuff he's talking about is super crazy, you know, allegations. But you know, it's just funny, like, he doesn't see any of the stuff that Russia's doing as remotely fucked up at all. And he sees all the stuff the US is doing as super fucked up, pretty much. And, I mean, most of the world agrees with Russia, I hate to say. You know, the only people voting against, you know, the war crimes of Israel are Israel and the US. And, you know, it's just every single other country is saying yes, clearly war crimes. Only two of them have powers, just because they've been doing that for decades. So, I mean, it's not like we're in the right. It just feels like we are, you know, the consensus is on the U.S. side because there's such a strong hold on the media, and their job is to push that consensus, of course. But that's the cool thing about this Twitter thing and this kind of interview is that it kind of circumvents the whole apparatus of, you know, the propaganda state. The stuff that we're dealing with, watching CNN, NBC, Fox, all the same thing. And, you know, it's just sort of various flavors of the same message, but you're not actually getting sort of the broader perspective of the non-Western world, you know, which I think is worth hearing. You know, I think it's totally valuable to hear the other side of things, especially if it's sort of like pretty clear that our side is tainted by corporatism and sort of military-industrial complex. That's what TV news is there for. That's why it's free. You know, if it wasn't free, it would probably wouldn't be propaganda. So, I mean, that's the thing. Twitter, I guess, is free for now, which is cool. But this is sort of trying to make you pay for it. But interesting that, right, the new media apparatus is successfully, like, you know, not for profit. It's part of the company that's for profit, but yeah, that's sort of the ads. But what is this about Michelle Obama, by the way? She's might try to run her. Real quick, can I get people in here to just hit the post I put on the jumbo? Might as well. Only market, wonder which one. Replying to Bitcoin Potter. Replying Gemini Trust Co. New York State AG. Who's the AG of New York State Attorney General? Bitcoin MLK charity in the AG said we should hit it. Gemini needs to pay up. Okay, looks like Gemini filed Chapter 5 or bankruptcy. Interesting. So they're trying to not pay everybody. That's bad news. If you're the killer Gemini, I didn't want to pay up. I'm going to say, nope, we're bankrupt. Never mind. Someone else's problem. Someone else on the bank. How are we doing? How's our chart looking? Good or bad? Probably bad.
It,
Let's kind of fix that, boys.
if I may make a quick plug, tomorrow is the Super Bowl in the United States. If people don't know, we will be having a Super Bowl party all day tomorrow in the Telegram. If you'd like to come, we're gonna have a lot of people there, and we're gonna be watching from different views. So please check it out. It's gonna be a good time. HPOS 10, I to the moon.
That is fun. That's super fun. I'll watch it, you guys. That's crazy. I forgot about that. Fuck. I gotta go downtown to send your frogs or something. Or no, I'll go to I'll go to that part by the beach. There's one part that is for sure plays the Eagles games. So whatever. That's not but you know, they for sure play football. NFL. Certain bars don't play NFL. I'm just like, what the fuck? You know, even on the Super Bowl, they're playing soccer or something. I'm like, probably. Or they'll do some insane parties. It's like elaborate for the Super Bowl. It's like, I'm not doing that. So we're gonna see it. Who are you guys looking for anyway? Rabbi, who are you guys looking for?
You know, everybody's rooting for this Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce proposal on the 50-yard line after winning the Super Bowl, which, hey, I'm a romantic. I'd love to see it. But as a kid, I was always a 49ers fan, so I'd like to see the Niners win. Plus, I'm in California, so rooting for the closer.
That's fair. Yeah, you got it. Niners. I fucking hate the Niners. So, I got it to see it, but I don't like it. But, yeah, I think we'll stick with Kelsey and Taylor Swift is the fair side. I feel like that.
Absolutely agree.
Whatever.
And
I was like,
I've just got to say that Telegram has been so lit recently for the past like 2 weeks or so, a week and a half. I mean, look, I've been in it for like 8 months, and we're lucky to get 1 or 2 people over the course of a day. Sometimes it would get like 5 or 6 people at most. I mean, we're getting on a daily basis 12, 15, 18 people. It's incredible. So we're really excited for the party tomorrow, and we're going to keep it up. We've got a bunch of good people. And the thing is, I mean, like this morning, I woke to 2 girls in there who are like, Rabbi, wake up. I mean, I'm going to wake up to 2 girls every single day. So you can't beat that. Yeah. So just if you have a chance and you weren't aware, get in the Telegram. We run it 24 hours a day. It's a video Telegram. And then additionally, we've got a lot of people in there. We've got Passport, who plays video games, drives a truck simulator. We had somebody who went to the border this week and went through them to Mexico while on our live stream. It was very interesting. They interviewed some people at the border. You never know what you're going to get in there. Last night we were talking till way in the wee hours in the morning with people from all over the world. Very exciting. So if you're wondering what you can do after this space, we've got an after party going whenever you want, and it is always available for any HPOS 10 ENU fan. So thank you for letting me plug that. Dude, I'm talking on this. Sorry.
And I think it's been good. We're getting more people turn on the camera. It's always bullish. Seems maybe that dude's streaming. That was very bullish. I like it. And jump in there. It's fun. So people are doing stuff. We're getting features and stuff from Rabbi, which is new. Some transceiver stuff. Very interesting. We're getting people getting more involved, which is fun. Yeah, this doesn't have to be a monologue for just 1 or 2 people or whatever. It can be everybody jump in. Anyone can go stream their video. We don't care. Nice if there's hot babes in there. That's the thing about the coin. A lot of hot babes love. Take a big one. Girls are always buying. Hot girls are buying. I don't know why. But they do. And that's very rare in crypto. Most women hate crypto. Wouldn't be called debt in crypto pool. And they just love taking Bitcoin bits. There's something there. There's something we said for that. I don't know what that means, but
You're absolutely right. We're getting more and more people. We're doing more and more activities. We have karaoke. We watch movies. We, of course, watch the Putin interview. We do Twitter spaces. I mean, like, I'm streaming this in the Telegram right now. So the way that I found out about this space is actually from Vamp. And Vamp was like, hey, she came in the Telegram. If we didn't have the Telegram, I wouldn't know. Some other people wouldn't know. But, okay, so we all run in here. You know, I think it's a really good way for us to communicate as a community, and I just have heard a lot of positive things for it. So if you haven't had a chance, check it out. If you don't know where the Telegram link is, it's on the main HPOS 10 ENU page. All the links are really nicely displayed there, and yeah, check it out. Super Bowl's tomorrow. The Super Bowl starts, usually probably where you are in the late evening in the United States, but we're going to be partying all day starting early, and we're going to have multiple camera angles, so check it out.
So we're gonna do this party because I saw your Craigslist post got taken down.
Yeah, no, that one keeps getting taken down. No, I mean, so what does the party consist of? Literally, it's going to be. I have 2 cameras now, thanks to one of our community members. They were able to help me get another Telegram account. So, what it's going to be is likely me streaming the game on one of those cameras, and that camera may have multiple streams on it. And then I do have another camera as well if we need to stream another, and that will just essentially probably just be some kind of pirated stream that I'm getting from someone else. However, the best way that I have found actually to get it is to just go on TikTok. TikTok has really low latency, and so if you can literally just stream someone's stuff on TikTok, and if you crop it correctly, you can't tell. So we're gonna be doing that, and then nothing too crazy, but we do have some people who have had put some wagers on the game. So especially if you've put a wager on the game, it's cool to watch it with other people and be really exciting. And got a lot of fans from both sides and people who are just excited to see the commercials and halftime. We got Usher there. We're gonna have Usher, so you can't miss Usher. I mean, anyone who loves early 2000s hip hop has got to be there. So, and we're gonna have perhaps even the Puppy Bowl too. So, we got a lot of exciting things coming in the Telegram.
That's great. Okay, very much. I like that. Yeah, that's good. We should always do that. I guess we're supposed to be doing that in space sometimes, just going through some of the Polish stuff. Half the time you go into one space and all it is an infomercial for all the Polish stuff, which to me is a little annoying. And like whatever, like don't want to see that. But I guess unless people are like literally like, should I buy a car? I'm sure you want to do that. But if people in here just start brand new and have never heard of the coin, then sure that might be fun. So we're doing a lot of good stuff. I'm about to fight that boy, infamous crypto influencers in the world. I'm really fighting. It's not a joke. It's not a farm thing. I'm really doing it. I'm killing it for this guy who dropped out. So he's much bigger than me. He's much fatter than me. He's lower than me. It'll be tough to knock him out, but I'm gonna do it. So trying to get the highlight for crypto history, because when there's gonna be any more significant video than me kicking Bitcoin in the head and knocking out Chrome, and the kick doesn't exist. So gotta get that. And that's just one of the things coming up. That's in a week and a half. It's not even by the time maybe like next week. So stay tuned for that. That'll definitely be significant. No one's getting anything like that. And that's just for advertisers. We got other stuff going too. We are doing ETH, which is what we're doing in real life events. Very cool. Use home fight it. There's a list, I think it's filled up, but that's okay. If anyone is in here and I'm really going to show up, we got you. You can give me +1 to vote, but if you're not going to show up, just don't confuse us, because then it makes us think that everyone's showing up. We can't let people come, and then it's not fair, because they should be able to come. So, just for the sake of people who may show up later on, just haven't heard about it, let us know. But if you are for sure coming through, we got you. Buy a drink. What we found was our past Miami, that was a super success. This is going to be even better, and Louise Legal in Denver, Colorado. This is going to be very fun. Go to Super Smoker. And what else we got out there? I guess this last day, we might do some co-events. Some business stuff out there too. I think we're going to meet some guys. We got some crazy sort of business stuff going. I won't even allude to what it might be about, but it's further down the pipe too, but very bullish stuff. It would be more of the springtime, I think. We'll keep posting on that. We got some interesting connections. I mean, you guys would be surprised. Like our battle with Bobby right now is very funny, and it's also on the wraps, but we are, sort of annoyed with the Bobby thing, and rightfully so. We saw what happened. All of the coins don't win. Banana, whatever that's, people love that shit, and did not win as well. Omnicat beat us, and, they have no support. Nobody actually cares about the cat. No volume at all. So it's just clearly like this racket. This Bobby thing. And we know it's a racket. We have evidence it's a racket. We don't want to mess up our relationship with everybody, but it's us. And they're like, hey, we're just goofy, projects, so they just kind of screw us, and then say sayonara. And we were like, wait a minute, like, we're actually friends with some of the level guys over at Live, and like, we know these guys. So we're like having our own chat directly with like the CEO